Chapter 35:14. Damned fella, stop struggling. All of you have to die. You are destined to become my dinner. The shark leaped out and roared again. With an unstoppable force, it charged towards the underwater world. Jiang Qin quickly retreated. Took the opportunity to attack. Lightning attacks penetrated through the underwater world and hit the shark's body. However, the shark did not seem to feel any pain. It was still incomparably ferocious as it charged towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin struck out with his palm and hit the shark's head. However, the shark's incomparably ferocious attack made Jiang Qin unable to deal with it. He was constantly forced to retreat. The seawater behind him was squeezing and tearing, and the heavy pressure on his chest made Jiang Qin fall into a passive position. He was in a dilemma. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar resounded. 100 feet long giant dragon roared. This time, was extremely angry. A silver-white giant dragon roared madly in the sea. It made Jiang Qin extremely shocked. This 100 feet long giant dragon was really incomparably terrifying. The giant dragon roared incessantly. It directly entangled the shark, heavily squeezed and collided with it. In the underwater world, an incomparable battle tide was set off. Jiang Qin also received a lot of relief. Her's giant dragon attack caused the shark to complain incessantly. The two giant creatures collided with each other in the underwater world, completing the most primitive attack. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold and quickly retreated. He stretched out his hand and clenched the heavenly dragon sword. 108 peak primordial divine tools rotated again. Jiang Qin began to set up the formation. Her's strength was indeed strong. It made Jiang Qin look at her in a new light. Especially at this moment, when the two giant creatures were entangled with each other and collided with each other again and again. Jiang Qin felt his scalp tingling. It's really too ferocious. Jiang Qin muttered. In just a short moment, the Azura sword array was once again set up. Sword shadows approached, wreaking havoc on the long river. Cold light shone from them and a terrifying aura emanated from them. The battle between and the giant shark continued for a long time, neither giving way to the other. Even with the body of a true dragon, she was unable to gain the upper hand against the giant shark. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying the giant shark was. I have the bloodline of the Kuan. Although it's very little, the so-called dragon race is still unable to withstand a single blow from me. The big shark roared. It turned its body and turned into an undersea whirlwind, stirring up the underwater world. Jiang Qin's figure was as still as a mountain, but even air was very careful, afraid of being sucked into this terrifying whirlpool. This guy does have some ability. Battle formation technique, activate. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold as he activated the Azura sword array. Under the effect of the battle formation technique, the Azura sword array's amplification was obvious. Compared to the 4 green pythons, it was 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying. The Azura sword array appeared in the sky, tearing apart the underwater world. Facing the giant shark's crazy whirlpool, they formed two scenes that did not give way to each other. However, after all, Jiang Qin's Azura sword array had already taken shape. Under the effect of the battle formation technique, its imposing manner was like a rainbow. The sword edge surged out like a tide, wreaking havoc in the sky. Thousands of sword shadows were like a hot knife cutting through butter. The giant shark's eyes gradually narrowed. It was extremely shocked that a mere human's formation could have such a terrifying power. The giant shark wanted to retreat, but it was already too late because Jiang Qin's Azura sword array was too terrifying. Under the effect of the 4 stars battle formation technique, the giant shark could not withstand it at all. In the end, countless sword shadows pierced through its body and struck it down. No, you lowly humans, you can't defeat me, no. The giant shark's roar was incessant, but Jiang Qin was incomparably firm. Under the effect of the 4 stars battle formation technique, Jiang Chen's strength was consumed very quickly. At this time, even Ying-er was stunned. She did not expect that Jiang Chen's Azura sword array would be upgraded again, and the giant shark was beaten to a pulp. It was really satisfying. She could also heave a sigh of relief. I beg you, let me go. The big shark's pleading voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. However, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. He would never let it go. The strong preyed on the weak, survival of the fittest. This was how the world worked. There shouldn't be any mercy. If he and Ying-er were the ones who lost today, no one would show any mercy to those who died. Would the big shark let them go? The answer was also obvious. Therefore, without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly used the last trace of the Azura sword array to obliterate the giant shark. At that moment, he also slowly fell down. Brother! Ying exclaimed and hurriedly helped Jiang Chen up. Not long after, the Azura sword array gradually disappeared, and the giant shark's upgrade also stopped. The terrifying Azura sword array was frightening. Jiang Chen gasped for breath, his face was pale, and the divine spirit qi in his body was almost exhausted. I'm fine, it's not a big deal. It's just that I've consumed too much divine spirit qi. The consumption of the battle formation technique is too great. It seems that it's not that easy to control the Azura sword array and support the battle formation technique. No wonder those guys from the Battle God clan needed a few people to use the battle formation technique. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said with a sigh. The divine spirit qi in this giant shark is quite rich. I want to see how terrifying its demon crystal is. Jiang Chen stood up with great difficulty. He held the heavenly dragon sword and cut open the giant shark's body. Sure enough, a fist-sized round pearl appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The terrifying divine spirit qi was suffocating. Ying-er was dumbfounded. What a rich divine spirit qi. It's even better than the divine spirit essence. Ying said with courage. Jiang Chen nodded and continued, indeed, the divine spirit essence is only a so-so. It seems that this shark's spirit is really strong. Hurry up and absorb it, brother, to make up for the divine spirit qi that you've just consumed. Ying said innocently. Do you think that this shark's spirit is so easy to absorb? It's even more terrifying than the divine spirit essence. If it's not for the fact that I'm breaking through, it's difficult to consume such a huge amount of spiritual qi. Even I, a divine emperor, can't do it. This shark's spirit almost contains the soul qi of millions of creatures in the underwater world. The sea is full of rivers, it's big to be able to contain it. It's also a great fortune to be able to kill this giant shark and obtain the shark's spirit. Jiang Chen said. He could definitely use it to break through to the middle divine emperor realm. What a good shark spirit. You're quite capable. But I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy this thing. A sneer made Jiang Chen and Ying-er raise their heads and their faces instantly turned gloomy. Chapter 35:15. Ao Lai. Jiang Chen's face sank and his heart was incomparably cold. He didn't expect that he would attract this guy here. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight and his strength couldn't recover quickly. At this moment, Ao Lai's appearance was undoubtedly to take advantage of his misfortune. Even Ying had consumed a lot of her strength. It's me. So, do you want to hand over the spirit of the shark and the spiritual fish ointment, or do you want me to do it myself? After all, you're a member of my dragon clan. Hand over the things and I won't kill you. I'll let you live. However, this guy is very annoying and he must die. Ao Lai Leng stared at Jiang Chen. Currently, Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to fight anymore, so he wasn't worried at all. Moreover, Her's strength was greatly reduced when she was fighting with the shark. Now, it had completely become Ao Lai's home ground. After all, Her was a direct descendant of the dragon clan. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ao Lai might not attack Her. It was very likely that the dragon clan would gang up on him. However, Jiang Chen was different. He was already exhausted and he wasn't a member of the dragon clan. So what if he killed him? Moreover, he liked the feeling of bullying the weak the most. Especially when he was incomparably powerful before, he had become a stray dog now. In your dreams, Ao Lai. Said in a deep voice. Her ice-cold beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of determination. At this moment, she wouldn't give up on Jiang Chen no matter what. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, she wouldn't have obtained the spirit of the shark and the spiritual fish ointment. Moreover, she was indebted to Jiang Chen. At this moment, would never be an ungrateful person. She was naive, but it didn't mean that she was stupid. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Even if she had to fight until the last moment, she would never give up. Stubborn fool. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? If I kill you, there will be many people who will replace you in the dragon clan. Ao Lai sneered and pointed his sword at Jiang Chen. His killing intent was everywhere. At this moment, the two of them had already become Ao Lai's targets. One of them was a defeated general while the other was about to die. If he still could not defeat them, he would definitely be ridiculed by the people from the Eastern Dragon tribe. Are you afraid of death? Jiang Chen looked at Her and said with a smile. Her was taken aback for a moment before she shook her head. There are many meanings to living. My father once said that one must die with weight and depth. For my brother, I think it's worth it. Her sincerity caused Jiang Chen to be slightly moved. She was a girl who was easily moved, not because she was fickle, but because she was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to have sand in her eyes. She had a breadth of mind that even Jiang Chen couldn't catch up to. This girl was more extraordinary than anyone else. Father also said that one must live to be worthy of the heavens and the earth, to live with a clear conscience. Said solemnly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just because of what you said, no matter what, I won't let you get hurt, not even a little bit. What you said is better than singing. Unfortunately, you still have to die. No one can save you. Ao Lai spread his hands and smiled. The heavens are really helping me. The things in their hands are all treasures. Moreover, they are already at the end of their rope. If I don't take action now, I'm afraid that the heavens won't forgive me. Brother, you go first. I'll take care of this. Her was a little mischievous. She protected Jiang Chen behind her with a solemn expression. Although her body was weak, she was able to take care of things by herself. Looking at her, Jiang Chen's eyes became moist. Remember, a man can't hide behind a goddess. Even if you die, you have to die standing. You can't live kneeling. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. He slowly raised his head and tightly held Her's hand. Today, I'll show you who is the real overlord. Jiang Chen and Ao Lai looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Ao Lai felt like he was being stared at by someone. It made his hair stand on end. However, in his point of view, Jiang Chen was just putting on a brave front. Ao Lai had witnessed Jiang Chen's previous battle and he knew that Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to fight again. What was the point of putting on a brave front now? You're courting death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. In this endless western sea, I'll let you die with a sword. Ao Lai bellowed angrily. He raised his sword while Jiang Chen protected behind him. She had consumed a lot of her strength when she fought against the giant shark. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the giant shark. It could be said that in the previous battle, Ing had contributed greatly. Without her entanglement, the giant shark wouldn't have been killed by Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation so quickly. However, the final result was still good. Come, let me see what you're capable of. You dare to challenge me. Only death awaits you. A dead person won't be so arrogant. Your arrogance, in my opinion, is just asking to be humiliated. Trash. Ao Lai held the long sword in his hand. It was like a long snake, crafty and strange. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. His body trembled and instantly displayed the dragon transformation. At that moment, not only Ao Lai, but even Ing covered her mouth with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen's dragon man body, although not a real dragon, was filled with an unparalleled dragon aura. The dragon aura was even more majestic than the two direct descendants of the dragon clan. It was shocking. Dragon man body, where did you come from? Brat? Ao Lai's heart skipped a beat as his eyes gradually locked. The sword in his hand gradually stopped moving at that moment, with a shocked expression on his face. Even your bloodline power isn't as strong as mine. You still have the cheek to ask me. Jiang Chen sneered. His current strength had recovered slightly. Even after consuming the elixir, it could only temporarily alleviate the pain. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. However, by displaying the dragon transformation, he could at least stabilize the situation. You want to know who I am? You don't have the qualifications right now. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen roared furiously. His roar was like thunder as the ancient soaring dragon technique instantly changed. At that moment, Ao Lai and Ing were completely dumbfounded. As members of the dragon clan, how could they not know about the ancient soaring dragon technique? However, the ancient soaring dragon technique had long been lost. In fact, no one in the entire dragon clan knew about it, not even the clan leader. However, Jiang Chen was able to display it. Furthermore, his bloodline power was more terrifying than anyone else. Could this fellow be the son of a dragon? Chapter 35:16. Jiang Chen had made up his mind to kill. He had not revealed his true strength all this while, just for this moment. The people of the dragon race would definitely be eyeing him covetously. Now that he was alone, no one would come to help him. Therefore, the only person he could rely on was himself. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Let's see what kind of monster you are. How dare you come to the land of the dragon race and behave atrociously with the ancient soaring dragon technique? Ao Lai was extremely envious of Jiang Chen. The ancient soaring dragon technique had raised Jiang Chen's strength by quite a bit. Now, Jiang Chen had actually surpassed him. Jiang Chen's declining momentum had been reversed in an instant. This fella's terrifying methods were truly shocking. This ancient soaring dragon technique should have belonged to the dragon race. Previously, he had heard from the elders of the dragon race that the ancient soaring dragon technique existed in the ancient land of the dragon race. However, no one knew where the ancient soaring dragon technique was, and no one knew this technique. But now, this secret technique of the dragon race had actually reappeared on Jiang Chen. This was indeed shocking to Ao Lai. At the same time, he could not wait to take it for himself. Right now, Ao Lai's eyes were extremely cold. He wanted to fight Jiang Chen to the death more and more. This fella definitely had a lot of treasures on him. Just based on the cold river stone and the Eastern Emperor bell that he used to deal with that huge shark, both of them were true treasures. This made Ao Lai extremely envious. This fellow was simply a moving treasure trove. Brat, a gentleman is innocent. You should understand the saying that treasures are the source of trouble. Today, I'll definitely kill you. Ha ha ha. In Ao Lai's eyes, Jiang Qin was completely a treasure. As long as he could get his hands on this treasure, he would definitely be rich. This time around, the Rising Dragon Banquet might not even have such a huge harvest, right? Not to mention the few primal origin treasures, there was also the ancient soaring dragon technique, a secret technique of the dragon race that had been lost for a long time. This was something that Ao Lai coveted. Noisy fellow. Jiang Qin frowned. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The two of them clashed in an instant. Jiang Qin's aura was pushed to the pinnacle by him. Coupled with the ancient soaring dragon art, he was extremely domineering when facing Ao Lai. Ao Lai's strength was the same as Jiang Qin's, both of them were at the peak of early divine emperor realm. However, after using the dragon transformation and dragon soaring technique, Jiang Qin's strength had obviously improved tremendously. Ao Lai's strength was not weak, but Jiang Qin's impact in a short period of time was just too fierce. In just 20 moves, Ao Lai was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin again and again. He was in a worrying situation. The limitless sword swept across the world of the sea. He was decisive in killing. As the sword rose, it turned into a whirlpool. The sound was deafening, the storm was rolling and the waves were rolling. On the surface of the sea, there were flashes of lightning and dark clouds. Jiang Qin was calm and composed. His strength had only increased by 30%, so he had to defeat the enemy in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would be the one in a bad situation. Jiang Qin was calm and composed. Ao Lai also understood this. Under Jiang Qin's repeated attacks, he could feel the fear of Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for the fact that he was severely injured, he would have been killed by Jiang Qin. Even so, Ao Lai was still trembling with fear, fearing that he would make a mistake and be killed by Jiang Qin. That would be too unlucky for him. Ao Lai's heart was pounding. As long as I can drag him until his strength is depleted, I will definitely be able to kill him. Ao Lai knew better than anyone else that as long as he used the tactic of dragging the battle, he would definitely be the final winner. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. At this moment, Jiang Qin's attack had already started to decline. However, it still made Ao Lai miserable. The limitless sword set off a series of waves at the bottom of the sea, tearing the world of the sea apart. Ao Lai couldn't do anything and could only passively take a beating. His face was pale and he was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. He was flustered and it wasn't easy for him to stabilize the situation. Damn it! I must not let him get what he wants. Ao Lai kept roaring in his heart. In an instant, he transformed into the body of a true dragon. His strength was slightly stronger than before. As soon as the body of a true dragon appeared, the impact of Jiang Qin on Ao Lai wasn't as strong as before. When the true dragon entered the sea, Ao Lai was forced to reveal his body. One could imagine the danger he was facing now. Jiang Qin was racing against time. To him, time was money. If he dragged the battle to the end, he might be able to turn the situation around. You can't kill me. My body of a true dragon is more powerful than the body of a human dragon. Ha ha ha. Ao Lai roared wildly. He twisted his body of 100 zhang, wreaking havoc at the bottom of the sea, stirring up waves. When a true dragon was alive, it was one of the strongest divine beasts in the world. This time, Ao Lai took the initiative to attack. His attack became more intense as he charged forward step by step. His 100 zhang dragon body came crashing down, almost overturning a large part of the sea in an instant. Whirlpools appeared everywhere and the wind and clouds surged. Brother, be careful. Ying Er was constantly worried about Jiang Qin. Although she couldn't be of much help to Jiang Qin right now, it seemed that although Jiang Qin hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, his strength had reached its peak after using the ancient soaring dragon technique. Once his strength fell, it would be Jiang Qin's most difficult moment. That's right. Facing Ao Lai, who had revealed his true body, 100 Zhang long dragon body, Jiang Qin was not flustered at all. Not only was he not flustered, he roared and punched towards Ao Lai's proud dragon head. Terrifying air waves rolled out with great strength. This punch almost made Ao Lai retreat. Jiang Qin's other hand was seen through by Ao Lai with his sword. Ao Lai didn't dare to be careless and quickly retreated, trying to avoid Jiang Qin. However, it was already too late. The heavenly dragon's sword had pierced into the dragon body. Jiang Qin's face was gloomy. He was decisive in killing. It would be best if he could kill Ao Lai in one move. However, if he couldn't kill Ao Lai, he might be counterattacked. Jiang Qin's every move was ruthless. His sword tore apart the reverse scale of the dragon body. Blood flowed everywhere and dyed a large part of the sea red. It was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Roar, roar, Ao Lai's roar still lingered for a long time, shaking the underwater world. However, Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless. He took advantage of the situation and continued to punch Ao Lai's body. Although the 100 Zhang long dragon body was incomparably huge and its defense was incomparably strong, Jiang Qin's 9 dragons and 10 elephant strength made Ao Lai's body sink in with his fists. His body was bloody and badly mutilated. Chapter 35:17. At this moment, Jiang Qin's strength receded like a receding tide. His strength was once again weakened to less than a tenth of his original strength. Jiang Qin pulled out his sword and retreated. His face was pale as he retreated with his sword. He seemed to be in a rather sorry state. This sword did not hit Ao Lai's vital points. Although it had seriously injured him, the situation was worse than Jiang Qin had imagined. Damned bastard, let's see how long you can last. Ao Lai roared, enduring the intense pain. His dragon eyes flickered and surged frantically towards Jiang Qin. At this moment, it's time for me to show my might. Ao Lai constantly collided with Jiang Qin. His dragon body moved about, forming circles of storm vortexes in the underwater world. If Jiang Qin and Ning did not try their best to stabilize their bodies, they would have been sucked into the vortexes. Ao Lai was more terrifying than Jiang Qin had imagined. The force of his attacks made Jiang Qin and Ning helpless. This time, Jiang Qin had completely exhausted his strength and could no longer fight against Ao Lai. Ing clenched her teeth and fought with her life on the line. She absolutely could not watch her brother being killed by Ao Lai. Get lost. Ing's tender fists punched out again and again. Although they were extremely powerful, they had little effect on Ao Lai's body. His strength was much stronger than Ing's. There was no doubt about it. Reckless fools. Both of you, die for me. Ao Lai twisted his dragon body and swung his tail, forming a tenli vortex. Jiang Qin and Ning had nowhere to hide and were instantly sucked into the vortex. Their faces were deathly pale. Ao Lai attacked again and again. Jiang Qin was not to be outdone. He could not let Ing attack alone. Jiang Qin fought with his life on the line. Even though he knew that he had suffered serious injuries, he still refused to yield. Jiang Qin's complexion became more and more unsightly. His fists were also covered with blood. However, he was still like a warrior that was not willing to surrender. He stood in front of Ing to protect her. This was a man's duty and belief. At this moment, Jiang Qin was ready to escape into the Zulong Tower. After all, if they continued to fight, they would definitely be in danger of death. The ending was very likely to be unimaginable. Avoiding the sharp edge was the best choice. However, when Ing saw that Jiang Qin had suffered a huge blow, she became even more furious and wanted to fight with Ao Lai. Jiang Chen's defeat left a scar in Ing's heart. She would rather die than let her brother accompany her in death. Little girl who doesn't know life from death. I really can't help but sigh in pity that the dragon clan has a scum like you. Ao Lai snorted coldly and charged at them again. Jiang Chen and Ing could no longer withstand his attacks. At this moment, a white figure pierced through the air and arrived. Waves rose on the surface of the sea, while the winds and clouds surged at the bottom of the sea. The general situation was about to end. Two figures, one white and one gray, collided. In the end, the white figure threw a punch and directly pushed Ao Lai back. This caused Jiang Qin and Ing to look at each other, their faces filled with joy. Who? Ao Lai roared angrily. His heart was incomparably furious. Someone actually dared to ruin his plans. Wasn't that courting death? Ao Lai, aren't you a little too arrogant to want to kill a member of my dragon clan? This is the dragon clan's territory. Don't tell me you don't want to leave this place alive. The white figure arrived. It was the youth of the dragon clan, Long Xiaoquan. It's you, you bastard. Ao Lai roared angrily and glared at Long Xiaoquan. This fellow was really too loathsome. If it wasn't for him, he would have already killed Jiang Chen and Ing. Then, everything would definitely be taken by him. At that time, he would be able to escape far away. However, all his plans had been ruined by that bastard Long Xiaoquan. Why? Did I ruin your plans? Do you intend to fight to the death with me? Come, I, Long Xiaoquan, will accompany you to the end. Long Xiaoquan had already returned to his human form. He stood with his arms crossed, his face filled with arrogance. He completely ignored Ao Lai's anger. Bastard! Ao Lai knew that today's situation was already over. It was impossible for him to continue fighting with this fellow. The current him was completely no match for Long Xiaoquan. After suffering a fatal blow from Jiang Qin, his strength had already suffered a huge loss. If he continued to fight with Long Xiaoquan, he would lose more than he would win. Moreover, it was very likely that some unforeseen event would occur. For the sake of safety, Ao Lai knew that he had to retreat. Although his heart was filled with unwillingness, he could not continue to be entangled with Long Xiaoquan for the sake of the overall situation. As the saying goes, the mountains will not change. Let's wait and see. Little bastard, I will definitely not let you off. And you, Jiang Chen. You will definitely die under my sword. Ao Lai roared angrily and quickly retreated. Long Xiaoquan could not be bothered to chase after him. Although his current strength was not as good as Ao Lai's, it was too unrealistic for him to kill Long Xiaoquan with his own strength. Ao Lai had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Jiang Chen and Ing also heaved a sigh of relief. Your strength is only so. 9th level bloodline power is actually so weak. Long Xiaoquan curled his lips and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled but did not say anything. He should not know that Long Xiaoquan had killed Big Shark. Otherwise, he would not be so arrogant. Xiaoquan, don't talk nonsense. Ing bit her red lips and said in a low voice. If I had not arrived in time, both of you would have died. Ing, he could not protect you at all. Although I like you very much, only brother you can protect you. Long Xiaoquan's face was also full of hopelessness. He also liked Ing very much, but he knew that he was not worthy of Ing Only Long Yinhua and Ing were a true match made in heaven. The dragon clan also called them a talented man and a beautiful woman. Ing's face was gloomy and she said in a low voice, I have nothing to do with him. Don't associate me with him. My marriage isn't something that can be decided by anyone. Her's indifference made Long Xiaoquan smile embarrassedly. In the future, I advise you to stay away from her. If you have the ability to protect her, I won't say anything more. However, if you can't protect her and only make her worry for you, then I really look down on you. Long Xiaoquan sneered and looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled and looked at Long Xiaoquan. Her is by my side. No one can hurt her. Jiang Qin said faintly. Even without Long Yingyue, he would still bring into Zulong Tower. At that time, no one would be able to do anything to him. Ha ha ha, what a joke. If I had not arrived in time just now, you would have been dead. Now, you still dare to talk nonsense here. You are too funny. Long Xiaoquan sneered. Enough. Her frowned and shouted in a deep voice. Remember, a man must live with dignity. A man who hides behind a woman is only trash. Long Xiaoquan looked at her deeply. Chapter 35:18. Long Xiaoquan left. Jiang Qin could not be bothered to bicker with him. The ignorant were fearless. What could he do to bicker with him? Even until now, Jiang Qin did not take him seriously. The only person that he had some expectations for was probably the strongest member of the younger generation of the Dragon Clan, Long Yingyue. As for Jiang Qin always felt that her hands and feet were tied, as if she was completely unable to display her strength. A person with an 8th level bloodline power was not someone that ordinary people could compare to. Brother, don't lower yourself to his level. Sigh, he has that bad temper. Long Xiaoquan is not a bad guy. Compared to Long Yingyue, I'm more willing to get along with him. Said with a bitter smile and shook her head. Her little mind was a little muddled, but her heart was clearer than anyone else. He saved us. Do I look like such an unreasonable person? Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin patted Er's shoulder and said. The little fellow's incomparably serious expression made Jiang Qin somewhat unable to restrain his laughter. He treated her like a younger sister. Although she was devastatingly beautiful, Jiang Qin's heart was not distracted. When it came to beauties, his resistance had always been very strong. After all, Jiang Qin had seen quite a lot of beauties. Yes, that's good. Let's hurry up, brother. We've only obtained one winged eagle fish. Who knows, we might end up at the bottom. Said with great enthusiasm. Her smiling face made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Okay. After Jiang Qin and rested, they quickly headed in the direction of the Evil Spirit Island. At this moment, the endless Western Sea was filled with murderous intent. Killings between humans and sea demons were endless. Fresh blood had even died a few miles away. It was a blood-red scene that made people tremble in fear. Ha, sister, you're so beautiful. You're really not simple. You're actually able to catch this winged eagle fish. I'm really envious. Can I borrow it for a look? Ao Impermanent smiled with his eyes narrowed. The corner of his lips carried a trace of gentleness. His smile grew even more brilliant as he looked at the handsome and aloof woman. Behind him, there were 4 divine emperor experts. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary strength, surrounding the heavily injured aloof woman. The woman frowned and her expression was cold. Her arrogant posture was like that of an immortal crane in the depths of the clouds. Despicable and shameless bastard, you actually sneak attacked me while I was injured. Hee, that's not very nice to say. I was just worried that you would be injured when I saw such a beautiful lady being attacked by the flying eagle fish. Who would have thought that this palm strike would actually land on you, beautiful lady? I feel extremely guilty in my heart. A beautiful lady being injured is more painful than me being injured. Ao Impermanent sighed, but the cold smile at the corner of his mouth had long betrayed him. You just want my flying eagle fish. Just take it. The Lady Leng Leng said. She had no other choice at this moment. She had fought with her life on the line with the flying eagle fish. She was exhausted now. If she continued to fight with this fella, she would only end up dead. Flying eagle fish. He, aren't you looking down on me? The flying eagle fish is indeed important, but compared to you, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. How can I be indifferent when such a beautiful lady is in front of me? Isn't that a waste of God's gift? If I'm really that unromantic, then wouldn't I, impermanence, be a laughing stock? A man should have his own hobbies, right? Wu Chang beamed with joy as he spoke with a sinister expression. At this moment, he had completely locked onto this woman who was as prideful as a goddess from the 9 heavens. Chapter 35:19. You're doing something immoral to a woman in front of everyone. I'd like to see how you're going to do it today. Glared at Wu Chang. At this moment, when she saw the shameless Wu Chang trying to molest the girl in front of her, the fire of anger in her heart soared to the sky. Might not be so angry if it was any other time. However, Impermanence was considered as a member of the Northern Dragon Clan. In the end, he was still a branch of the Dragon Clan. Whether he admitted it or not, he was still a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen's gaze gradually turned cold at this moment. Because this person was none other than the person who had a life-and-death friendship with the monk, Qing Xian. It's her. Anger rose in Jiang Chen's heart. Fortunately, he came across this incident today. Otherwise, Qing Xian would have been tarnished by now. Moreover, the current situation was already a dead end for Qing Xian. Jiang Chen's appearance was a timely rain for Qing Xian. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. The familiar person that he saw back then was undoubtedly Qing Xian. However, she did not look for him. Jiang Chen knew that Qing Xian's character was very cold. Even if she was familiar with him, she would not be willing to trouble him. However, she did not know that the relationship between him and the monk was a life-and-death friendship. Along the way, they had supported each other. If he knew that Qing Xian was in trouble again and he did not know about it, he would definitely blame himself. At this moment, Er's eyes were filled with disdain. Even she herself felt ashamed. Although the dragon tribe was licentious, she was unable to restrain her anger when they brazenly tried to molest her. Er's heart was filled with righteousness. Even if she wasn't a member of the dragon tribe, she would definitely not let this matter rest when she saw such an unfair matter. Qing Xian looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also looked at her. He felt a little bitter in his heart. She definitely did not want to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. However, it was also because of this that she missed the chance to separate from him. You should have found me earlier. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Qing Xian. You know each other. Even revealed a look of surprise. She did not expect the two of them to be familiar with each other. It seemed that the matter today would not end well. He is my brother's companion in life and death. Jiang Chen nodded and said, which further deepened the anger in Er's heart. Today, she must have a good fight with this impermanence, clean up the sect, so that this guy will not continue to embarrass the Dragon Clan. I don't want to trouble you. Originally, with my strength, I should not be inferior to this person, but I was seriously injured before, so I was ambushed by their plot. I have caused trouble for Big Brother. Qing Xian bit her red lips. When she heard Jiang Chen's words, her lips turned red and she said softly. With me here today, no one can bully you. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Leng Leng said. Ha ha ha, what arrogant words. Do you two really want to meddle in my business? Longing, you are an outsider. Are you trying to help an outsider? I am a member of the Dragon Clan. That guy is just coveting the treasure of the Dragon Clan. He even wants to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. What are you trying to do? Ao Impermanence shouted and pointed his sword at Jiang Qin. He glanced at longing, and the anger in his heart burned fiercely. An outsider. Hee, so what? You are so unscrupulous and licentious. Aren't you throwing the face of the Dragon Clan? As a member of the Dragon Clan, where do you think the Dragon Clan is? If this gets out, where will the face of the Dragon Clan be? Since you are a member of the Dragon Clan, I will order you as a member of the Dragon Clan. Kneel down and beg for mercy, then I will spare your life. Longing's beautiful eyes flickered. Lang Lang said. You dare to order me? Who do you think you are? The Northern Dragon Clan will not listen to your orders. Even if the elders of the Dragon Clan are here, the people of the Northern Dragon Clan will not take them seriously. Ao Impermanence's arrogant and despotic look made Longing sigh. This bastard is the scum of the Dragon Clan. Why would I reason with him? The face of the Dragon Clan has been thrown away by him. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me and say that he is not a member of the Dragon Clan? Why should I listen to the orders of the Dragon Clan? If that's the case, then there's nothing else to say. Just kill him. I, Jiang Qin, have slain a dragon more than once or twice. I have even killed the son of the dragon, let alone a loach like you. Jiang Qin sneered. He was not exaggerating. He had fought a life and death battle with a few sons of the dragon, let alone a junior of the Dragon Clan. Jiang Qin was considered as half a disciple of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Therefore, he was at least on par with the leader of the Dragon Clan. Who are these people from the Northern Dragon Clan? You. Slaying a dragon. Ha ha ha. If you saw the son of the dragon, you would have been scared out of your wits. Do you still have the right to stand here and talk nonsense? You overestimate yourself. Today, I, Ao Impermanence, will kill the two of you first before enjoying my beauty. The two of you have really disappointed me. Even if you are from the Dragon Clan, I, Ao Impermanence, will not give you any face. I wonder if you have any spiritual fish ointment in your hands. Hee. Ao Impermanence swept his gaze across Jiang Qin and Longing. His body trembled and his murderous intent was revealed. He was ready to fight with Jiang Qin any time. He did not even put Longing in his eyes. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. His own strength was the top of the three great dragon clans. He was comparable to Long Yu. This Longing would definitely not be his opponent. And this outsider, relying on the power of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, he did not even know how to be smug. Did he really think that he could turn the world around? I'm disgusted that the Dragon Tribe has such a filthy thing like you. Ao Wuchang, you're really the scum of the Northern Dragon Tribe, or even the Dragon Tribe. I won't let you have your way today. Don't think that I, Longing, am a pushover. Don't worry, sister. I, Longing, will not let you suffer today. I will teach him a lesson about my Dragon Clan. Longing, waved her jade-like hand and acted like a big sister. Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Longing, was a little mischievous, but she was very loyal and righteous, which made Jiang Qin feel gratified. Ha ha ha. You don't know what's good for you. Die, you two noisy fellows. Chapter 35-20. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Ao Impermanence's ice-cold aura penetrated his entire body. The cold aura was terrifying, like an ice arrow, piercing through the underwater world. Ao Impermanence's wrist changed. The original long sword turned into a mace, 9 feet long. The mace was swung at an astonishing speed. Even in the water, there was not the slightest stagnation. The violent whistling wind was frightening. Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly, his body trembled. Under the dragon transformation, the true dragon body made Ao Impermanence slightly surprised. The human dragon body was indeed something that he had never seen before. However, this guy's strength and aura had increased a lot in an instant. Jiang Chen punched out with his bare hands, activating the power of the whirlpool in the water. A gust of wind swept through. Ao Impermanence held the mace in his hand and smashed it down fiercely. It was exactly the same as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's fist was very powerful. Under the human dragon body, that kind of crazy and domineering dragon's prestige was fully displayed. At this time, even Ao Impermanence felt that it was extremely troublesome. Because he did not know the origin of Jiang Chen, he did not know how crazy Jiang Chen's human dragon body was. Just this punch alone made him feel that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. Qing Xian, who was at the side, also admired Jiang Chen's strength. Big brother was big brother after all. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Jiang Chen's strength did not decline at all. She thought that she was already considered as a top genius, but big brother's strength was stronger than her. Even Tyrant might not be a match for him. Today's matter was really a blessing in misfortune for her to be able to meet big brother Jiang Chen's help. It was really a blessing from the heavens. Qing Xian was very clear that if it was not for Jiang Chen's timely help, she would have been doomed to die here. Moreover, it was very likely that she would be humiliated and would no longer have the face to see Tyrant. Big brother, you must be all right. Otherwise, that monk will definitely blame me. Qing Xian murmured. Jiang Chen's strength was indeed exceptionally powerful. In Qing Xian's opinion, it shouldn't be difficult for him to deal with these guys, right? Furthermore, Long Ying from the dragon race beside Big Brother was also at the 8th level of bloodline power. Thinking about it, she was rather strong. This battle should not be a problem. She went to the dragon race alone to fight for a ranking in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Even if she couldn't get first place, she could at least get a good ranking. At that time, she reckoned that she wouldn't have to be threatened by her family anymore. Being in a big clan, she couldn't even decide on her own life. That was why Qing Xian had such a headache. She was willing to take the risk because she wanted to wait for Tyrant. Even if she had to wait till the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, she would absolutely not regret it. She wanted to fight for herself, she wanted to clear her name. Otherwise, she would never keep waiting for Tyrant. Only by becoming the pillar of the clan and becoming a true expert would the clan stop interfering with her matters. However, it was obvious that she was still too far away from this step. No one would understand her good intentions. She still had a long way to go. Fortunately, she met Big Brother. Perhaps she could perform well in the Rising Dragon Banquet of the dragon race this time. Qing Xian's strength wasn't weak to begin with. It was just that he was severely injured when he was fighting with the winged eagle fish. Although he managed to obtain the winged eagle fish, he didn't expect that what awaited him would be a tragic battle and he almost lost his virginity. This battle had a deep meaning to him. He was hit by 2 lightning bolts and his scalp went numb. Bastard! Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill me, the Northern Dragon race will not rest until you die. Chapter 35-21. The terror of the thousand-flame destruction lightning was terrifying. Ao Wuchang's face turned pale, his mouth was filled with bitterness as he roared furiously. But for Jiang Chen, he wanted to kill Ao Wuchang and make this ungrateful bastard disappear from the face of the heavens and earth. So what if you're from the Northern Dragon tribe? Jiang Chen has the support of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. If you're not satisfied, I'll kill your ancestor too. Jiang Chen's hands kept changing. Lightning flashed and lightning struck down. Ao Impermanence was in agony. His body was numb from the lightning strikes, but he still did not dare to let the lightning strike him. Otherwise, he would be struck to death. Terrifying lightning snakes surrounded Ao Impermanence's body. His injuries were getting more and more serious. He was caught off guard by Jiang Chen's lightning attacks. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Northern Dragon Tribe. Hee, I really don't put you in my eyes. Even is so disdainful. Your so-called Northern Dragon Tribe must be very hateful. Such a shameless person. You waste the air when you're alive, waste the land when you're dead. You waste the spiritual energy when you're neither dead nor alive. Let me destroy your soul. Jiang Chen moved and increased the power of the 1,000-flame destructive lightning. The sound of the lightning whistling was deafening. Ao Impermanence's injuries were severe. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn. Ao Impermanence had no choice but to unleash his true form. The Azure Dragon was born and ravaged the bottom of the sea. It fought against the power of the lightning and fought against Jiang Chen. However, Ao Impermanence's strength was still weaker than Jiang Chen's. Under the attack of the 1,000-flame destructive lightning, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. The others were early divine emperors, but it was useless. Under Long Ying's attack, they staggered backward in a disheveled manner. Their injuries were even more severe than Ao Wuchang's. Long Ying's aura was at its peak and she was in high spirits. She killed all the Northern Dragon race geniuses behind Ao Impermanence. She raised the sword in her hand and when it fell, the 3-foot green sword was invincible. The few people from the Northern Dragon Tribe were defeated by Long Ying, and they were in a miserable state. In the end, they were seriously injured by Long Ying, and it was impossible for them to recover their strength in a short period of time. After all, they were from the Dragon Tribe. Long Ying did not kill them but crippled them. Ao Impermanence's face was ashen. Under Jiang Chen's relentless pursuit, he suffered a crushing defeat and lost all standing and reputation. You dare to kill me? My Northern Dragon clan will definitely grind your bones to dust. Ao Impermanence was still staring coldly at Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth. He doesn't dare to kill you, but what about me? Long Yinger and Jiang Chen teamed up and instantly caused Ao Impermanence to fall into a desperate situation. Long Yinger, you bastard. You actually helped others to bully the people of my dragon tribe. My Northern Dragon Tribe will definitely not let you off. Ao Impermanence retreated and he was in a sorry state. Under the heavenly lightning, he almost couldn't hold on any longer. Qing Xian looked at this scene silently and clenched her fists. She even hoped that big brother Jiang Qin could kill this bastard to vent the hatred in her heart. You guys can't kill me. Ao Impermanence's face was ashen as he roared in anger. His smile was incomparably hideous and terrifying. Magic Shadow Guards. As Ao Impermanence turned around, 4 black silhouettes appeared beside him. They held long sabers in their hands as they charged towards Jiang Chen and Long Yinger. The two of them looked at each other and their faces were extremely solemn. The so-called Magic Shadow Guards were actually not any weaker than Ao Impermanence. When the 4 of them attacked, Ao Impermanence dodged them. His sorry figure also got a chance to catch his breath. Ao Impermanence wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Jiang Chen and Long Yinger in Ling Ling's eyes. Ao Impermanence, will definitely return the humiliation today. I don't want to play anymore. Ao Impermanence looked at the few people from the Northern Dragon Tribe beside him. They were all severely injured and on the verge of death. He couldn't be bothered to care about them at all. He turned around and left first, not giving Jiang Chen and the others any chance to chase after him. The green dragon illusion disappeared in an instant. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and he wanted to chase after them. However, the 4 magic shadow guards were quite responsible and they completely blocked the path of Jiang Chen and Long Yinger. They stopped them so that AO Impermanence could catch his breath and escape. It was also the first time that Long Inger saw the magic shadow guards. One by one, the magic shadow guards charged towards them. The saber light and the sword shadow interweave continuously. Jiang Chen's punches landed on the magic shadow guards, but there was no effect. The 4 magic shadow guards seemed to be soft and it was impossible to defend against them. Not far away, Qing Xian's pretty face was covered with a layer of haze. In the end, the arrogant Northern Dragon tribe still managed to escape. Under the collaboration of Jiang Chen and Long Inger, they were unstoppable. Even the 4 magic shadow guards could only block them temporarily. After the 4 magic shadow guards fought with Jiang Chen and the others, they didn't want to continue fighting and they wanted to retreat. However, this time, Jiang Chen didn't want to give them any chance. The sky lightning in his hand flickered continuously. The attack power of the 1,000 flame destruction lightning was destructive. The 4 magic shadow guards had nowhere to hide and were completely destroyed. The 4 magic shadow guards disappeared and turned into spiritual energy. Jiang Chen frowned. To him, this battle didn't consume a lot of his energy. However, the only thing that made him feel like a failure was that AO Impermanence had escaped. It was really infuriating. They didn't know if the magic shadow guards were puppets or something else. They were so strong that they didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to kill the 4 magic shadow guards. After all, they were early divine emperors. Long Inger was shocked that the 4 magic shadow guards didn't seem to belong to the dragon tribe and they weren't in the Rising Dragon banquet this time. What was their identity? It made one feel puzzled and bewildered. In the end, he still managed to escape. Jiang Chen said with a gloomy face. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Long Inger looked at the people of the Northern Dragon tribe who were on the verge of death and shouted. The people of the Northern Dragon tribe hurriedly turned around and ran away in panic. It was Long Inger's mercy to be able to keep their lives. If it was Jiang Chen, they definitely wouldn't have a chance to survive. Where did these magic shadow guards come from? How could AO Impermanence have anything to do with them? Long Inger frowned and said doubtfully. She looked at Jiang Chen and felt puzzled. I don't know where these magic shadow guards came from. What's going on with them? Isn't it a secret technique of the Northern Dragon tribe? Jiang Chen said. No, these magic shadow guards made me feel uneasy. Could it be that the Northern Dragon tribe has entered the demonic path? Chapter 35-22. The Magic Shadow Guard is a force above the Divine Great Land, the Magic Shadow Clan. The Magic Shadow Clan is very powerful but only a few people know about them. They are like the Dragon Clan in the ancient times. Their position in the Divine Great Land is obvious. They are secretive and they appear and disappear unpredictably. Not many people are able to catch them. I'm afraid these so-called magic shadow guards are just the appetizer. The Northern Dragon Clan might be related to the Magic Shadow Clan, Qing Xian said solemnly. Qing Xian said with a serious face. The Devil Shadow Clan was a rare and mysterious clan in the Divine Great Land. No one knew about them, but their strength was exceptionally strong. Those who knew about them feared them as much as tigers. This time, they didn't know what kind of preparation the Northern Dragon Clan had. However, Long Inger could feel something unusual about the Magic Shadow Guards. It seemed like the Northern Dragon Clan came prepared. The Magic Shadow Clan in the Divine Great Land. Jiang Chen was also puzzled because he had never heard of the Magic Shadow Clan. However, since they appeared here and they were impermanents of the Northern Dragon Clan, they must be full of doubts. They might have an important relationship with the Rising Dragon banquet this time. It's just that no one knew about them until now. Looks like we have to be more careful. The people from the Northern Dragon Clan have ulterior motives. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Longing nodded her head silently. It seemed like the Rising Dragon banquet this time was really turbulent. The Northern Dragon Clan and the Eastern Dragon Clan had even made their moves. It seemed like there was still a long way to go if they wanted to come out on top. It wouldn't be an easy task. Now, we can only take one step at a time. Longing knew that she couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't something that she could decide alone. At least in this Rising Dragon banquet, she could only try her best. You should come with us. That way, we can take care of each other. You don't have to think that it's troublesome. The monk and I are sworn brothers. I'll at least give you the chance to see each other alive in the future. Jiang Chen said with a smile. On one hand, he wanted to relieve the pressure on Qing Xian. On the other hand, he hoped that she wouldn't treat herself as a burden. After all, her strength wasn't weak, she was just plotted against. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let her feel any pressure. Then. All right, thank you, Brother Jiang. Qing Xian bit her red lips. She was still a little nervous and uneasy, and even guilty. After all, she had caused so much trouble for Jiang Chen. Little sister, just follow me. I definitely won't let anyone bully you. How can I let them bully me in my Dragon Clan's territory? Longing waved her hand and said. She had the demeanor of a big sister. She pulled Qing Xian behind her with a domineering expression. It was the first time that Jiang Chen saw her with such a sense of justice. She was completely different from the naive girl he used to be. Jiang Chen and the others continued their journey, shuttling through the underwater world. There weren't many flying eagle fish. They had only caught 4 flying eagle fish in 2 months. The spiritual fish ointment was extremely precious. It could even be eaten. The spiritual energy contained in it was astonishing. However, Jiang Chen didn't consume it. Since the guardian elder said that it would be of great use, he had to keep it properly. In 2 months, Jiang Chen and the others were getting closer to the evil spirit island. However, the number of flying eagle fish they obtained was extremely small. Not to mention them, it was the same for everyone else. It was already a great fortune to be able to obtain a spiritual fish ointment from a flying eagle fish. The 3 of them met another person at the bottom of the deep sea. It was a person who had once saved Jiang Chen, the arrogant Long Xiaoquan. This time, he was surrounded by more than 10 flying eagle fish. The situation was extremely dangerous. Every flying eagle fish had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Their attacks were known for their speed. The 13 flying eagle fish made it difficult for Long Xiaoquan to move forward. Every step he took was dangerous and he couldn't kill these flying eagle fish at all. In Long Xiaoquan's eyes, these flying eagle fish were not treasures, but a desperate situation of life and death. The 13 flying eagle fish were extremely fast. They attacked everywhere, making it difficult for Long Xiaoquan to move forward. Damn it! Long Xiaoquan was furious. He thought that these fellas would not be difficult to deal with. He was extremely excited as he caught 13 flying eagle fish at once. However, he did not expect the final result to make him fall to the ground. He did not expect the 13 flying eagle fish to be so terrifying when they worked together. He had no choice but to provoke a hornet's nest. His heart was filled with bitterness. However, in the deep sea, he could not call for help. He fell into a desperate situation and could only be dragged to death by the 13 flying eagle fish. If this continued, he would probably be fed to the fish. He might be the first young man in the Dragon Clan to be fed to the fish. Long Xiaoquan tried his best to attack, but it was to no avail. He never thought that he would be so unlucky. He thought that he would be able to enter the evil soul island safely after killing these eagle fish, but he did not expect that he would end up in such an embarrassing situation. He tried to steal a chicken but ended up suffering a loss instead. This made Long Xiaoquan very sad. Under the crisis of life and death, he was extremely regretful. It's all my fault for being greedy. Long Xiaoquan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He really had no other way now. He was in the endless Western Sea, and the so-called sea demons were terrifying. Even a genius of the dragon clan like him was filled with danger in the endless Western Sea. If he was not careful, he could be killed here. Stupid human, you still want to kill us. Hee, what a fool's dream. Yeah, this guy really overestimates himself. Hee. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Don't let him have any chance to fight back. Who asked him to be so pretentious? We must kill him. These humans always think they are smart. Let them know how powerful we are. The 13 flying eagle fish chattered. They clearly saw Long Xiaoquan as a prey in the bag. They did not even need any pressure to kill him. You bastards, I don't believe that you can kill me. Long Xiaoquan roared angrily. Then, after a cup of tea, Long Xiaoquan was completely dumbfounded. He was already seriously injured. The 13 eagle fishes became quite arrogant because he had been defeated again and again. He had completely become a joke. He had just finished bragging, but now he was directly destroyed. I won't really die here, will I? Long Xiaoquan murmured. Chapter 35-23. Jiang Chen had been watching for a long time, but he did not make a move. Long Ying said with a bitter smile. She knew that Jiang Chen was angry with Long Xiaoquan and wanted to see if he could kill these flying eagle fish. However, it seemed that Long Xiaoquan was no match for him at all. Don't worry, for your sake, I won't just stand by and watch. Jiang Chen smiled and stepped on the waves. His smile was also very calm. Isn't this my savior? Why are you in such a sorry state? Did a dozen flying eagle fish torture you to this extent? Long Xiaoquan's face was originally filled with joy. It seemed that with Long Ying's appearance, he knew that he could be saved from today's danger. However, Jiang Chen's words made Long Xiaoquan's smile stop. This guy was obviously ridiculing him. It really made Long Xiaoquan furious. However, the situation was worse than him. He was already at the end of his rope. At this time, he was naturally a fish on the chopping block. Anything he said would seem pale and powerless. I won't die for now. Long Xiaoquan snorted coldly. He held the long spear in his hand and his face was gloomy. He fought and retreated. He was extremely unconvinced. Didn't I save you once before? Now, he was still making sarcastic remarks here. Why would be with such a person? It seems that it's not easy. Don't be so disheartened about dying or not. Don't worry, with me here, even if you are beaten into a dog's head, I will help you settle it. Ha! Jiang Chen said with a smile. Long Xiaoquan was almost angered to death. What do you mean by beaten into a dog's head? You're just watching me fall, and you're still here to ridicule me. Long Xiaoquan snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. Seeing that, Jiang Chen did not continue to fight with him. To him, he was just trying to kill Long Xiaoquan. After all, this guy had a good relationship with Long Ying and was a young prodigy of the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen naturally would not kill him and the ancestral Dragon Emperor would not allow him to kill Long Xiaoquan. As a pillar of the Dragon Clan's young generation, Long Xiaoquan still had some status in the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen, Long Ying and Qing Xian quickly joined the battle. The 13 flying eagle fish attacked even more ferociously. Facing the addition of Jiang Chen and the others, they seemed to be quite angry and fought to the death. However, in the end, the 13 flying eagle fish realized that they were not a match for Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and his aura was like a dragon. No one could stop him. In a blink of an eye, several flying eagle fish were injured. The berserk flying eagle fish did not have any effect. Instead, they were completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. At this moment, even Long Xiaoquan's face was full of shock. Jiang Chen's strength was actually so strong. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, the world was under his control. One after another, the winged eagle fishes rushed towards Jiang Chen with terrifying speed. However, Jiang Chen blocked them with his sword. None of the winged eagle fishes could get close to him. Instead, they were slashed by Jiang Chen's sword. It seems that I have really underestimated this guy's strength. Long Xiaoquan murmured. His strength should not be inferior to his own. After all, he was not facing the 13 flying eagle fish alone. If he was fighting alone, he would have been defeated long ago. Long Xiaoquan comforted himself and thought so. The 13 flying eagle fish scattered like birds and beasts at this time. Qing Xian and Long Ying were also extremely strong. They did not give them the slightest chance at all. It was not so easy to escape. Jiang Chen had already set up a formation on the periphery. The Shura sword formation was formed in an instant. As they escaped, he activated the Shura sword formation. The formation constantly shrank. Sword shadows shuttled through and the 13 flying eagle fish were all killed. Fresh blood and flesh flew everywhere. The spiritual fish ointment was completely collected by Jiang Chen. The Shura sword formation once again returned to Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. These 13 flying eagle fish allowed him to obtain a lot of spiritual fish ointment. It could be considered a great harvest. At this moment, Long Xiaoquan finally sighed. It was very likely that he was not Yi Futian's opponent. Although he did not want to admit it, the fact spoke louder than words. The Shura sword formation. Even if it was him, he would probably be seriously injured in the formation. He might even be killed directly. This guy was actually so terrifying. Perhaps only Long Ying, or even Long Yu could fight against him. Thank you. Although Long Xiaoquan was unwilling to admit it, he had to say that his life was completely saved by Jiang Chen. However, he had also saved Jiang Chen once. No. Perhaps Jiang Chen did not even need him to do anything. Don't be so polite. This time, we are completely even. You saved me once. This time, consider it as me returning the favor. Jiang Chen shrugged and said disapprovingly. At this time, he was only saving Long Xiaoquan some face. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Long Xiaoquan was just an inexperienced young man. Compared to his experience in the three realms reincarnation, it was simply a world of difference. Moreover, with the relationship between the ancestral dragon emperor and Long Ying, why would Jiang Chen stoop to his level? I know my own strength. Thank you this time, Long Xiaoquan said in a low voice. Long Xiaoquan said in a low voice. Although he was very arrogant, he still knew his own limits. He didn't need anyone to tell him how strong he was. He was helpless against these 13 eagle fishes. Jiang Chen and the two of them combined their strength to kill these 13 eagle fishes. This could be considered as a serious lesson to him. Not bad. You are indeed a young man of my dragon clan. Courageous and responsible. Long Ying said with a smile. Long Xiaoquan rolled his eyes at her. He was quite dissatisfied. However, the truth was that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent. This was not something that could be won by arguing. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. However, a terrifying qi was flying towards them at a fast speed. This qi seemed to be coming for them. Come out. Since you are here, why hide your head and show your tail? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice with a cold expression. Longing, and the other two were slightly stunned. They did not know what Jiang Chen was talking about. However, a terrifying whirlpool was formed 100 meters in front of them. Even they were sucked by the power of the whirlpool and almost fell to the ground. However, along with the emergence of the whirlpool, a black figure slowly came out from the whirlpool. It seemed to be completely unaffected by the whirlpool. That scene caused Jiang Chen and the others to be shocked. Chapter 35-24. This fellow looks somewhat familiar. Jiang Chen frowned his brows. The black-cloaked man passed through the layers of whirlpools and slowly walked over. He had 2 horns on his head, and he looked handsome, even a little bewitching. His purple eyes were filled with calmness, as if nothing in the world could cause a ripple in his heart. His strength seems to be pretty good. Longing said in a low voice. The man's strength had reached the middle divine emperor realm, similar to Long Yingyue. He gave Longing quite a bit of pressure. Qing Xian also looked at this scene silently. This man seemed to be a threat to them. The black-clothed man slowly walked towards Jiang Chen. Their eyes met. He and Jiang Chen were like a pair of old friends, quietly watching each other. Jiang Chen was solemn. The black-clothed man did give him quite a bit of pressure, but he wasn't afraid. This fella's target should be the flying eagle fish in his hand. You're not weak to dare to look at me. Hand over the flying eagle fish in your hand. I don't want to fight. The black-clothed man said calmly. Although his voice was calm, his aura was extremely arrogant. You're not qualified to ask me to hand over the flying eagle fish. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You want to subdue me without a fight. Do you really think that I'm scared? Facing the black-clothed man's overbearing aura, Jiang Chen's heart was solemn, but it wasn't to the extent that he would retreat. Not bad. You have guts. 9th level bloodline power. I also want to see how powerful you are. Originally, I only had Long Yingyue as my opponent. Now, it seems that you might be able to give me a surprise. The black-clothed man said with a faint smile, chatting with Jiang Chen as if they were old friends. He was calm and unruffled. Demon Shadow Clan Mo Xian. The black-clothed man looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. The coldness in his eyes was gradually withdrawn. Dragon Clan, Jiang Chen. You can represent the Dragon Clan. Mo Xian looked at Jiang Chen with some surprise. The mocking look in his eyes intensified. Sure. Jiang Chen said calmly. Jiang Chen had the 9th level of bloodline power and the ancestral Dragon Emperor. If Jiang Chen couldn't represent the Dragon Clan, who else could? It wasn't that Jiang Chen didn't put Long Yu in his eyes. It was just that it would be more convincing if he fought as a member of the Dragon Clan. After all, he came to the Dragon Clan to settle the dispute. With the ancestral Dragon Emperor around, Jiang Chen wasn't worried. At that instant, even Long Yingyue looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. She never thought that he would actually consider himself as a member of the Dragon Clan. Who exactly was this fellow? The power of a 9th level bloodline was very suspicious, but she didn't know how to ask Jiang Chen. If she did, wouldn't it seem like she was doubting him? Very well. If I were to kill you in this battle, shouldn't the dragon tribe bow down to me? Mo Xian was still smiling calmly. He was full of confidence, as if killing Jiang Chen was just a piece of cake for him. You don't have the qualifications and you won't defeat me. It's not confidence, it's the truth. Jiang Chen and Mo Xian were facing each other. Both of them were very calm, but both of them could feel each other's terrifying killing intent. The battle between the two of them would definitely be very exciting. It seems like the people of the Demon Shadow Clan have really appeared here, Qing Xian murmured. Qing Xian murmured. He was a little worried. The 4 magic shadow guards from before had already shown some problems. This rising dragon banquet was far from just an internal conflict of the dragon tribe. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish and send you to Avicii hell. Mo Xian clenched his fist and a sparkling and translucent ice arrow appeared in his hand, shooting out rapidly. More than a dozen light shadows silently exploded as they closed in on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin lightly smiled. He clenched his fist and struck out with his palm, blocking all the ice arrows. With a flip of his hand, the ice arrows turned into nothingness. However, the 2 of them had finally made their move at this moment. Crazily, they wreaked havoc like a movie. The battle in the water was even more intense than the battle on land. The 2 of them brought about a series of ripples as their figures moved so fast that Qing Xian and Long Ying couldn't fathom them. So fast. So powerful. The ice flowers were like shadows as the 2 of them continued to unleash their techniques. The world under the sea stirred up the universe. The 2 of them flipped one after another. Jiang Qin firmly defended his surroundings, while Mo Xian's imposing manner was like a rainbow, using offense as defense. The 2 of them stirred up countless whirlwinds in the world under the sea. Whirlpools appeared one after another. On the surface of the sea, huge waves were like waves, shaking people's hearts. Moon hook. Mo Xian bellowed. With a twist of his palm, a long sword with a silver hook rose up horizontally. It was formed by the shadows in the water. Jiang Qin's eyes moved. The heavenly dragon sword was like a raging fire, slashing through the void. Facing Mo Xian's long sword with a silver hook, Jiang Qin was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Both of them were unwilling to take half a step back. Both of them charged forward fiercely, clashing with each other violently, causing the waves in the sea to tumble endlessly. If we continue to fight like this, it will be very harmful to our bodies. Qing Xian said in a low voice. Both of them were completely exhausting their essence, qi, and spirit. They were competing to see who had the determination to persevere until the last moment. Hurting others would also hurt themselves. However, it was the simplest, most effective and direct method. That's right. If we continue to fight like this, my brother's strength is slightly weaker. I'm afraid that he will suffer a great loss. Long Ying said worriedly. At this moment, both of them did not make a move. Because this was a battle between 2 people. One represented the Dragon Clan and the other represented the Demonic Shadow Clan. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was not only about one person, it was also related to the battle between their clans. Although the Dragon Clan might not acknowledge Jiang Qin, he had the qualifications and strength to do so. Moreover, this arrogant Mo Xian, she should teach him a lesson. That might not be the case, Qing Xian said worriedly. She had seen how terrifying Jiang Qin was. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Thinking back to the time when they were in the West Pole Divine region, if it wasn't for Jiang Qin's efforts to turn the tide, there wouldn't be her, and there wouldn't be a monk. Jiang Qin used his own strength to turn the situation around. That was truly shocking. All the monasteries in the West Pole Divine region fell into silence. No one could make Jiang Qin lower his head. That battle was the shame of the entire West Pole Divine region. No one was willing to mention it. Chapter 35-25. The heavenly dragon sword roared as the shadow of a dragon appeared, changing the rolling waves in the sea. The impact of the sword's soul also made the heavenly dragon sword more and more powerful. In the world of the sea, a sword changed the sky. Jiang Qin did not have absolute confidence in killing Mo Xian, who was a mid-divine emperor, but he would not gain any advantage from the battle. Mo Xian did not dare to underestimate Jiang Qin's attack. He raised the silver hooks in his hand and attacked in all directions with Jiang Qin. With a roar, the wind and thunder rolled. Mo Xian held a blood-red flag in his hand and swept it across. Streams of black demon qi rolled out and rushed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin held his blade horizontally and his pupils contracted. Facing the streams of black demon qi, he retreated in order to advance. The limitless sword slashed out from his waist, splitting the streams of black demon qi. However, the black demon qi that was everywhere still made Jiang Qin complain incessantly. Every time a stream of black demon qi was attached to his body, Jiang Qin's aura would become extremely heavy and his face would turn ugly. The black demon qi that was attached to his body felt like thousands of ants were biting his body. The pain made Jiang Qin's face change. Damn it! Buddha's radiance. Jiang Qin struck out a seal and the Buddha's radiance forced the black demon qi to retreat. However, it was just a drop in the bucket. The streams of black demon qi continued to enter Jiang Qin's body. There's so much black demon qi. Big brother Jiang Qin, you must be careful, Qing Xian said worriedly. Qing Xian said worriedly. The black demon qi made the two of them look at each other in shock. The terrifying aura could even turn an ordinary divine emperor into ashes in an instant under the black demon sword qi. It would devour all of their souls and flesh. Be careful, big brother. Long Ying-er clenched her fists tightly and was eager to give it a try. Although she shouldn't have intervened in this battle, if Jiang Qin was really in any danger, she would definitely not stand by and watch. At this moment, Jiang Qin's situation seemed to be extremely dangerous. As streams of black demon qi poured into Jiang Qin's body, Jiang Qin felt as if his body was about to be devoured by the black demon qi. It was a very dangerous situation. You don't have the ability to fight me. Enjoy the black demon qi to your heart's content. He, the number of people who have died to my soul gathering banner is at least 8,000. If not 10,000. Mo Xian smiled faintly, and he was filled with confidence. Jiang Qin was in a sorry state now, and the black demon aura was like ravenous wolves and mad dogs that wanted to devour Jiang Qin. The black demon aura was refined from living souls, so it was rather overbearing. It's a little too early for you to be happy. Jiang Qin sneered. His body trembled, and a blazing flame burst out from his eyes. The azure lotus star flame instantly spread out from his Dantian's qi, burning every part of Jiang Qin's body. At this moment, he was like a man on fire, which made Qing Xian and Long Ying-er cover their mouths gently. Playing with fire. That's absolutely impossible. Jiang Qin was the ancestor of playing with fire. Endless flames purified all the black demon aura, and Jiang Qin's eyes glowed with a blazing light once again. Fiery dragon in the sky. Flames gushed out from Jiang Qin's eyes as two silhouettes spread out. They were like two fiery dragons that could devour an endless amount of energy as they shot out towards Mo Xian. The black demon aura was purified, and for the first time, the soul-gathering banner failed. Mo Xian's eyes emitted a chilling light as he faced the oncoming fiery dragon. It was formed from the azure lotus star flame, and it was a blazing flame that contained the fusion of the red lotus hellfire and crimson lotus hellfire. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could contend against. Even Mo Xian had to continuously retreat. The fiery dragon that was formed from the azure lotus star flame had a great restraining effect on his soul-gathering banner. Fire was the spirit of all living things, and it could restrain some evil. Not to mention that it was the most dangerous flame in the world. Even the extremely cold water in the underwater world couldn't extinguish it. The fiery dragon shot out and became even more violent. Heavenly demon transformation. Mo Xian's roar was like thunder as he twisted the power of heaven and earth. Whirlpools appeared, and the seabed changed. The twisting water seemed to be under Mo Xian's control. A black and white demonic figure descended. The heavenly demon hand descended from the sky and intertwined with the two fiery dragons. In the end, they disappeared. The chilling light in Mo Xian's eyes became more and more intense. This fellow, Jiang Qin, who possessed 90% of his bloodline power, had indeed made him solemn. This brat mustn't be underestimated. Mo Xian had a high evaluation of Jiang Qin in his heart. Even Long Yinhua might not be able to put him in such a miserable state. Therefore, Mo Xian was filled with interest towards Jiang Qin. It looked like there was another demon king that appeared out of nowhere among his opponents. The heavenly demon hand continued to wreak havoc, as if it wanted to capture Jiang Qin. Great Soul Derivation Technique. With a thought, Jiang Qin used the Great Soul Derivation Technique to destroy the obstacles of the past. The heavenly demon hand was instantly destroyed by Jiang Qin's soul derivation technique. However, Jiang Qin's expression became unsightly. This Mo Xian was stronger than he had imagined. Mo Xian's terrifying techniques were innumerable. A soul-gathering banner almost caused him to be unable to rise again. If he couldn't purify the black demon qi, his good days would come to an end. Mo Xian was still unwilling to give up. Under the heavenly demon transformation, his aura became extremely terrifying. Compared to before, it was even stronger. The heavenly demon transformation allowed Mo Xian's strength to soar. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Qin wasn't to be outdone. He instantly unleashed the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique and Dragon Technique. His strength also soared. Their gazes met once again. There was a shocking battle intent in their eyes. It could even be said that heroes were pitying each other. Jiang Qin held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand and struck it out. The bell's shadow covered the world and suppressed Mo Xian. Mo Xian's expression changed as he retreated. He didn't dare to fight against Jiang Qin. The Eastern Emperor bell contained boundless righteousness. For Mo Xian, it was definitely a great killing weapon. Divine Golden Bell, God's Sealing Restriction. Jiang Qin wanted to use the Eastern Emperor bell to seal Mo Xian. However, it was a pity that Mo Xian wasn't someone that was easy to deal with. He formed seals with both hands and the heavenly demon hand propped up the sky once again. As for Jiang Qin's Eastern Emperor bell, it only managed to force Mo Xian back before it was dispersed by the heavenly demon hand. The surrounding water became extremely turbulent. Countless schools of fish were already killed by the shock waves. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it seemed like the wind and cranes were in a state of panic. No living creature dared to approach. Chapter 35-26. As the Tao rises 1 foot, the demon rises 10 feet. Mo Xian activated the torrential demonic aura in his body once again. His aura changed once again, completely suppressing Jiang Qin. His demonic aura was 10 feet high and it was terrifying. It made Jiang Qin's face turn ugly. His situation was getting more and more difficult. Heavenly lightning descends. For lightnings gather. The heavenly lightning in Jiang Qin's palm was unleashed. Bolts of heavenly lightning rained down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Under the 5 lightnings, the surging black demonic aura made it extremely difficult for Mo Xian. If it was Long Yinhua, he might not be able to withstand so many of Mo Xian's attacks. However, the heavenly flame and heavenly lightning in Jiang Qin's hands had a great restraining effect on Mo Xian. Mo Xian had unleashed all his means in the confrontation between the two of them, but he was still in great pain. Bastard! You're actually so hard to deal with. Mo Xian roared. Clearly, he had already given the order to kill Jiang Qin. However, from the looks of it, he was having a hard time. An initial divine emperor was actually able to endure for so long in his hands. It was truly shocking. However, Mo Xian wouldn't give up. This battle wasn't only about his victory or defeat, it was also related to the rise and fall of the demonic Shadow Clan. Although they had a clear objective in coming to the Rising Dragon banquet, Mo Xian would definitely not show mercy in order to display the strength of the demonic shadow clan. Your strength is still too weak. I feel that there's still a lot of room for you to improve, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. His words were full of sarcasm. However, Jiang Chen had also consumed a lot of his energy. He was suffering when the black devil qi invaded his body. Now, the battle between him and Mo Xian had reached its climax. Mo Xian had consumed most of his energy, but he was still in a heroic spirit. The crazy battle between the two of them had made Jiang Chen feel extremely satisfied. This battle could be considered as the most exciting one that he had experienced in a long time. The strength of the demonic shadow clan was indeed extraordinary. You'll pay for what you've done. Mo Xian stared coldly at Jiang Chen. With a clench of his hand, a surging black demon qi gradually gathered. Sky Demon Shadow. Mo Xian let out a furious roar and his figure instantly grew bigger. The underwater world seemed to be trembling under his feet. An incomparably huge demon shadow covered the sun and sky as it continued to contend with Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword was even inferior to it. The incomparably huge demon shadow covered the sky and the underwater world turned into a dark space. Wherever the demon shadow passed, all the sea demons and fishes in the endless sea region withered and died. All of their vitality was exhausted. Retreat. Long Ying, and Qing Xian both retreated at this moment, their faces filled with seriousness. Jiang Chen's expression was also grave. The instant he raised his head, the demonic figure in the sky had already enveloped him. With devouring power and destructive power, not a single blade of grass grew wherever it passed. Billions of underwater lifeforms were also reduced to decay in this region of the sea. This demonic figure in the sky, what a terrifying aura. Jiang Chen's expression changed and his eyes narrowed. The demonic figure in the sky covered the entire sky. The underwater world and the void were all engulfed by the demonic figure. Jiang Chen knew that it was difficult for him to move an inch now. Facing the final attack of Mo Xian, Jiang Chen knew that he was in a dangerous situation. You won't be able to walk out from my demonic figure in the sky, Mo Xian said confidently. Mo Xian said confidently. In the sky, Jiang Chen could feel that his life force was being devoured continuously. His aura was declining unceasingly. The flesh and blood on his face were shriveling up, and he was aging. The demonic figure in the sky was reflected in the underwater world. The boundless devouring power in the demonic figure was unfathomable. Jiang Chen's heart was also trembling. The strength of the demonic shadow clan was indeed terrifying. However, facing the demonic figure in the sky, although Jiang Chen was shocked, he didn't panic. Everything in the world had a form. It was just that he couldn't be obsessed with it. Wasn't this demonic figure in the sky a demon in his heart? Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably clear. Facing the demonic figure in the sky that would definitely see the light of day, he kept trying to purify it. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As the demonic figure in the sky grew larger, Jiang Chen rapidly flew away. However, he still couldn't escape from the demonic figure's control. It was just like how the Monkey King couldn't escape from the palm of the Gautama Buddha no matter what. Jiang Chen was suffering unspeakably. His strength became weaker and weaker. At this moment, facing the attack of Mo Xian, Jiang Chen was already powerless to reverse the situation. Everything is just an illusion. The demonic figure is only a reflection of my soul. Soul-stealing divine art, soul-stealing soul. With a thought, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. As the soul was being stolen, the demonic figure in the sky finally collapsed and disappeared. Jiang Chen used his Supreme Monarch realm spiritual energy to break the demonic figure in the sky. At that moment, Mo Xian's face turned completely pale. There was even a trace of despair in his eyes. How could this fellow be so strong? Jiang Chen had a defeated expression. The essence in his body was flowing away. It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. The spiritual energy in his body could barely maintain the current situation. At the last moment, the soul-stealing divine art had saved Jiang Chen and defeated Mo Xian. Mo Xian didn't dare to believe this scene. Facing his demonic figure in the sky, Jiang Chen actually defeated it. All of this was like an unbelievable dream. Mo Xian vomited a mouthful of blood. His eyes dimmed as he staggered away. He seemed extremely sorrowful. Jiang Chen stood proudly. Even though he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, Jiang Chen still stood proudly and resolutely when facing Mo Xian. I will definitely return the humiliation I suffered today. Dragon tribe, what a dragon tribe. I, Mo Xian, will remember you. Jiang Chen, let's meet again on the Evil Spirit Island. The strength of the demonic figure clan isn't bad. It looks like you have lost in this battle. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Mo Xian didn't know Jiang Chen's strength. The torrential spiritual energy from before was unleashed by Jiang Chen. Mo Xian was extremely shocked. An Emperor realm's spiritual energy is really terrifying. Mo Xian knew that he had already fallen into a hopeless situation. If he didn't leave now, he might really become a rotten fish and become one with those rotten life forms. Mo Xian's figure changed. He turned into a demonic figure and fled rapidly. He unleashed his fastest speed. It was hard to find him in a short period of time. Chapter 35-27. Qing Xian and Long Ying's faces changed as they ran towards Jiang Chen. Only then did they realize that Jiang Chen was fine. It's just that his body was exhausted and his strength was exhausted. That's why he was in such a state. They heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that he's fine. That Mo Xian is too terrifying. Qing Xian said in a deep voice. It wasn't good news for the entire dragon clan. Mo Xian's strength was on par with Jiang Chen's. In the end, both of them were heavily injured. This fellow from the Demon Shadow clan must have come prepared. Looks like there are more people that they need to be careful of. Long Ying nodded her head silently. Although she was eccentric and kind-hearted, it didn't mean that she was stupid. The Demon Shadow Guard and Mo Xian from before had put the Dragon Clan in an extremely dangerous situation. Most importantly, the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan were eyeing them covetously. The Demon Shadow Guard was actually together with AO Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Clan. This time, the Dragon Clan might not be able to take the crown of the Rising Dragon Banquet as easily as before. Long Ying's expression was solemn as her beautiful eyes flickered. This battle was supposed to be her battle. However, it made things so difficult for Jiang Chen, causing him to be heavily injured. Long Ying was extremely grateful for Jiang Chen. What should we do now? Let's wait for Jiang Chen to wake up. At least wait for his strength to recover before we make any plans. Qing Xian and Long Ying looked at each other. That was the only thing they could do. 3 days later, Jiang Chen finally woke up. Qing Xian and Long Ying were extremely shocked. After 3 days, when Jiang Chen woke up, he was like a butterfly that broke out of its cocoon. His strength had completely recovered to its peak. What a monster! Long Ying chuckled as she looked at Jiang Chen in shock. He actually recovered from such a heavy injury in such a short period of time. How long have I been unconscious? Jiang Chen frowned. 3 days. Qing Xian said. So long. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. If he had entered the Zulong Tower before he fainted, he might have recovered in 30 minutes. Unexpectedly, he had fainted for 3 days. However, the body of Myriad Chi had completely recovered its strength in 3 days. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the Divine Emperor realm, it would take him a long time to recover completely. You call this long? Do you really think you're an indestructible Iron Man? Longing rolled her eyes and said. We should also continue towards Evil Spirit Island. There's still half a month left, so it should be 3 months. If I can get more flying eagle fish's spirit fish paste, that would be even better. Jiang Chen did not continue to talk to Longing. He looked serious as he thought about Evil Spirit Island. The 2 ladies nodded in silence. What Jiang Chen said was right. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them set off again. Jiang Chen and the others traveled tens of thousands of miles, but they did not encounter any flying eagle fish. Jiang Chen was quite disappointed. There were only a dozen flying eagle fish, which was not a large number. It was still unknown whether they could stand firm on Evil Spirit Island or not. When the 3 of them arrived at an area where storms gathered, they suddenly found traces of a few flying eagle fish. Looks like these fellas are all here. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more playful. God would not disappoint those who are willing. They finally showed up. Yeah, it seems like the place where the storms gathered really attracted a few flying eagle fish. We should really go and take a look. Longing was eager to give it a try, a smile on the corner of her mouth. The 3 of them didn't stop and continued forward. Could this be the lair of the flying eagle fish? Qing Xian thought. However, the 3 of them arrived in the blink of an eye. The place where the terrifying storms gathered was filled with a whirlpool that was extremely terrifying. Even a Divine Emperor expert had to treat it seriously, not daring to be careless. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He suddenly realized that in the storm, a figure was fighting with dozens of flying eagle fish. The scene was spectacular, and that figure was Long Yu, whom Jiang Chen had seen before. Around Long Yu, there were flying eagle fish constantly attacking him. The attacks of dozens of flying eagle fish were extremely ferocious, and it was impossible to defend against them. However, they were facing Long Yu, an elite of the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. Even in the storm whirlpool, he still stood proudly with an imposing manner. It's him. Longing also discovered Long Inyue's figure. In the endless storm, even she was afraid of the slightest thing, but Long Inyue was in the storm, constantly contending with dozens of eagle fish. His terrifying side made people shiver in fear. Only such an expert was worthy of being called the #1 youth of the Dragon Clan. What should we do? Should we make a move? Qing Xian asked in a low voice. She did not care about Long Yu's life or death because she wanted the flying eagle fish more. Let's watch first. Jiang Chen said. At this moment, Longing also did not make a move. She stood behind Jiang Chen and watched silently. As the number of flying eagle fish increased, the number of sea demons gathered around Long Inyue also increased. In the storm, the flying eagle fish were like carps crossing the river. In less than an incense stick's time, there were already over 100 of them. At this time, Long Inyue's strength was clearly strained. Although he could still handle it, it was extremely difficult. Jiang Chen watched silently as Long Yu fought more than 100 flying eagle fish alone. After a long time, he finally felt the pressure. Behind him, dozens of flying eagle fish were also appearing one after another. The surrounding flying eagle fish were all gathering together, and the scene was quite chaotic. Qing Xian and Long Ying were dumbfounded as they watched the scene. This time, they felt a chill down their spine and their scalp tingling. These flying eagle fish were basically late hierarch and peak divine emperor realm experts. However, their speed and the power that they could unleash in the underwater world were quite strong. They were definitely equivalent to a half-step divine emperor expert. Moreover, their speed was so fast that no one could catch up to them. Long Yu's heart was filled with battle intent, but he still could not catch up to them. Chapter 35-28. Where did these flying eagle fish come from? They look like rabid dogs. Long Yinue has already become everyone's target. Qing Xian's expression turned solemn as he could not help but be astonished. Even Long Yinue did not know how long he could last against so many flying eagle fish. If this continued, his situation would become extremely difficult, and he might even die a graveless death by the flying eagle fish. Who knew that the saying that ants could kill an elephant when there were enough of them was not groundless? Big brother Jiang Qin, please save his life. After all, he's a member of my dragon clan. Long Yinue spoke in a low voice. She knew that Long Yinue was extremely disdainful of Jiang Qin, and that the members of the dragon clan were not very friendly towards him. Asking Jiang Qin to help at this time was indeed a little too much. All right. Jiang Qin glanced at Long Yinue, but did not say anything else. Jiang Qin knew that Long Yinue was an incomparably kind girl. Although she did not like Long Yinue, as a member of the same clan, she could not just watch as Long Yinue was surrounded and killed by so many flying eagle fish. Long Yinue's kindness slightly moved Qing Xian. Such a personality was acceptable in the dragon clan, but once she was involved in a conspiracy, she would be the most vulnerable person. Once she left the dragon clan, she would be easily deceived and harmed. Kindness was not the best. Humans were humans because they had to be kind in their hearts, but if they were too kind, others might think that they were easy to bully. Long Yinue was such a person. Jiang Qin did not say anything else and immediately helped the dragon clan in battle. In her opinion, this was all for Long Yinue. Otherwise, big brother Jiang Qin's decisive character would not have so easily taken action. Once he took action, there was a possibility that he would be trapped. Throwing his life away to save others was not a good idea. Over 200 flying eagle fish had already charged into the storm. Long Yinue's injuries were gradually worsening, and he was already beginning to show signs of exhaustion. No one knew just how many flying eagle fish there were in the surroundings. Once Jiang Qin joined in and was entangled, the result would be unimaginable. Big brother Jiang Qin, you have to think it through. Qing Xian reminded. Jiang Qin nodded heavily. We can't just leave him to die, right? Let's observe the situation first. After all, he's Yingue's brother. Jiang Qin's words moved Long Yinue even more. If she were to make a move to save Long Yinue at this moment, it would be no different from taking chestnuts out of the fire. It was very likely that she would be injured. Jiang Qin did not hesitate to make a move, which was enough to show how much he valued her in his heart. It doesn't feel good to be surrounded by so many flying eagle fish. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Long Yinue's entire body shook, and he abruptly turned to look at Jiang Qin. If you're here to watch the show, then don't make any more sarcastic remarks. Long Yinue said in a low voice. However, he was secretly delighted, because with Long Yinue here, she would definitely not just stand by and watch. Jiang Qin would definitely make a move as well. With the three of them working together, they would definitely be able to help him escape from the abyss of suffering. Right now, his situation was already quite difficult, and it was very likely that he would be forced to death by so many flying eagle fish. However, with Long Yinue here and this so-called 9th-level bloodline power guy, Long Yinue's body trembled, and hope rose. A cooked duck is still as stubborn as ever. Jiang Qin smiled and shook his head, but he did not mind. After all, he was giving face to Long Yinue, so there was no need to say anything to Long Yinue. Jiang Qin naturally saw that Long Yinue was so crazy that he wanted to suppress him in one go, not allowing him to do anything. The more flying eagle fish he killed, the more he would obtain. It would be impossible for Jiang Qin to steal his limelight. Chapter 35-29. But for now, Jiang Qin didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to kill these flying eagle fish as soon as possible and escape with his life. Qing Xian and Long Ying didn't show any weakness. The two girls weren't willing to drag Jiang Qin down, so they fought with all their might and didn't hold back at all. The four of them fought with their lives on the line, causing the flying eagle fish to scatter like birds and beasts. More than half of the flying eagle fish were slain by them, and the remaining flying eagle fish quickly fled when they saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Jiang Qin and Long Yingyue were practically equal, and the number of flying eagle fish they killed was also about the same. The storm gradually calmed, and the surrounding flying eagle fish also fell into the underwater world, continuously collected by Jiang Qin and Long Yingyue. Long Yingyue glared at Jiang Qin with extreme jealousy. Those flying eagle fish should have been his, but Jiang Qin had taken them away. As the storm stopped and the dust settled, the surrounding flying eagle fish either died or ran away. In the end, of the 200 or so flying eagle fish, Jiang Qin killed 72, Long Yingyue killed 68, and Qing Xian and Long Ying killed around 20 each. The flying eagle fish that escaped were the minority in the end. The surrounding sea was dyed red with blood. Jiang Qin and the others stopped fighting. They'd finally chased away all the flying eagle fish, and the curtains fell on this battle of life and death. Many thanks, Long Yingyue said in a low voice. He looked at Jiang Qin with a calm expression, but there wasn't the slightest trace of gratitude. His arrogant attitude was still the same as before, as if he didn't want to associate himself with the common people. Jiang Qin snorted disdainfully, but he couldn't be bothered to lower himself to his level. Now that all the flying eagle fish had died, Long Yingyue could be considered to have profited from their misfortune. Previously, he'd been too careless to enter the school of flying eagle fish, which had resulted in him suffering heavy injuries and narrowly escaping death. At this moment, there was no longer any pressure from before. I don't dare to compliment your gratitude at all, Jiang Qin said with a smile. What else do you want? Do you want me to kowtow? 3 bows and 9 kowtows, Long Yu said disdainfully. Qing Xian's eyes turned cold as her brows tightly knitted together. Even Long Ying felt a little awkward. Long Yingyue's arrogance made others feel extremely uncomfortable. Furthermore, it was towards her benefactor, so it was really inexcusable. Long Ying didn't even dare to look at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't think there was anything wrong with Long Yingyue's domineering attitude, but his overbearing attitude made people jealous and uncomfortable. Are these the so-called experts of the Dragon Clan? I really didn't expect it to be so laughable. Is this how you Dragon Clan treat your benefactor? Filled with mockery and disdain. Return evil for good. Ha ha ha, I really don't dare to compliment you. Qing Xian couldn't stand it any longer. Big brother Jiang Qin had helped him walk out of a desperate situation, yet he still said such heart-wrenching words at this time. How could this be explained away by saying that he didn't know any better? He was simply an idiot who didn't know what was good for him. What was the point of saving such a person? Long Yingyue glanced at Qing Xian, snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, I, Long Yingyue, have always done things my own way. I do things my own way. Who do you think you are? What does it have to do with you? Jiang Qin's face gradually darkened. His help had been met with cold mockery. The anger in his heart had already started to burn. Long Ying tightly held on to Jiang Qin's hand. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would have already lost his temper. Now that the 3-month deadline was almost up, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to gather any more winged eagle fish no matter what, but Long Yingyue wanted him to summon all of them. This was a fatal blow to Jiang Qin. No. Brother Jiang Qin, you can't trust him. Chapter 35-30. Long Yu's desperate counterattack was a result that no one expected, including Jiang Qin. If there was still a shred of humanity left in him, perhaps he wouldn't have done such a thing. Just a second ago, he was his benefactor, and in the next second, he was waving his sword. It chilled one's heart and made one feel suffocated. At this moment, the one in the most difficult situation was none other than Long Yin. She was like an idiot. After saving Long Yu, she was threatened by him. This was the irony of Demon University. She didn't even have the face to stand beside Big Brother Jiang Qin. Long Yu, what are you doing? If it wasn't for us, you would have been dead. You actually want to fight us? Long Yin berated, her face full of anger. Long Yu's actions were a disgrace to her and the entire dragon clan. Ha ha ha, so what? Do you really think I, Long Yu, am indebted to you? If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Didn't you attack for the flying eagle fish? Don't make yourself out to be so noble. Do you really think you're pure? I, Long Yu, have never liked to receive favors from others, and even more so, I don't like being threatened. So, I can only strike first. Long Yu said Lang Lang. He didn't care about Jiang Qin and Long Yin at all. This was his way of doing things, and it was also his rule of survival. Other than himself, he couldn't trust anyone. You lunatic, bastard, you're simply unreasonable. Sooner or later, you'll be caught in your own web. Long Yu. Quickly, let Qingxian go. Long Yin was still feeling guilty. She shouted in a low voice. Her delicate voice, however, became unusually sonorous at this moment. I should be the one saying these words to you. You're helping an outsider. Shouldn't you stand by my side unconditionally at a time like this? I'm a member of the Dragon Clan. I'm your brother. I'm the person you should choose. Yet, you're standing by his side. Who does he think he is? Do you really think that the power of the 9th level of the bloodline can suppress me? Unless I die, no one will be able to cross over my body. Long Yu was very arrogant and despotic, her face full of arrogance. Looking at Jiang Qin, she didn't have the slightest bit of gratitude, only dissatisfaction, jealousy, and even a trace of jealousy. Why was the woman she loved so much always by his side? All of this caused Long Yinue's expression to darken to the extreme. Why should he be courteous with Jiang Qin? His eyes were especially red when it came to his enemy. So what if he saved him? I didn't ask you to save me. You have two choices now. The first choice is to obediently call out the eagle fish in your hand. As for the second choice, you should be very clear about it, right? Long Yu glanced at Qingxian and smiled at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin also nodded as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. What are you laughing at? Seeing Jiang Qin smile, Long Yinue felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. I'm laughing at you. What you want is not Qingxian's life, but the eagle fish. To me, life is more important than anything else. The eagle fish is just a worldly possession. There's no pity in throwing it away. I hope you won't go back on your word. Jiang Qin said seriously. Good. You're indeed courageous. Ha ha ha, I like it. It's a pity that we can't go all out today. It's not too late to fight another day. Today, I only want the eagle fish. Long Yinue said with a gloomy face. The cold smile on his lips made one's scalp tingle. This guy's strength and methods were both cold-blooded and heartless. Jiang Qin already had a murderous intent towards Long Yinue. As long as you keep your promise, everything is fine. Jiang Qin said plainly. He didn't want Qing Xian to be hurt at this time, otherwise, he would blame himself. All of this happened because he was powerless to change the situation. How was he going to explain this to Tyrant? That was his brother. No matter how angry Jiang Chen was, he silently suppressed it now. It wasn't that Jiang Chen wasn't decisive or ruthless enough. Long Yinue's strength was similar to his. At least, Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to defeat the other. This meant that even if he took action, the situation would be even worse. Long Yinue definitely had the ability to wipe out Qing Xian before he took action. This was what Jiang Chen didn't want to see. Brother Jiang Chen, if you give him all the eagle fish, what will you do? You won't be qualified to attend the Rising Dragon banquet then. Qing Xian was extremely anxious. She knew that Jiang Chen was willing to do this for her. Her heart was filled with gratitude, but he had paid such a huge price. How could Qing Xian be at peace? No need to say more. Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating for Qing Xian to say no more. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and all the eagle fish fell in front of Long Yinue. Long Yinue and Qing Xian bit their lips hard, and their faces were gloomy. However, Jiang Chen was calm and composed. He didn't blame Long Yinue and Qing Xian at all. Even if he gave up all the eagle fish in his hands, he didn't even bat an eyelid. Interesting. Jiang Chen, you've really made me look at you differently. Ha ha ha, I'll accept these eagle fish. I have to thank you for your appearance. Otherwise, it would take me a long time to deal with these guys. You guys are really timely help. Ha ha ha. Long Yinue laughed wildly. This time, no one else would have as many eagle fish as he did. Long Yinue could laugh proudly. Jiang Chen didn't bother with this madman. After all the eagle fish were taken away by Long Yinue, he had no time to care about Qing Xian. At this time, he chose to escape quickly because he didn't want to waste any more time with Jiang Chen and the others. If the three of them joined forces, he would be restricted. Thus, of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Long Yinue didn't have any intention of fighting. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. I hope to see you again on the Evil Spirit Island. Jiang Chen, there will be a battle between you and me. Long Yinue said in a low voice, pointing his sword at Jiang Chen. I don't think there's a need. Today, you can stay here. I, Jiang Chen, am not a person who likes to procrastinate. I always like to finish what I do today. That's why I want to kill you today. A piece of trash like you really makes me feel uncomfortable even when you're alive. Jiang Chen said with a smile, but the coldness in his smile was chilling. Even Long Yinue's face was solemn as he sneered. Chapter 35-31. Jiang Chen had long lost his patience. If he was not worried about the safety of Qing Xian, he would have already made his move. What was the point of saving such a scum? Long Yin's intestines were probably green with regret, but Jiang Chen would not say much, because that would only add to Ying's psychological burden. To her, it would definitely be a very uncomfortable thing. But at this moment, Jiang Chen did not plan to let Long Yu leave just like that. His ultimate goal was to kill him here. Trash should die. Jiang Chen's way of doing things had always been to remove the roots of the weeds. He did not want to leave any trouble behind. Long Yinue repaid kindness with enmity, and even threatened the safety of Qing Xian. Jiang Chen's bottom line had long been trampled by him. Even Long Ying could not help but feel bitter and did not know how to face it. As you wish. Jiang Chen took a step forward, his face was gloomy. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed out. The limitless sword moved horizontally and horizontally, without the slightest bit of mercy. Jiang Chen's first move was an ultimate killing move. The 19th sword was close to perfection. As the sword fell, the void shattered, and the underwater world collapsed. Long Yinhua did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He held the divine spear in his hand, unparalleled in the world, and swung the vast sky, desperately taking on this attack from Jiang Qin. But his face was also extremely pale, and he constantly retreated. The power of the limitless sword, the 19th sword, was evident. Good timing. Long Yinue's eyes brightened with excitement. He originally wanted to let him live, but now it seemed that there was no need to. Facing Jiang Chen's powerful attack, he also became more and more courageous. The divine spear was everywhere, and the spear's shadows were countless. The power of the 19th sword was equally overwhelming. Two incomparably powerful spear radiance and sword radiance intertwined. Long Yinhua was unstoppable, extremely powerful. Compared to Long Ying, and Long Xiaoquan, he was more than 30% stronger. The powerful impact of the two became more and more chaotic, stirring up the underwater world. Even Long Ying, and Qing Xian had to retreat, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Big brother Jiang Qin did it all for me. How do you expect me to repay this favor? Qing Xian murmured. His heart was filled with determination. I should be the one apologizing. I'm the one who harmed you. I didn't expect Long Yu to be such an arrogant person. We saved him, but he repaid evil with kindness. I really shouldn't have saved him. Long Ying said as she blamed herself. Qing Xian shook her head. She was not the kind of woman who would pester others endlessly. It was enough for Long Yinger to feel guilty. Furthermore, she was the person by Big Brother Jiang Chen's side. Even Big Brother Jiang Qin did not say anything. What could she do? In your opinion, what are the chances of Big Brother Jiang Qin winning? Qing Xian asked. It's hard to say. Big Brother Jiang Chen's strength is not bad. However, Long Yu is also the #1 expert of the young generation of the Dragon Clan. His strength is far greater than this. So it's hard to say who will have the last laugh. Long Ying sighed and watched silently. At this time, the battle between Jiang Qin and Long Yu was becoming more and more intense. Both of them were equally matched. Long Yu's strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. He was a little stronger than Jiang Qin. However, the battle between the two did not show too much fluctuation. They were evenly matched. No matter who it was hard to determine the winner. This battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Both of them were getting more and more powerful. Jiang Chen's limitless sword and Long Yu's peerless divine spear. Chapter 35-32. It's that bastard old Taoist. Long Ying was stunned. Could it be that Big Brother Jiang Qin is in cahoots with that old Taoist? Did he save me because he wanted to enter the Dragon Clan as well? However, Long Ying immediately denied it. Jiang Qin risked his life to save her, so how could he be in cahoots with that old Taoist? At this moment, the battle between Jiang Qin and Long Yinhua was still ongoing. Many people had already entered the evil spirit island. Let's see how long you can fight with me. Long Yinhua wanted to leave, but Jiang Qin was staring at him, unwilling to let him go. The two of them could only stay in a stalemate. Fighting is not allowed on the evil spirit island. A deep roar resounded in the sky. An azure-clothed elder raised his hand and a rainbow light flickered, separating Jiang Qin and Long Yinhua. Jiang Qin glanced at the azure-clothed elder. That fellow's strength was extremely terrifying, even reaching the late divine emperor realm. This person should also be a member of the Dragon Clan. Jiang Qin hoped that he could be impartial. Otherwise, even the heavens would not give him any face. Greetings, Elder. Many people of the Dragon Clan silently nodded their heads as they loudly greeted. Jiang Chen and the rest were dumbfounded at this scene. It seemed that they all knew that this was an elder of the Dragon Clan. Compared to the ninth elder, Long Jingze, he was probably stronger and had a higher status. I'm the protector of the evil spirit island, an elder of the Dragon Clan. However, I'm no longer one. I can only be considered as a dying man of the Dragon Clan. The azure-clothed elder said faintly, but his voice was filled with majesty. No one dared to go against him. Jiang Chen and Long Yingyue were separated at this moment. It would be difficult for them to fight again for a while. It seemed that they could only fight for the Sea Heart Lotus. You'll be qualified to enter the final challenge if you have more than 20 flying eagle fish. The azure-clothed elder's words were filled with dominance. No one could doubt his words. However, his words still caused an uproar among the hundreds of people. What? Only 20 flying eagle fish can enter. 20. That's way too harsh, isn't it? Furthermore, you guys didn't say anything about it before this. This is truly a little fucked up. Why is this Rising Dragon banquet so harsh? There are so many people here, but how many of them can kill 20 flying eagle fish? What a pity. I also have 18 flying eagle fish. Some were happy, while others were sad. There were no more than 100 people who had more than 20 eagle fish. At this moment, Long Yu was the first to step forward. With nearly 200 eagle fish, no one could compete with him. This was also the qualification to enter the final challenge. One after another, people displayed 20 flying eagle fish and were allowed by the green-robed old man. Qing Xian and Long Ying looked at each other. Both of them had over 20 flying eagle fish. It was simply impossible for them to help Jiang Chen gather a portion. If that was the case, Jiang Chen would be isolated, and the final winner would most likely be someone else. I can't accept this. Elder, you guys didn't say that 19 flying eagle fish couldn't enter and participate in the final fight. This isn't fair. There were dozens of people who had killed 19 flying eagle fish, but the final result was shocking. They had all lost the qualification to participate in the final battle. Wasn't this too depressing? Some were even unwilling to accept it. Yeah, we can't accept this, we can't accept it, Elder. Could it be that the way your Dragon Clan handles things is so unsatisfactory? More and more people stood up. Many of them raised their heads in anticipation. They had already been eliminated before the real battle had even begun. Who would feel good about this? Jiang Chen silently looked at these people, standing with his arms crossed. He wanted to hear how this so-called elder of the Dragon Clan would deal with it. You overestimate yourself. Humph, the green-robed old man snorted coldly, then squinted his eyes and said coldly. I can let all of you enter, but it's very likely that only these few of you will survive. Because only by obtaining enough flying eagle fish and obtaining their spiritual fish ointment can you use to enter the final battle. Without enough spiritual fish ointment, you will only die in there, and you won't even be able to reach the end of the final battle. There are incomparably thrilling dangers in the Sea Heart Pillar, and no one can avoid them. Without the spiritual fish ointment, you won't be able to avoid the attacks of those sea monsters, nor will you be able to resist the crisis of obtaining the Sea Heart Lotus. I can let all of you enter, but if you die, don't blame me for not warning you. Without enough spiritual fish ointment, you will die a tragic death. The green-robed old man's words made everyone come to a sudden realization. Some people's faces twitched, some people were still full of confidence and wanted to find out the truth, and some people were afraid of what Elder Yi had said. That was why they were in an awkward situation. Damn! I'd like to see if my dozen flying eagle fish can make it to the end. Yeah, I don't believe it either. Don't tell me that my 19 spiritual fish ointment can't make it through. Must it be 20? Forget it, I'll learn from the mistakes of others. I'd better choose to retreat. After all, nothing is more important than living. After the green-robed elder finished speaking, there were still more than half of the people who chose to follow him. In their eyes, they were here for the rising dragon banquet. If they were to fail at this time and become cowardly before the battle, how sad would that be for them? For the sake of their sects, for the sake of their clans, and for the sake of their beliefs, many people who had exceeded 10 spiritual fish ointments continued forward without stopping at all. Brother Jiangqin, each of us will give you 10 flying eagle fish. In that case, let's go in together. Qing Xian said. Jiangqin waved his hand. Just as the green-robed old man said, this was a life-saving treasure. Even if he didn't want it, Jiangqin wouldn't gamble with their lives. Would he still be a man if he did that? Don't say any more. It's settled. Let's go, you don't have to worry. Jiangqin said with a smile. But, longing, still wanted to insist, but Jiangqin was more determined than her. Don't worry. So what if I don't have the spiritual fish ointment? I'll see who can do anything to me. Ha! Jiangqin shrugged and said with a calm face. However, Qing Xian and Longing were extremely worried. Jiangqin took a step forward and wanted to join the group, but he was stopped by the green-robed old man. Chapter 35-33. The green-clothed elder looked at Jiangqin with a disdainful smile. There seemed to be some disdain between his eyebrows because the person Jiangqin pointed at was a genius disciple of the Dragon Clan. Doesn't this mean that the Dragon Clan has to bear the accusation of being an unjust person? The green-clothed elder and Jiangqin looked at each other. Jiangqin was not afraid at all. So what if he's an elder of the Dragon Clan? So what if he's a late divine emperor? You can't kill me, can you? Even Longing felt that something was wrong with the confrontation between the two of them. The light and shadow of the sword in their eyes were shocking. Brother Jiangqin was simply fearless, as if he didn't care about anyone. However, it was because of this that he was domineering and arrogant, but not arrogant. At least, compared to Long Yinyue, Brother Jiangqin was much better. Long Yinyue's actions were simply infuriating. Jiangqin had already given the order to kill that guy, and no one could stop him. If you're really capable, I have nothing to say if you take the first place. The green-clothed elder said faintly as the sneer on his face became more intense. Elder, has anyone entered the pillar of the sea's heart without the spiritual fish ointment? Longing asked in a low voice. Yes, but they're all dead. None of them survived. The green-clothed elder looked at Jiangqin coldly. Then I, Jiangqin, might be the first in history. Jiangqin said, unconvinced. I'll wait and hope that you'll have the last laugh. You can enter without the spiritual fish ointment, but your life and death are not in your hands. Don't blame me for not telling you. The pillar of the sea's heart in front is connected to the sky. Storms gather all year round. Below the pillar of the sea's heart is connected to the unknown space under the evil spirit island. Your spiritual fish ointment is a treasure that connects life and death. Without it, it's impossible to come out from there. The green-robed old man said coldly. However, his tone was incomparably cold. The life and death of these people had nothing to do with him. Even if none of them survived, he wouldn't care. Jiangqin narrowed his eyes and his heart was as calm as still water. This spiritual fish ointment should be used to prevent demonic beasts or other dangers from getting close to him. Now that Jiangqin had nothing else, he could only go alone. Seeing more and more people rapidly entering, the ocean's core pillar that rose to the sky was like a ray of rainbow light. Many people in the surroundings clicked their tongues in wonder. Connecting the sea and the sky, it caused people to gasp in amazement. The rotating storm that rushed to the sky from the island was like a natural barrier, isolating the ocean's core pillar from the outside world. What exactly is beneath the sea heart pillar? No one knows. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go. We have to go down anyway. Ha ha ha, what are you afraid of? That's true. We've already come this far. How can we turn back? Life or death, success or failure, it all depends on this. If we retreat now, won't we be laughed at by others? Before Jiang Qin, almost 70% of the people chose to enter the ocean's core pillar. Even those who didn't reach 20 spiritual fish ointments also went forward. Only about 30% of them chose to stay here because the green-robed old man's words weren't groundless. Some people admitted that they weren't strong enough, while others knew that they hadn't reached the threshold, so they chose to stay here quietly. Perhaps the final victor had nothing to do with them, but they would be able to preserve their lives and they wouldn't have to fight for the first place. Long Ying, and Qing Xian stood in front of Jiang Qin. One step and they would be able to enter the ocean's core pillar. However, they were worried that Jiang Qin would lose his life, so they had to share some of the spiritual fish ointments with Jiang Qin. However, how could Jiang Qin's determination be shaken by them? How could he use other people's lives as a wager? Whether it was success or failure, Jiang Qin would be able to hold on to his life. With the myriad Qi cauldron and the Zulong Tower, and in the territory of the ancestral Dragon Emperor, Jiang Qin wouldn't die so easily. Even without the spiritual fish ointments, he would still dare to take the risk. He, Jiang Qin, had died more than 100 times. If he was afraid of the slightest thing, he wouldn't be able to live until today. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Jiang Qin pushed both of his hands, pushing Qing Xian and Long Ying into the ocean's core pillar. Why? You don't dare to come. If you're afraid, maybe we won't have the chance to fight again. Long Yu looked at Jiang Qin with an incomparably provocative smile. It was to lure Jiang Qin into the ocean's core pillar with him. The unknown danger must be quite terrifying. Just like what the green-robed elder said, those without enough spiritual fish ointments would definitely die if they entered the ocean's core pillar. No one could be an exception. Then wash your neck and wait for me. Jiang Qin said indifferently, looking at Long Yu. Long Yu sneered and ignored Jiang Qin. Did this guy really dare to step into the ocean's core pillar? Almost no one believed it. However, the next moment, Jiang Qin did something that made everyone's scalp numb. He resolutely stepped into the ocean's core pillar and took the ocean heart lotus. Hua, a single stone raised 1,000 ripples. The remaining half of the crowd all revealed expressions of shock. Jiang Qin hadn't made a fool of himself in the end and had truly chosen to enter. However, he didn't have any spirit fish ointment. This guy won't really die here, will he? It's hard to say, because the elder already said that no one can leave here alive. Without the spiritual fish ointments, death is certain. There will always be some people who don't know what's good for them and want to challenge the authority of history. However, their ending will probably not be surprising. I hope so. I'm very curious. Without the spiritual fish ointments, will this guy really dare to be so arrogant? The dragon race asking us to collect the spiritual fish ointments from the flying eagle fish shouldn't be without reason. At this time, it seems that we should carefully consider it. No one was optimistic about Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin didn't give them any chance to doubt him. This was Jiang Qin, the Jiang Qin who didn't walk the normal path. I want to see how you'll come out alive. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no one to blame for this, the green-robed elder said with a smile. The green-clothed old man said with a smile. His eyes were calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. In his opinion, Jiang Qin was already a dead man. Even he would not dare to go deep into the ocean core pillar without enough spiritual fish ointment. It was no different from seeking death. Chapter 35-34. When Jiangchen entered the ocean's core pillar, he was being roasted by the blazing flame within the ocean's core pillar. He could not see any flame nor feel any fire source, but it was so hot that it made his body tremble. That kind of heat came from the bottom of his heart. It was something that he could not predict. What a terrifying heat! No wonder. Jiangchen frowned as sweat dripped down his face. However, with the protection of the azure lotus star flame, the karmic fire of the red lotus, and the hellfire of hell, Jiangchen was not afraid of the flame. Therefore, even if Jiangchen did not have the protection of the spiritual fish ointment, he was still fine. He could only feel the heat burning his body, that's all. However, at the same time, the surrounding people's faces looked terrible. Obviously, they were being corroded by the intense and scorching heat wave in the ocean's core pillar. What a terrifying heat wave! Quickly, apply the spiritual fish ointment on your body, someone said with a frightened face. Everyone followed suit and applied the spiritual fish ointment on their body. Only then did they feel a little cool. The invisible heat wave had also subsided a little. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they could not find out where the terrifying heat wave came from. They could not even find out where it came from. One should know that the people there were all late hierarch realm experts. Some were even divine emperor realm experts. However, it was still quite difficult for them. The feeling of being burned by the heat wave and having their hearts devoured by the raging fire frightened everyone. They did not know how long they could last without the spiritual fish ointment. However, at this moment, Jiangchen was still an exception. Although his face was full of sweat, it was a natural reaction. In fact, he was not that hot. He could withstand the azure lotus star flame and the hellfire could not do anything to him. What was there for him to be afraid of? But in the eyes of those people, their faces were filled with solemnity. Jiangchen was simply a monstrous existence. Without the spiritual fish ointment, how could he survive in such a heat wave? However, in less than an hour, the spirit fish ointment on their bodies had already melted and been completely used up. They had to spit on it again to reduce the feeling of being swallowed by the heat wave. As for Jiangchen, he was completely unscathed as he walked on. Only his sweat kept dripping down, and he was calm and composed. The interior of the sea core pillar was like a 1,000 feet wide original heart connecting divine pillar. There was a spiraling tunnel along its edge. At the middle of the sea core pillar, there were numerous flame light figures that rose and sank, causing one to not dare to approach. Even deep within it, it was incomparably hot. Jiangchen's mind stirred, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Just like before, there's someone familiar following me. Jiangchen was not sure, but the ominous premonition in his heart was real. He believed that he would not be wrong. At this moment, Qing Xian and Long Ying met Jiangchen again. They were extremely worried when they saw Jiangchen, who was sweating profusely. Little did they know that Jiangchen's situation was probably much better than theirs. Even with the spiritual fish ointment, they still needed to use the divine origin energy in their bodies to resist the corrosion of the heat wave. However, Jiangchen did not need to use it at all. He only had some sweat on his body, and he was fine. Big brother Jiangchen, are you really alright? Long Ying confirmed again and again. She felt extremely bitter in her heart, but Jiangchen still shook his head. Look, it's actually the end below. Isn't this magma? Could it be that this is the core of the evil spirit island? Someone could not help but exclaim. As they came before the magma, the rate at which the spiritual fish ointment on their bodies melted and was consumed became faster and faster. Those who only had a few or even a dozen spiritual fish ointment on their bodies all had ashen expressions. Some of them even had the intention to retreat. Without the spiritual fish ointment, it was impossible for them to survive in the sea core pillar. Moreover, they had already reached the end of the magma. Waves of fire gushed out, reaching several feet high, causing the surrounding people's faces to turn pale. No one dared to take the next step. "Let me try." At this moment, Long Xiaoquan took a step forward. As a member of the dragon clan, he was naturally duty-bound. If he was timid at this time, wouldn't he be a joke to others? Long Xiaoquan's face was solemn. His entire body was covered in spiritual fish ointment. Under everyone's gaze, he actually leaped into the magma and filled it with a gasp. However, Long Xiaoquan directly plunged into the magma and frantically rushed down. However, in the next second, he was deterred by more than 10 terrifying auras. He flew backward and quickly left the magma. At this moment, the spiritual fish ointment on his body had been used up. Waves of surging heat waves attacked him again. Long Xiaoquan's face was full of fear. Everyone looked at him, not understanding what was going on. "What's going on, Xiaoquan?" Long Yingyue said in a deep voice. "There are monsters under this magma. If we want to continue forward, it seems that we can only go through the magma." Long Xiaoquan grinned and said. His rather young face was full of horror. "What monsters are there?" Long Yingyue asked. "It's hard to say, but it's not weak. It's actually a late hierarch realm. Moreover, it's extremely fast in the magma like a python. If I didn't escape in time, I'm afraid my head would have been separated from my body." Long Xiaoquan said with lingering fear. He could not tell what was under the magma. However, if he was entangled under the magma, he might have died. There would always be a moment when the spiritual fish ointment was used up. Dozens of people shook their heads helplessly and gave up moving forward. A wise man submits to circumstances because they knew that they were not strong enough. They were a late hierarch realm and did not have enough spiritual fish ointment. How could they enter? If they fought with those big shots, they might be buried on the way before they could see what the sea heart lotus looked like. "I don't care. I'm going first. I don't want to die in this damn place. I don't want the sea heart lotus anymore." A silhouette soared into the sky. At this moment, more and more people followed after him, not intending to dive any further. At least, the terrifying magma had forced many of them to retreat. The weakest among the remaining people was a half-step divine emperor. There were only about 100 of them left. However, everyone was trembling in fear, not knowing what would happen next. "I don't believe it." Long Yingyue stood proudly and said in a low voice. He snorted coldly and covered his whole body with spiritual fish ointment. In the magma, there was a burst of fire rain that splashed out. "I'm going to have a look too." Chapter 35-35. Jiangchen did not have the spiritual fish ointment with him, but the magma could not do anything to him. Jiangchen dived down after entering the magma. As expected, there were more than a dozen late hierarch realm demonic beasts attacking Long Yu in a frenzy. As soon as Jiangchen entered, those demonic beasts split up and attacked him. However, Jiangchen did not hold back at all. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Even in the magma, he was fearless and fought the demonic beasts. Long Yu was much better than Jiangchen had imagined. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. After all, he had a lot of spiritual fish ointment. After taking half of his, he was not afraid of the magma at all and started fighting the demonic beasts. At this moment, Long Yingyue and Qing Xian also jumped into the magma without hesitation. AO impermanence, AO lie, and more people entered the magma. They wanted to see what was under the magma. As the number of people increased, the number of demonic beasts in the magma increased as well. From a dozen to a few hundred, then 1,000. All of them were late hierarch realm demonic beasts. They were densely packed as they swarmed forward one after another. Jiang Chen's soul sense swept through the entire magma. He felt a chill in the deeper part of the magma. In other words, there must be a way under the magma. Jiang Chen repelled the demonic beasts in the magma and rushed down with all his might. After feeling Jiang Chen's abnormality, more and more people started to follow Jiang Chen's example. However, some people could not get rid of the demonic beasts in the magma. They were like giant pythons in the magma, causing those below the divine emperor realm to suffer. In the end, some people stayed in the magma forever. Jiang Chen had traversed tens of miles in the magma. Under the tens of thousands of meters deep magma, the cold air was getting colder and colder. Jiang Chen knew that as long as they could get through the magma layer, they would be safe. Out of the hundreds of people, only a few dozen were left after they passed through the magma layer. Many of them were entangled by the demonic beasts in the magma and were unable to escape. It was equivalent to being trapped in a dangerous place. Jiang Chen had the azure lotus starfire to protect his body, but they did not. The attack of thousands of demonic beasts was not a joke. Dozens of demonic beasts surrounded them, and even Long Xiaoquan was almost killed. However, they had no choice but to charge all the way down while dismissing the surrounding magma demonic beasts. In this magma, the amount of spiritual fish ointment consumed was also increasing. Those who had less than 20 spiritual fish ointment also began to worry. For them, it was already difficult to advance or retreat. Even if they wanted to leave, it would not be that easy. Jiang Chen and Long Yinue took the lead and rushed to the front. Even Long Yinue was depressed. Was this guy really made of King Kong? You're not even afraid of this lava. Moreover, this was not ordinary magma. From the number of demonic beasts under the magma, one could feel that this was not a good place. And Jiang Chen rode ahead at an astonishing speed. As long as the surrounding demonic beasts came close, they would all be killed by Jiang Chen's sword. Long Yinue gritted his teeth. He was incomparably angry in his heart. He could not let Jiang Chen suppress him. Finally, after crossing 30 miles, Jiang Chen finally felt the chill under the deep sea. This magma was finally coming to an end. Seeing that victory was right in front of them, after rushing out of the magma, there would definitely be a different scene. However, Jiang Chen felt a huge sense of oppression shrouding them. Not only him, but everyone had the same feeling. The pressure seemed to fall from the sky, making it impossible to trace. And under the magma under Jiang Chen, it actually formed a purple-red divine dragon. Its body was 100 feet long, twisting the heaven and earth. It hovered at the final underground exit, as if blocking in front of them. A giant fire dragon. Jiang Chen frowned, a little confused. Could it be that the giant fire dragon of the Dragon Clan still lived here? Could it be a test set by the Dragon Clan? This is an ancient giant fire dragon. Long Xiaoquan sucked in a cold breath. This is Elder Ao Yen of our Dragon Clan. He was sealed on the Evil Spirit Island for more than 1,000,000 years. It is said that he was one of the main culprits of the Dragon Clan's rebellion, and also the most sinful member of the Dragon Clan. Ao Lai's voice was incomparably low. Everyone fell silent. The elder of the Dragon Clan, Ao Yen. The traitor of the Dragon Clan. What? The traitor of the Dragon Clan. How is this possible? Being suppressed here, how can he still be so powerful? Trapping us here. It's hard to say. The Almighty of the Dragon Clan used to be the true pride of the heavens. In the Archean era, there were very few people who could compete with the Dragon Clan. I have also heard that something shocking happened in the Dragon Clan, but it was suppressed by the ancestral Dragon Emperor in the end. Sigh, it's really hard to say. If it's really some Almighty of the Dragon Clan from the Archean era, our current situation will be worrying. What are you afraid of? Even if it's him, he has been suppressed for countless years. His strength has been exhausted, and the seal has not been removed. No matter how strong he is, he can't reverse the situation and escape. Many people were worried. After all, the ancestors of the dragon clan from millions of years ago were all almighty that shocked the world. The crime of being a traitor of the dragon clan was not something that anyone could bear. To be sealed here, it meant that his strength was incomparably strong. Even killing him would be quite difficult. If this person is really the ancestor of the dragon clan, then this time, I must save him. Ao Lai said with a cold smile, as if he was not afraid of the blazing dragon. The ancestor of the Ao clan, Ao Yen, was a totem bearer of the fire dragon clan. To think that he was actually suppressed here. Seems like the dragon clan is really a pity. Since when did ancestor Ao Yen become a traitor of the dragon clan? Ao Impermanence also snorted. Obviously, he was full of respect for the ancestor of the Ao clan, and he even wanted to help him to escape. Jiang Chen frowned. At this moment, no one could tell whether Ao Yen was good or bad. There must be a reason why he was suppressed here. No matter how strong he was in the past, the current him was stronger than them, but it didn't mean that he couldn't be defeated. Obviously, there weren't many people who knew about this legend. However, the giant flaming dragon that was hovering in front of them was a real existence. It made them feel extremely pressured. Jiang Qin even felt that his spiritual strength couldn't suppress this giant flaming dragon. What does the matter of the ancestor have to do with us? Let's get rid of the blazing dragon first, and leave this place. This magma is not a good place to be. Long Yu's eyes were cold, and he rushed towards the blazing dragon. This was the last layer of defense, no one could stop him. Chapter 35-36. The appearance of the giant flaming dragon caused everyone to shrink back. Their hearts were filled with heaviness. The terror of the giant flaming dragon caused their scalps to go numb. The flames that could burn one's soul caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. Long Yinue was the first to attack, and Jiang Qin was not to be outdone. Experts after experts attacked against the wind. Facing the giant flaming dragon that was guarding under the magma, they did not hesitate at all. They were racing against time and were extremely careful, afraid that they would be devoured by the giant flaming dragon. The consumption of the spiritual fish ointment was increasing. Many people were already feeling uneasy. Once the spiritual fish ointment was used up, they would be sealed here forever. The scorching magma and blazing flames would completely devour them. Even their souls were no exception. The taste of fresh blood is filled with desire. A low voice filled everyone's ears. That heavy and ruthless tone seemed to be destroying everyone's heart step by step. Long Xiaoquan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Together with Long Yinue, he resisted the giant flaming dragon. However, the giant flaming dragon seemed to be extremely berserk. It constantly attacked the experts. Ferocious flames spewed from its mouth, as if it could burn everything. Long Xiaoquan could not avoid it in time and was engulfed by the flames from the giant flaming dragon's mouth. In an instant, his body and soul were destroyed. At the same time, there were several people who were all divine emperor experts. They did not manage to escape. Facing such a terrifying flame power, even Long Yinue and the others were left in the dust. Xiaoquan! Long Ying-er cried out in surprise. A cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she looked at the scene in disbelief. Without any warning, Long Xiaoquan had already fallen and disappeared into the magma, leaving not a single trace. Long Yinue's expression gradually turned cold. He retreated in order to advance. He did not seem to have much emotional fluctuations. From his point of view, this was a reflection of his lack of strength. If he died, then so be it. There was nothing to feel pity about. However, longing was filled with regret for Long Xiaoquan's death. After all, he was once a good friend, a childhood playmate. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace in front of her. It made her feel despair. Jiang Chen looked on helplessly. Long Xiaoquan's death was too sudden. That violent flame dragon was like the king of the 9 heavens, ruling the world, and no one could stand against it. Impermanence and the others retreated to avoid its sharpness. The giant flaming dragon was only a spiritual projection, but it possessed the might of a mid or late divine emperor. The tyrannical aura made everyone unable to contend against it. The death of Long Xiaoquan and the others had taught them a lesson. The giant flaming dragon was like an insurmountable chasm in front of them. This fire dragon is too strong. It's best to be careful. Jiang Chen held on to longing her. She actually wanted to charge forward without hesitation and face the difficulties head-on. At this moment, she would only become the next Long Xiaoquan. What do we do now? This fire dragon is so terrifying. Are we all going to wait for death here? Someone said worriedly with a pale face. The situation was critical. Everyone could not stay out of it. After the death of Long Xiaoquan and the others, Jiang Chen felt that the spiritual projection of the giant flaming dragon seemed to have dimmed a little. It was offset by the aura of Long Xiaoquan and the others. In other words, the formation of the giant flaming dragon was completely the accumulation of energy. As long as the energy of the giant flaming dragon was completely exhausted, it would not be difficult to destroy it. Thousands of years had passed. Whether this giant flaming dragon was formed by the ancestor of the dragon clan, Aoyen, or not, they only had one goal now. That was to break through the bottom of the magma and search for the desire to survive and break through. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't be afraid. Let's fight against this giant flaming dragon together. As long as we work together and offset the energy of this giant flaming dragon, we will be able to destroy it. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His spiritual strength spread throughout the surroundings. This low voice made everyone suspicious. Not everyone could believe in Jiang Chen. After all, everyone was a powerful genius. Who would be willing to go with the flow? Jiang Chen's words did not play a crucial role. However, the giant flaming dragon still spewed out flames and wreaked havoc. More and more people were killed and injured. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen, Longing, and Qing Xian formed a strong defensive wall. Jiang Chen activated the Eastern Emperor Bell. With the divine bell in hand, he resisted the attacks of the giant flaming dragon again and again. He was not injured at all. However, those who were alone were all seriously injured under the attacks of the giant flaming dragon. More than half of them were dead or injured. Many people thought that the spiritual fish ointment could resist the giant flaming dragon. However, they did not know that the spiritual fish ointment could only defend for a while and not forever. Impermanence, Lai, and the others saw that Jiang Chen's method seemed to be effective. They no longer took the initiative to attack the giant flaming dragon. Instead, they slowly consumed the energy of the giant flaming dragon. However, at this moment, almost half of the people had already fallen. There were less than 30 people left and they were fighting the giant flaming dragon for the last time. As expected, as time went by, the energy of the giant flaming dragon was depleted, and its shadow gradually dissipated. However, Jiang Chen could feel that things weren't that simple. Where was the giant flaming dragon sealed? Why was it sealed here? Yen, the ancient almighty of the dragon clan, what kind of past did he have? Even the ancestral dragon emperor might not know clearly. At the moment when the giant flaming dragon's energy disappeared completely, the 20 figures finally dashed past the bottom of the magma rapidly. After breaking through the bottom of the magma, they were suddenly enlightened. The chill that Jiang Chen felt came from this. Under the magma, there was actually a hollow glacier. It was like a tunnel from the Ice Age, dark and dark, extending to an unknown place. Serene, quiet, dense, cold air was like a waterfall, causing one's heart to tremble. It was so cold that it was indescribable. It was as if even one's soul was frozen. It was even worse than the magma. The extreme cold and extreme heat intertwined, causing one to feel hopeless. Frost chi surged. The extreme coldness caused one to shiver from the bottom of one's heart. The surrounding ice pillars were like sharp awls, emitting a deep and desolate coldness in the space of 100 jang. Isn't this place too terrifying? Our spiritual fish ointment can barely block it. However, if we go deeper into the ocean core pillar, I'm afraid we won't be able to walk so leisurely anymore. Yeah, we don't know what kind of things are in the deeper parts of the ocean core pillar. I already feel like going back. My soul is about to be frozen here. Even the flow of divine origin energy seems to be extremely slow. What should we do? Advance or retreat? One step forward is filled with danger, one step back is the vast sea and sky. Chapter 35-37. Many people fell into hesitation because they didn't know what kind of danger they would encounter if they continued to walk. Moreover, more than half of them had died when they just walked past the bottom of the magma. As for the remaining people, some of them had retreated, and some of them were still hesitating. However, at this moment, above Jiang Chen and the others' heads, the so-called bottom of the magma, a terrifying pillar of magma poured down as if the heavens and earth were leaking out. Fiery light soared into the sky as the magma flowed 3,000 feet downwards. Magma poured down like a waterfall, illuminating the deep and ice-cold ice tunnel. At that moment, everyone's expressions turned extremely ugly. That was because they had witnessed an earth-shattering scene. They saw the most terrifying scene of the dragon tribe. Jiang Chen's face was extremely ugly and his eyes became solemn. The magma flowed down, illuminating the entire ice tunnel. No one knew how deep it was, but there were many frost dragons frozen in the ice. There were hundreds of them, and they had all become ice sculptures. Those dragons were standing with their heads held high, looking proud and heroic. It was as if a strong and unyielding will was supporting them, giving off a domineering aura. This is simply a miracle. Hundreds of giant dragons, all turned into ice sculptures. Just what kind of place is this? Are these the ancestors of the dragon tribe? Since when did the dragon tribe have such a burial ground? Even Ao Wuchang and the others were dumbfounded. No one had imagined that there would be such a terrifying scene in the endless sea's core pillar. It was simply a scene from the epic of a dragon, and it was truly breathtaking. Those dragons were either in high spirits, struggling on their deathbed, roaring crazily, or lowering their heads in silence. Those hundreds of dragons were not sculptures, but the real bodies of the dragon tribe. A desolate and tragic aura permeated the entire ice tunnel. The magma pillar was still pouring down, but it couldn't melt the surrounding ice. Those dragon ice sculptures seemed to have existed since ancient times. These giant dragons are all the ancestors of my dragon clan, after all. Longing, murmured. The sorrow in her heart could not be expressed in words. Looking at the huge dragons that were frozen in the glacier, her heart felt like it was being sliced apart by a knife. The dead are gone. These dragons don't have the slightest trace of vitality. They must have been killed and frozen here. Although their resentment is very strong, it doesn't seem to be enough to form an aura. Although they are my ancestors, I can only continue walking in order to obtain the sea heart lotus. Long Yingyue said with an indifferent expression. He leaped into the air and charged towards the frost dragons, stepping on their heads as he leaped down. Long Ying and the other members of the dragon clan were all furious. Long Yingyue was simply a madman, and he was using their ancestors' head as a stepping stone. Humans and gods were angered. This bastard! Longing, roared furiously. Her tender voice touched Jiang Chen greatly. This Long Yinhua didn't even care about his own ancestors. Ao Impermanence and the others didn't delay when they saw that Long Yinhua had already rushed down the dark, frigid land. Even they didn't dare to step on the heads of the dragon tribe's ancestors. One could imagine how arrogant and pretentious Long Yinhua was. Jiang Chen sensed that the frost dragon seemed to be filled with endless sorrow and humiliation. A sense of sorrow filled his heart. No one was an exception. At this moment, when they saw the hundreds of frost dragons, they advanced wave after wave into the depths because they were certain that there would be treasures in the depths that would tempt them. In the end, only Jiang Chen, Long Yinhua, and Qing Xian were left. The three of them stood there blankly, looking at the countless frost dragons. Qingzhu, Mo Xian, Ao Qin, Zhan Di. You all died here. Even I, the leader of the dragon tribe, don't know how deep the crisis of our dragon tribe is. In the Zulong Tower, the ancestral dragon emperor's deep and hoarse voice resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen could even feel the ancestral dragon emperor's sorrow. The ancestral dragon emperor's despair made Jiang Chen understand that these dead dragons were once the ancestral dragon emperor's clansmen. They were the descendants of the dragon tribe that he was familiar with. The ancestral dragon emperor looked at the frost dragons and remained silent for a long time. He was filled with sorrow. Jiang Chen knew that the ancestral dragon emperor even made him feel pity for the ancestral dragon emperor. He had fallen hundreds of millions of years ago, the dragon tribe had changed. Countless of his descendants had died in the ocean's core pillar. The ancestral dragon emperor's sorrow, doubt, shock, and sorrow made Jiang Chen sigh for him. As the emperor of the dragon tribe, he could not show himself now because he had too many things to worry about. There were too many conspiracies and unknowns. Before he understood everything, it would be meaningless for the ancestral dragon emperor to show himself. Were these people your juniors and subordinates? After staying silent for a while, Jiang Chen asked softly. That's right. It's a pity that these people who were loyal to me are all dead. The dragon tribe's strength has been greatly weakened after the Archean War. That's also the reason why there were so many infighting. I wonder if the person who framed me is still in the dragon tribe. They didn't even enter the dragon tomb of the dragon tribe. They were frozen here. It's such a tragedy. The ancestral dragon emperor felt uneasy and was filled with despair. However, the sorrow in his heart was nothing more than that. Jiang Chen did not ask too much. As for the changes in the dragon tribe and what happened in the past, he reckoned that the truth would only be revealed when the ancestral dragon emperor returns. The ocean's heart lotus here is formed from the blood essence of hundreds of dragon tribe's ancestors. In other words, it's formed from the endless essence of the ancient dragon tribe. Although it's filled with resentment, it's still a treasure of the heavens and earth. It's comparable to the fruit of fortune that you got back then. I think whoever gets the ocean's heart lotus in this rising dragon banquet will definitely shake the entire dragon tribe. The ancestral dragon emperor said. Jiang Chen frowned as he was filled with shock. This ocean's heart lotus is formed from the Tao essence of hundreds of dragon tribes' ancestors? Chapter 35-38. The ancestral dragon emperor said coldly. His heart was bleeding, but it was extremely heavy. Because he knew that the sea heart lotus belonged to the one who plotted against him. The Tao lotus that took billions of years to form was not something that the younger generation of the dragon clan could enjoy. Even the current leader of the dragon clan did not have the right to do so. Which means, other than us, no one can take the sea heart lotus out of here. Jiang Chen said. You could say that, but I'm afraid that some experts might try to retrieve the Tao accumulation lotus from afar. This Tao accumulation lotus is something that even an Emperor realm expert would want, because it contains too much of the essence of the dragon clan's ancestors. Although they can't enter the caged dragon, many of the Emperor realm experts have methods that ordinary people wouldn't be able to do. I can't help you take the sea heart lotus. I need to accumulate the strength of the dragon clan in this place. If an Emperor realm expert were to take action, I would be able to help. Luckily, there are 100 ancestors of the dragon clan here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to absorb the power of the dragon soul. Even if an Emperor realm expert were to take action, I wouldn't be able to do anything. So, you have to take action yourself to take the sea heart lotus. The ancestral dragon emperor's words shocked Jiang Qin. Emperor realm expert, will there really be an Emperor realm expert? Jiang Qin found it hard to believe, but he wouldn't be too surprised if a sovereign realm expert really existed. After all, the ancestor of the dragon race, the ancestral dragon emperor, was right beside him. He wouldn't be too surprised if a mighty expert of the dragon race took action. The ancestral dragon emperor must have sensed something. That's why he was so cautious. But it was no wonder. Jiang Qin didn't know that the ancestral dragon emperor had been waiting for this day for too long. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, it would be his greatest regret. Alright, I'll go take the sea heart lotus. You stay here. Jiang Qin said quietly. At this moment, Long Ying patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. Jiang Qin was startled. The two of them were looking at him silently. Why did I feel that you were so majestic just now? Brother Jiang Qin, let's go. There's no point in staying here. Let's go down and take a look. Long Ying said quietly. Jiang Qin could feel her sadness and sorrow. She was filled with emotions towards the ancestors of the dragon clan. Qing Xian nodded. The two of them were waiting for him. Jiang Qin nodded. The conversation between the ancestral dragon emperor and Jiang Qin was touched. He couldn't rely on the ancestral dragon emperor anymore. He could only rely on himself to get the sea heart lotus. Jiang Qin knew that the fight for the sea heart lotus would be a fierce battle. Previously, he thought that the sea heart lotus was the target of the rising dragon banquet. Whoever got the sea heart lotus would be the winner of the rising dragon banquet. But now, it seemed that the value of the sea heart lotus was not something that Jiang Qin could understand. The sea heart lotus was formed from the essence of hundreds of ancestors of the dragon clan. It was the true essence of Tao. Even the patriarch of the dragon clan would not be able to compete with it. Even if the winner of the rising dragon banquet was the winner, the dragon clan would not let it go easily. Now that the ancestral dragon emperor had more important things to do, the fight for the sea heart lotus fell on Jiang Qin's shoulders. Long Yu, Ao Impermanence, Ao Lai, Mo Xian were Jiang Qin's most important opponents. These guys were not easy to deal with. Therefore, Jiang Qin was not in a hurry. Even if the winner got the sea heart lotus, it would be impossible for them to leave this place. They would probably attack the winner and suffer the greatest pressure. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. Qing Xian and Long Ying swore. The two of them followed behind Jiang Qin without any fear as they fought with their lives on the line. There were only about 20 people left in this extremely cold place. All of them were from the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan. Only a few of them were from other clans. However, Jiang Qin had forgotten about old Daoist Wu De. It seemed like he was also very quiet. He was like a cat at the back of the group. He looked harmless, but he followed them all the way to the end. This guy gave Jiang Qin a headache. He was very mysterious. Jiang Qin and the other two followed the flow of the magma pillar and descended rapidly. After 100 miles, they finally arrived at an underground glacier that was covered with blue mist. Finally, they reached the end of the glacier. What surprised them was that after the magma flowed into the spiritual spring under the glacier, it completely dissipated. It emitted waves of mist and dispersed in the air. The surrounding glacier was tens of thousands of feet wide. There were sharp icicles everywhere. The icicles were even connected to each other. This underground glacier was much wider than the previous tunnel. The blue icicles emitted a terrifying cold air. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. What sea heart lotus? This is obviously an underground glacier. Yeah, why don't I see the sea heart lotus? Could it be that the dragon clan lied to us? I'm freezing to death in this place. I don't have much spiritual fish ointment left. If I can't find the sea heart lotus, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death here. How could an underground glacier that even Divine Emperor realm experts would shiver in fear be an ordinary glacier? The hundreds of ice dragon bodies at the end of the glacier tunnel had already explained everything. This was definitely not an ordinary place. The terrifying and eerie aura, coupled with the frost, made everyone silently search for the so-called sea heart lotus. The moment Jiang Qin landed, the people around him were all focused on searching for the sea heart lotus. Kacha, kacha, a clear sound of ice shattering pierced everyone's eardrums. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he looked at the spot where the magma pillar fell. The originally motionless spiritual spring had turned into a fiery red ice, cracking inch by inch. At this moment, the magma pillar had already disappeared, but the fiery red ice spring had already shattered. Rays of bizarre radiance were emitted from the ice spring. The terrifying radiance pierced through the glacier. Wherever it passed, it was like an unparalleled sword radiance, slicing apart everything. At this moment, the spiritual spring also started to slowly collapse. Sea heart lotus. The sea heart lotus is in the spiritual spring. That multicolored light came from the sea heart lotus. What a dense spiritual aura. This spiritual spring is like a dragon's vein. Chapter 35-39. The birth of the sea heart lotus. In an instant, everyone raised their heads and looked over with a solemn expression. Everyone's goal was the same, the sea heart lotus. As long as they could obtain the sea heart lotus, they would be able to win the first place in the Rising Dragon Banquet. The sea heart lotus is mine, ha ha ha. No one can stop me, unless you all want to die. I am the true heaven's chosen one. No one can stand above me in the Rising Dragon Banquet. In the spiritual spring, a lotus bloomed in the ice crystals. Sometimes, it shone with a pure white light, and sometimes, it shone with a five-colored radiance. It interweaved with the ice spring, creating a series of beautiful and splendid colors. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. In an instant, the spiritual spring was broken, causing people to scramble for it. There were 3 people who instantly flew past the spiritual spring, wanting to pick the sea heart lotus. However, when their hands touched the spiritual spring, they were instantly swallowed and their hands gradually sank into the water. No, no, my hands are stuck. A cry of surprise rang out. Everyone's faces turned solemn and they stopped their previous craziness. 3 people were all sucked into the ice spring. Although the speed was not fast, it was slowly spreading and being sucked into the ice spring bit by bit. That incomparable suction force caused the 3 people's faces to turn ashen and their scalps to turn numb. One of the people who was closest to the ice spring bore the brunt of the impact and took the initiative to attack. His actions served as a warning to everyone else, and his entire body was devoured by the ice spring. Another person also fell into the ice spring and was completely unable to smash his own body. The last person had his arm chopped off and was forced to retreat, his face filled with shock. Those who had never experienced it would never know how terrifying the ice spring was. Even Divine Emperor experts were no exception. Jiang Qin silently stared at the sea heart lotus in the ice spring. No one dared to act rashly. Blood splattered everywhere, frozen in an instant. The divine emperor expert who chopped off his arm also had a pale expression at this moment. His blood was instantly frozen and his face turned pale. Even the spiritual fish ointment seemed to be useless. In the end, the only survivor's face also turned green. His blood was completely frozen, and his soul was also frozen. In the end, he collapsed stiffly. Everyone began to reevaluate the ice spring. No one dared to act rashly anymore. 3 divine emperors were killed just like that without any warning. How could a mere ice spring be so powerful? It was unimaginable. The extreme cold energy of this ice spring is actually able to devour a person's body and freeze a person's soul. It really is too terrifying. A.O. Impermanence's face was full of shock. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Everyone wanted to eat a crab, but the result might be that the crab didn't get to eat it, and in the end, they would be killed by the crab. That would not be worth it. Long Inua didn't believe it. He took a step forward and tried to grab something, but his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate the meter-deep spring. For a long time, there wasn't the slightest movement from the sea heart lotus at the bottom of the spring. Long Yu's expression was a bit unsightly. This ice spring was too strange, and no one dared to test it out. They were in a deadlock. Looks like your methods are only so-so. Jiang Qin smiled. Long Inua's expression was ferocious. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Jiang Qin with Leng Leng's eyes. Come and take it if you can. If I take it, won't I become the target of everyone? At that time, you guys will all attack me. I'm not stupid. Jiang Qin shrugged and said disapprovingly. He acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him, and had no intention of getting involved. Big brother Jiang Qin, you really don't want to give it a try? Long Ying said in a low voice, a complicated expression on her face. However, she didn't care about the sea heart lotus. To her, being number 1 didn't matter much. She was more concerned about Jiang Chen's safety. That should be dimensional heavy water. I've heard the elders in the clan say that it can devour a person's body and freeze their bloodline and soul. But this dimensional heavy water is good stuff, especially for cultivation. There's a terrifying amount of spiritual chi within it, but ordinary people can't refine it. Only emperor experts can absorb it, but for those below the emperor realm, it's a nightmarish existence. Qing Xian's words made Jiang Chen's heart tremble. So this dimensional heavy water was good stuff. However, it was a huge problem for them now. Looks like the dimensional heavy water isn't any worse than the sea heart lotus. Jiang Chen looked at Qing Xian, who also nodded. It's a pity that we can't collect the dimensional heavy water, let alone store it. Otherwise, it would definitely be a great treasure in the future. Qing Xian sighed, but Jiang Chen's eyes became excited. The dimensional heavy water was a top treasure that only emperor experts could absorb, but in their eyes, it was just like a rat on the street. However, Jiang Chen's myriad chi cauldron could collect the dimensional heavy water. It's better to collect the dimensional heavy water first and let them fight for the sea heart lotus. At that time, we'll see who can laugh until the end. Jiang Chen was moved. This is the dimensional heavy water, it's an extremely cold and filthy thing. If we want to obtain the sea heart lotus, we must collect the dimensional heavy water. Today, for the safety of all living beings, I'll make an exception and collect the dimensional heavy water for everyone. Once the dimensional heavy water is removed, the sea heart lotus will naturally appear. Wu De said solemnly at this moment. He took a step forward with a solemn expression, as though he had suffered a lot. Daoist priest, can you really take away the so-called dimensional heavy water? Ao Lai narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu De. Of course. There's no other way. For everyone, I can only take the risk. When heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a person, he must first suffer his mind, tire his muscles and bones, starve his skin, empty his body, and mess up his actions. Therefore, I have to be patient and do what he can't do. For the sake of everyone present, I can only take the risk. If I can survive, it'll be considered as giving everyone a good fortune. If I can't, everyone just needs to remember that I've tried my best. Who in the world can avoid death? It's just a reincarnation, a dream. Wuda's face was filled with emotion. He took a step forward with the golden alms bowl in his hand, preparing to collect the dimensional heavy water. Taoist priest, wait. You live in the mortal world and your ambition is to educate thousands of lost people. You shoulder a great responsibility, how can you take the risk? Leave the danger of collecting the dimensional heavy water to me. My life is thinner than paper, my death is not worth pitying. Taoist priests should go and enlighten everyone. Let me do it. Chapter 35-40. Old Taoist Wuda's face was gloomy and the corner of his mouth twitched. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's fierce glare forced him to swallow his words. He could only let out a hollow laugh. Then, all right. Old Taoist Wuda had already cursed Jiang Chen 108,000 times in his heart. This fella is simply robbing the poor to help the rich. I have no intention of fighting over the sea heart lotus with you big shots. I just want to fish in troubled waters, but you won't even leave me the dimensional heavy water. Old Taoist Wuda had already guessed that this fella must know how terrifying the dimensional heavy water was. Otherwise, why would he fight over it with him? Taoist sir, you are indeed a man of great righteousness. My death is not to be regretted, but you must not die, Taoist sir. If you were to die, it would be a great loss to the world. Taoist sir, you should be the one to save the masses. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, old Taoist Wuda's face turned green. Damn it, you've already snatched my stuff, and you're still making sarcastic remarks. However, old Taoist Wuda didn't dare to confront Jiang Chen. He had seen Jiang Chen's methods, and Jiang Chen might not be able to collect the dimensional heavy water. He wanted to see how Jiang Chen would embarrass himself. It would be best if he was directly swallowed by the dimensional heavy water. That would be a happy ending. You can also collect the dimensional heavy water. Long Yinhua looked at Jiang Chen with incomparable coldness. What does it have to do with you? If you want to sacrifice yourself for others, then do it. Jiang Chen sneered. In an instant, the surrounding people were speechless. After all, they didn't have the ability to do so. If Jiang Chen could collect the dimensional heavy water, then it would be a good thing. After all, what they wanted was the sea heart lotus under the dimensional heavy water. As long as they could obtain the sea heart lotus, then everything else had nothing to do with them. Long Yinhua, Ao Impermanence, Ao Lai, and Mo Xian silently watched Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he slowly walked towards the ice spring. At this moment, Jiang Chen held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand, and the dimensional heavy water poured into the myriad chi cauldron like a tide. Old Taoist Wuda's heart was bleeding. Damn you, Jiang Chen, I won't rest until you die. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Chen, because the myriad chi cauldron in his hand made Long Yinhua and the others covet. This guy actually of his treasure. In a flash, Jiang Chen had absorbed all the dimensional heavy water into the myriad chi cauldron. But at this moment, no one paid attention to Jiang Chen, because they were all rushing towards the sea heart lotus. As soon as Jiang Chen collected the dimensional heavy water, more than 10 divine emperor realm experts swarmed into the ice spring. The ice spring disappeared, revealing the dazzling sea heart lotus. Just when Qing Xian and Long Ying were about to take action, they were stopped by Jiang Chen. Let them fight each other now. No one can leave with the sea heart lotus. Jiang Chen said confidently, which made Qing Xian and Long Ying a little worried. After all, those people's strength was not ordinary. At least, Mo Xian could fight on par with Jiang Chen. The remaining people were also experts. Long Yingyue was not a pushover, he was not any weaker than Mo Xian. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any shocking experts among them. The sea heart lotus is mine, no one can take it away. Get lost. Let's see who dares to go against me, fuck off. Who the fuck do you think you are? In an instant, more than 10 divine emperor realm experts became incomparably ferocious, constantly fighting against each other. At this moment, the sea heart lotus was snatched away by a palm that came out of nowhere. Mo Xian's eyes turned cold. With the sea heart lotus in his hand, he quickly retreated with a feminine expression. Now that the sea heart lotus was the symbol of the rising dragon banquet, everyone was scrambling for it. In an instant, he became everyone's public enemy, everyone pointed their spear at him. Sea heart lotus, my sea heart lotus. Some divine emperor realm experts looked at Mo Xian with bloodshot eyes. Kill him, kill this bastard first, then take the sea heart lotus. Ao Lai roared furiously, more than 10 people bravely rushed towards Mo Xian. Mo Xian sneered, he didn't take it seriously. Just as these people were charging toward the demon Xian, Ao Wuchang and Ao Lai attacked from the back and heavily injured all of them. The saber and the sword were invisible, and the spear was crisscrossing. In an instant, 7 people fell to the ground, killed by Ao Wuchang and Ao Lai in this extremely frigid place. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. These guys were actually in cahoots, they instigated those people to attack, then they launched a surprise attack from the back. Just when those people were terrified, they were suddenly attacked from the back, they were instantly defeated, only 8 people were left, their faces were filled with shock. At the same time, Mo Xian also attacked without hesitation. Under the joint effort of the 3 of them, they completely defeated those people, they had no strength to defend themselves, they were exhausted from dealing with them. In an instant, it was a mess. These fellows must have planned everything from the very beginning. The Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan must have been in cahoots from the beginning. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. These guys are really too despicable. They are completely massacring those people, they are all people of my dragon clan. Long Ying's beautiful face was filled with shock and anger, they were killing each other without the slightest bit of pity, they only had the sea heart lotus in their eyes, whoever obtained the sea heart lotus would be the final winner. That guy is actually indifferent. It seems like he is really cold-blooded. The people of the Dragon Clan follow his lead, but he is actually so cold-blooded. Qing Xian looked at Long Yingyue silently. His expression was extremely calm at the moment, as if he was completely uninvolved in this matter. Brother Long, save me. Brother Yu, if you don't make a move now, we will all be defeated by the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan. A few experts of the Dragon Clan couldn't help but cry out bitterly. But Long Yingyue's expression was still ice-cold, he slowly stepped forward, and only then did he make a move against Ao Impermanence and the others. In his eyes, the life and death of anyone doesn't matter to him. He just wants to exhaust the strength of Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai. At this time, it will be much easier for him to make a move. Jiang Chen said faintly. Long Yingyue was like an executioner, he was really too cruel. Ah! Too cruel. Amitba. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Mo Xian and take the Sea Heart Lotus. Mo Xian fought 1 against 3, and there were even a few other experts of the Dragon Clan. In an instant, he was completely surrounded. Mo Xian was a little overwhelmed, and it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Jiang Chen faced him head-on, and on the other side, he still had to deal with the sneak attack from behind. His situation was also quite difficult. However, although Mo Xian was shocked, he didn't panic. There was still a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He retreated step by step, but he was full of confidence. Jiang Chen always felt that this fellow seemed to be scheming something. Jiang Chen's every move was ruthless, and he didn't intend to leave any leeway for Mo Xian. It would naturally be best if he could kill Mo Xian in one go. However, it was a fact that Mo Xian's strength was extraordinary, and even Jiang Chen wasn't completely confident. "It's impossible for you to kill me in this lifetime." Mo Xian smiled faintly. The smile at the corner of his mouth was profound, and it made Jiang Chen feel that something was amiss. At this moment, as expected, Long Yu, who was behind Mo Xian, turned his spear and pointed it at the three people of the Dragon Clan. They were the people of the Dragon Clan who regarded him as their leader. "Don't!" Long Ying's eyes flickered, and she cried out in alarm. However, it was already too late for her to dodge. The three people of the Dragon Clan all had pale faces, and they looked at this scene in disbelief. They had never imagined that their leader, Long Yu, would actually point his spear at them. The battle of life and death between Long Yu, Ao Impermanence, and Ao Lai was actually fake. Now, the three of them had actually joined forces and killed the three experts of the Dragon Clan. To Long Yu and Ao Impermanence, it was as easy as flipping their palms. Long Yu's expression was calm and indifferent, as if there was nothing wrong with it. He had killed three brothers of the Dragon Clan, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. This made Long Ying almost go crazy. This bastard, this executioner, he even killed his own brothers. Even in death, the three experts of the Dragon Clan were unwilling to believe that the person who ended their lives was actually their brother, the strongest expert of the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. "Ha ha ha, Long Yu, this move of yours is really too cruel. Even I can't catch up to it. However, these pieces of trash, so be it. There's nothing to pity about." Ao Impermanence laughed loudly. He was extremely disdainful towards the people of the Dragon Clan. Although they were both from the Dragon Clan, he was still very arrogant. "Now, it's time to settle the score. These people who tried to obtain the Sea Heart Lotus in vain should all die. Greed is insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. There's no exception." Ao Lai said faintly. The three people's eyes were sharp, and their gazes all fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that Long Yu was actually a traitor of the Dragon Clan, or that he had long been involved with Ao Impermanence and the others. Killing his own brothers was indeed somewhat unacceptable to Jiang Chen. His indifference towards Long Xiaoquan and his bloodthirst towards the Dragon Clan made Jiang Chen understand that Long Yu was simply a ruthless fellow. It seemed that there was nothing he couldn't do. Chapter 35-42. Long Yinhua looked at Jiang Chen with an ice-cold gaze. The person he wanted to kill was Jiang Chen. Without exception, Ao Impermanence, Ao Lai, and even Mo Xian were all the same. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the others who originally had the upper hand had to face even more people. Long Ying, and Qing Xian were in a dangerous situation. "It's too bloody. I'd better retreat first." Old Taoist Wuda's expression changed. Long Yinhua was too abnormal. Even he did not expect the situation to end like this. No matter if it was the Eastern Dragon Clan or the Northern Dragon Clan, they had already merged into one force. The only enemy left was Jiang Chen. "Little brat, good luck to you." He he he. Old Taoist Wuda chuckled as he spoke. At this moment, he was also prepared to flee at any time. This was because those members of the dragon race were obviously not easy to deal with. If he, who was only here to watch the show, ended up losing his life, the gains would not make up for the losses. Jiang Chen had forced Mo Xian to retreat with a single strike. However, he found out that he was already surrounded. He didn't expect this to happen. He didn't expect that they would still fall into the trap. Instantly, his facial expression turned ugly. Qing Xian was in danger at every step. Compared to his own condition, it was even more difficult for him. Being trapped by AO Lie and AO Impermanence, it was difficult for Qing Xian to fight alone. With the exquisite white jade sword in her hand, it was extremely difficult for her to fight against the two of them alone. She retreated after every attack. Her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. It was the same for Long Yinhe. Facing the supreme genius of the dragon clan, Long Yinhe, she was even more cautious. "Brat, don't be distracted. Your opponent is me." Mo Xian sneered and clashed with Jiang Chen. His strength was boundless, covering the sun and the sky. The shadow of the firmament streaked across the sky. Mo Xian fought with Jiang Chen with an unparalleled posture. His might was like a dragon and a tiger, unstoppable. Jiang Chen was able to stabilize the situation facing Mo Xian's attack, but Long Yinhe and Qing Xian's situation was getting more and more difficult. This was what Jiang Chen was most worried about. Qing Xian's jade sword flew out as she retreated, but she was trapped by Ao Wuchang and Ao Lai. She could not fight back at all. Ao Wuchang and Ao Lai were the elites of the North Dragon Clan and East Dragon Clan. It was not easy for Qing Xian to fight against the two of them alone, but the result was tragic. Qing Xian was hit hard by Ao Wuchang and Ao Lai. Although they were both early divine emperors, Qing Xian was obviously weaker than them. It was not because she was not strong enough, but because Ao Wuchang and the others were too terrifying. Qing Xian's face turned pale under the continuous attacks. "Little lady, haha, in the end, you still have to become my woman." Ao Impermanence didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. His attacks were ruthless. Ao Lai's eyes flickered as he sneered, "You can't have such a beauty all to yourself, brother Impermanence." "Of course. Let's use her together after we catch her." "He he he." Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai said shamelessly. Qing Xian was getting more and more furious under the pressure and teasing of the two. However, it was useless. She could only take a beating. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Long Yinhe wasn't in a good situation either. The gap between the two of them was obvious. However, at this moment, Long Yinhe had become abnormally terrifying. Her eyes were blood red and her somewhat young face carried a coldness that didn't match her age. Originally, Long Yinhe still had a glimmer of hope for Long Yinhe, but now it seemed that this guy was completely a beast in human skin. He was even so ruthless to his own brothers and even slaughtered all the experts of the dragon tribe. In the end, he mixed with the Eastern Dragon Tribe and the Northern Dragon Tribe. This made Long Yinhe extremely furious. "Long Yinhe, are you really going to betray the Dragon Clan?" Long Yinhe shouted and pointed at Long Yinhe. "Who said I'm going to betray the Dragon Clan? I'm just killing all the unrelated people in front of me. Those people deserve to die. Whoever dares to stand in my way will die." "You are no exception," Long Yinhe said faintly. It was true that he liked Long Yinhe. However, compared to the real situation, Long Yinhe wasn't worth mentioning. That was why he could be so domineering and decisive. "Then today, I will wipe out a shameless person like you for the Dragon Clan. No stain is allowed on the Dragon Clan." Long Yinhe's eyes were burning as she looked at Long Yinhe. At this moment, she wanted to get rid of this scourge for the Dragon Clan. She wanted this guy to disappear from the world forever. Her brothers of the dragon clan all died in his hands. Now, he was no longer a genius of the dragon clan. He was an executioner who killed experts of the dragon clan. To longing, this battle was a battle to prove her name. To fight for the righteousness of the dragon clan, to fight for her dead brothers, and to fight for the people of the world. Long Yinue had already gone down the wrong path. He was in cahoots with the eastern and northern dragon clans. Longing despised him. I know what you're capable of. You'd better surrender. I won't kill you. Be my woman and you can be spared from death. Long Yinue looked at Longing indifferently. She didn't put longing in her eyes at all. Knowing yourself and your enemy was the key to 100 battles. As the strongest expert of the younger generation of the dragon clan, Long Yinue naturally understood longing's strength very well. It was a piece of cake for him to take care of longing. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Longing knew that she wasn't a match for Long Yinue, but she was still resolute. Her unyielding spirit made Jiang Qin admire her even more. The battle with Long Yinue could very well be Longing's swan song. Jiang Qin knew that the two of them had already become extremely difficult in this battle. Only the battle between him and Mo Xian was still considered normal. At this moment, it seemed that he would have to face more and more opponents. Longing and Long Yinue constantly intertwined with each other. The earth trembled and the mountains shook. Each of their attacks was ruthless. The entire underground glacier seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Longing's figure was delicate, but she was like a diamond. She was fearless. Long Yinue leisurely strolled in the courtyard. The ancient halberd in his hand slashed through the sky, constantly closing in on Longing. His aura was like a rainbow, piercing through the 9 heavens. In the end, your strength is still too weak. Long Yinue shook his head and sighed. The ancient halberd was unparalleled. It tore through the void, causing Longing's expression to turn even more unsightly. She constantly retreated, being suppressed by the aura. Her entire body was in extreme pain. Sky Dragon Vanishing Shadow. Chapter 35-43. The black gold giant dragon spiraled up and clashed with Long Yinue. Silhouettes flickered across the sky. Long Yinue was still full of vigor. Facing Longing's attack, although he was startled, he wasn't flustered. The battle between the two became more and more exciting. The surrounding trembling icicles fell unceasingly, like ice arrows falling from the sky. Long Yinue used the heavenly halberd to sweep the icicles in front of Longing. The black gold giant dragon ignited its true dragon bloodline. At that moment, Longing's strength soared. Even Long Yinue furrowed his brows. This fellow was seeking his own humiliation. How was this different from committing suicide? However, in order to be able to fight with Long Yinue, Longing also cut off all means of retreat. After all, Jiang Qin couldn't deal with Mo Xian at all. Longing didn't want big brother Jiang Qin to worry about her. On the other side, the person who was in the most difficult situation was Qing Xian. Qing Xian retreated in order to advance. He could only defend and couldn't counterattack at all. He was already in a difficult situation and the injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. Jiang Chen's figure was like a bolt of lightning as he shot forward. With a single strike, he forced Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai to retreat. The two terrifying sword lights almost pierced through Qing Xian's body. Otherwise, he would definitely be heavily injured and wouldn't have any means to counterattack. Qing Xian was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was facing 3 people at the same time. At this moment, as a man, he should shoulder the responsibility of not letting women get hurt, especially Qing Xian. She was tyrant's confidant. He couldn't let anything happen to her. Even if he was heavily injured and had a slim chance of survival, he couldn't ignore Qing Xian. Big brother Jiang Qin. Qing Xian exclaimed. The three of them had forced Jiang Qin to retreat again and again. The situation was quite tense. You retreat first. I alone am enough to deal with the three of them. Jiang Qin said Lang Lang. Ah, Jiang Qin, I'm afraid that your brain has rusted. You want to fight against the three of us by yourself. You must be dreaming. It's impossible for you to be a match for brother Mo Xian alone, yet you want to fight the three of us. It's so funny. Ao Impermanence's eyes were sharp. He hated Jiang Qin to the core. If it weren't for those demonic shadows, he would have died in the hands of Jiang Qin. Today, he must pay with his blood. Brother Jiang Qin, be careful. Qing Xian said in a low voice. Her heart was filled with worry and self-blame. She knew very well that she was already heavily injured, and the help she could provide to Jiang Qin was minimal. He wanted to fight against the three of them alone, but he had no other choice. Qing Xian had no way to repay this kindness. Although Jiang Qin's strength wasn't ordinary, these fellows weren't easy to deal with either. If this went on, Big Brother Jiang Qin's situation would only become more and more difficult. However, since things had come to this, they could only do so. Brat, trying to be a hero in front of a beauty. You really don't know what's good for you. Don't even think about interfering with the matters of my dragon clan. Today, none of you can leave the pillar of the sea's heart. Ao Lai held his long sword in a domineering manner. Both of them were at the great perfection early divine emperor realm, while Mo Xian was at the mid-divine emperor realm. It would be very difficult for Jiang Qin to fight against the three of them. One should know that these people were the prodigies among the prodigies. The difficulty for Jiang Qin to defeat them was as difficult as plucking the moon from the 9 heavens or catching a turtle from the 5 oceans. It was almost impossible. However, for the sake of his family and friends, Jiang Qin wouldn't take a step back. A man would rather die standing than kneel to live. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's do it. I, Jiang Qin, will start a massacre today. Let's see who can stop me. Jiang Qin's eyes were like torches as he glanced at the three of them. At this moment, her situation was once again in danger. Even though she had ignited her true dragon bloodline, it was still difficult for her to win the battle against Long Yingyue. As the strength of both of them decreased, Long Yingyue became more and more courageous while Long Yingyue was already defeated. Her true dragon bloodline was getting thinner and thinner. Be careful. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Long Yingyue and colliding with him. Otherwise, Long Yingyue would definitely be heavily injured by that strike. Even so, the true dragon bloodline in Long Ying's body was getting thinner and thinner, and her aura was getting weaker. You fool, igniting your true dragon bloodline. Aren't you afraid of death? Jiang Qin protected Long Ying behind him and roared. Brother Jiang Qin, I can't watch you bear everything alone. Ying's heart will hurt. Long Ying bit her lips, but her face was already extremely pale. Her body trembled as her life force was used up. She seemed to be on the brink of death. In today's battle, even if I, Jiang Qin, die, I will not let the two of you die with me. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold as veins popped up on his face. He clenched his fists tightly. This is a battle to the death, there's no other choice. Jiang Qin knew that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would not help him easily, as he didn't know if the Ancestral Dragon Emperor had finished condensing the dragon soul power. Therefore, he could only rely on Jiang Qin because the ancestral dragon emperor was sure that there would be people coming to fight for the Sea Heart Lotus. The two of you should take a rest first. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Qin stood in front of Long Ying, and Qing Xian, looking at the four of them with a calm and unruffled expression. I don't like to team up with others. Long Yingyue frowned. But today, I'll make an exception for you. Because I don't have time to waste with you here. Long Yinyue's hand shook. The heavenly halberd was like a tide of ice, making one's heart palpitate. The sharp edge of the halberd seemed to be able to cut one's soul. Mo Xian took a glance at Long Yinyue and smiled. Under the four of them, even a late divine emperor might not be able to gain the upper hand. Jiang Qin will definitely die today. If you want me to die, you'll have to show me your true abilities. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Under the dragon transformation, his aura became even more imposing. Mo Xian, Long Yinyue and the others did not hold back either. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. Jiang Qin's arrogant sword soared through the clouds. The limitless sword swept across the sky, riding the wind and breaking the waves, swallowing the mountains and rivers. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin became even more tyrannical. If it was only AO impermanence and AO lie, it would definitely not be a problem. However, Mo Xian and Long Yinyue's strength were both mid-divine emperor realm. Jiang Qin did not dare to underestimate them. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin still found it hard to fight against the four of them. He activated the ancient soaring dragon technique. At this moment, Jiang Qin's aura changed again. Facing the four great experts, he gradually stabilized the situation. However, the sword shadows and blade lights were still quite dangerous. Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. The 19 swords were like a dragon in the sky, roaring in the sky. With one sword, the world trembled. What a powerful sword! Chapter 35-44. The two of them retreated in order to advance, avoiding the edge of the attack. They did not dare to confront Jiang Qin head-on. That sword could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Long Yinyue and Mo Xian were the first to bear the brunt of it. The halberd fiercely smashed down, colliding with the heavenly dragon sword. Rays of light shot out in all directions and solitary shadows were continuous. Dragon's might in the heavens. Long Yinyue's halberd broke through the sky, destroying everything in its path as it clashed with Jiang Qin's 19th sword. Mo Xian was not careless either. The demonic shadows in the sky covered the sun and the sky. For the first time, Jiang Qin's 19th sword showed signs of being defeated. It was even in a sorry state, causing Long Ying, and Qing Xian to be extremely worried. With Big Brother Jiang Qin's current situation, it's getting more and more difficult. It's really difficult to defeat these bastards in a 1 versus 4 battle. Qing Xian murmured. However, Long Ying's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Your true dragon bloodline has been exhausted, but you still couldn't defeat Long Yinyue. If you don't have a bloodline to extend your life, it won't be long before you die. Qing Xian turned his head and looked at Long Ying with a solemn expression. Long Ying shook her head slightly and shivered. Where can I find a bloodline to extend my life? Moreover, the purity of the bloodline must be the highest bloodline in the dragon clan. Now, it was difficult to even guarantee their survival. It was unknown whether they could survive or not. I don't want to implicate Big Brother Jiang Qin. Long Ying's eyes were blurred and tears flickered. She was not afraid of death. Her father had told her that even if a person died, there would be a difference in their status. It could be lighter than a feather or heavier than Mount Tai. But your current situation is too critical. Qing Xian said in a low voice. However, Long Ying shook her head because she did not want her injuries to affect big brother Jiang Qin. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult for him to fight. Under the ancient soaring dragon technique, it was still difficult for Jiang Qin to defeat Mo Xian and Long Yingyue. The strength of the two had greatly exceeded Jiang Qin's expectations. At this moment, Jiang Qin was constantly using his techniques, but it was to no avail. It was difficult for him to change the situation and turn the tide. Divine Golden Bell. Cold River Stone. Myriad Origin Chi. Suppress. The divine weapons in Jiang Qin's hands were constantly being unleashed, but they were all damaged weapons. Otherwise, a complete immemorial divine weapon would be enough to suppress them. But even so, the power was still unstoppable. Long Yu and the others were restricted, and their attacks became much more hesitant. Jiang Qin took a few steps back. As he stretched out his hand, 4 bolts of heavenly lightning surged out. The heavenly lightning descended. Jiang Qin instantly fused with the lightning. The scene made the 4 of them pale and solemn. He actually wants to fuse the heavenly lightning together, you lunatic. Dragon, said to say, on, he too. Lang, said Long Yu. Mo Xian was incomparably solemn. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back anymore. He would fight with all his might. Who would be able to laugh till the end? Wuda's face was also filled with excitement. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin's strength would be so terrifying. As the 4 heavenly lightnings fused together, Wuda's body trembled as he murmured, "Is this guy trying to destroy this glacier?" Jiang Qin held the death lightning lotus in his hand. As the lotus moved, the surroundings trembled. Dragon to the heavens and earth. Long Yu held the ancient halberd in his hand and slashed out horizontally, slashing the heavens and earth. All living things buzzed. This strike of the halberd contained 3,000 lightning bolts, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and roar. Heavenly demonic shadow. Mo Xian also spread his arms. A demonic shadow that blotted out the sky flew up once again, covering the entire sky. No one could see where exactly Mo Xian was under the shadow of the demonic shadow. It was like a huge black curtain that blocked the light of the heavens. Roaming Dragon Strike. Ao Impermanence held the divine spear in his hand and swept it out. Ao Lai followed closely behind. The 4 of them unleashed their strongest attacks. At that moment, all of them slashed towards Jiang Qin. Long Ying and Qing Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Under such terrifying attacks, could Jiang Qin still be able to laugh at the world? They didn't even dare to look because they were worried that Jiang Qin would be turned into ashes under the joint attack of the 4 of them. That strike caused the heavens and earth to tremble and all living things to cry out in sorrow. All of you, scram. Jiang Qin extended his hand and the death lightning lotus bloomed. A black and holy lotus bloomed continuously. The heavens and earth seemed to have become incomparably silent at that moment. Long Yingyue and the others also became silent at that moment. The explosion of the death lightning lotus made the 4 of them freeze. After the explosion of the death lightning lotus, the surrounding shadows were constantly torn apart by the explosion of the death lightning lotus. Long Yinyue's heavenly painting was also completely shattered at this moment, cracking inch by inch. Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai were both heavily injured and fell to the ground. Their bodies trembled and they were on the verge of death. Long Yinyue and Mo Xian both knelt on one knee on the ground. They were faintly able to stand up, but their injuries were self-evident. In this battle, only Jiang Qin stood proudly. However, he was also an arrow at the end of its flight. The divine origin energy in his body was almost depleted. Now, he could only stand in the sky with great difficulty, coldly staring at Long Yinyue and the others. The shadows of the heavens dispersed, shaking the world with one move. Looks like your so-called dragon clan and demon shadow clan are only so-so. Jiang Qin sneered. He seemed calm and composed, but he was actually extremely worried. Long Yinhua and Mo Ying were indeed mid-divine emperor experts. The fact that the prodigies of the Dragon Clan and Demon Shadow Clan could survive the Death Lightning Lotus showed how powerful they were. Jiang Qin, you're really daring. However, I don't think you're any better than us now. The Heavenly Lightning Fusion can't be said to be weak. If we were to fight one-on-one, perhaps none of us would be your opponent. But now, Brother Long and I have joined hands. Let's see if you can stop us. Mo Xian said faintly, coldly staring at Jiang Qin. He guessed that Jiang Qin was already at the end of his rope. If it wasn't for the few of them joining hands to resist the Death Lightning Lotus, he would have been turned into ashes by now. That might not be the case. Why don't you give it a try? Let's see if any of you can fight me. Jiang Qin hooked his finger at Mo Xian and stood with his hands clasped. At that moment, Mo Xian's heart trembled. Could it be that this fella still has a way to turn the situation around? If you're not afraid of death, stand out. Jiang Qin roared. Long Yinhua and Mo Xian became silent. In today's battle, even if I have to risk my life, I will pull you down from your horse. Chapter 35-45. Jiang Qin knew that Long Yinhua was putting his life on the line. He wanted to fight to the death with him. Mo Xian's heart wavered when he saw this. This time, it was better to cut off all means of retreat and get rid of Jiang Qin. Otherwise, once they were defeated by Jiang Qin, all of them would die a graveless death. At this moment, Long Yu's choice was their only choice. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Very well. Since you want to die, I, Jiang Qin, will fulfill your wish. Jiang Qin smiled and quietly formed a seal with his hands, ready to give the two of them a fatal blow. If they wanted to survive, they had to be more ruthless than anyone else. Jiang Qin had never thought of himself as a kind person, even though one of them was a genius of the Dragon Clan and the other was a powerhouse of the Spectre Clan. If he killed them, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in this vast world? Qing Xian and Long Ying-er looked at Jiang Qin silently. Long Ying-er's aura was getting weaker and weaker. At this moment, Qing Xian was extremely worried and wanted to tell Jiang Qin, but he was held back by Long Ying-er. Once Jiang Qin was distracted, he would definitely be implicated. She didn't want her own safety to affect brother Jiang Qin. Sister, I beg you, Long Ying-er bit her red lips. Her face was as pale as paper, but she had no other choice. She only wanted big brother Jiang Qin to be at ease and defeat these two fellows, then the inheritance of the Dragon Clan could be protected. In the end, only when the Sea Heart Lotus fell into big brother Jiang Qin's hands would she be at ease. She was still hanging on to her last breath because she didn't want to see the Sea Heart Lotus being taken away by someone else. She didn't want to see her big brother Jiang Qin disappear in front of her. If her big brother Jiang Qin was really defeated, there would be no need for her to live anymore. Why are you doing this? Qing Xian smiled bitterly. She also wanted to save Long Ying-er, but Long Ying-er's body was too weak. Her bloodline couldn't extend her life at all. At this time, perhaps the only person who could help her was Jiang Qin. However, Long Ying-er wouldn't let Qing Xian call for Jiang Qin no matter what. She would even rather die silently, and her body became weaker and weaker. She still wanted to bear the burden alone. Long Ying-er's decision put a great deal of pressure on Qing Xian. She was powerless, yet she didn't want to save Long Ying-er. She was afraid that she would really let Long Ying down. If that happened, how could she face brother Jiang Qin? However, if she insisted, not only would not save Longing, she wouldn't be able to save Longing, but Jiang Chen of Qing Xian, but she wouldn't. Away. Jiang Chen would. Qing Ing of pain. Tian Chen. Jiang. Ing. Jiang Chen, and Chen, Jiang Chen, Yang's Chen, she. If you guys get into a fight later, you might as well give this sea heart lotus to me. Ha. Old Taoist Wuda was still hiding in the corner with a smirk on his face. At this moment, he didn't dare to be careless. Although he didn't participate in the battle, he was more anxious than anyone else. He had been thinking about the Xi Xinlian for a long time. Old Taoist Wuda was still brooding over the dimensional heavy water being taken away by Jiang Qin. He wouldn't be careless at all. He had been picking up scraps for many years, but this was the first time he was tricked by Jiang Qin. Seeing that Jiang Qin, Mo Xian, and Long Yingyue were like arrows at the end of their flight, Wuda was very happy. It seemed like he hadn't come for nothing. Jiang Chen was brimming with confidence as he faced Roaring Moon's enormous dragon body. The demonic vortex once again blotted out the sky. Tian Yin. With a formless strike, the force of a thunderbolt swept forth with an unstoppable force. Whoosh! The Tian Yin was ear-splitting, causing the two's expressions to change drastically. Old Taoist Wuda also stared blankly at the scene. How many more trump cards did this fella have? At that moment, Long Yingyue and Mo Xian slowly fell to the ground. Their faces were pale, and the aura in their bodies was almost exhausted. Under this attack, Jiang Chen finally knelt on one knee. Blood gushed out from his mouth, and he looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. However, Long Yingyue and Mo Xian's injuries were more serious than his, because they were the ones on the verge of death. It was already a great fortune for them to be able to survive. That attack had caused great damage to their souls. The power of Tao accumulation swept across the sky with unstoppable force. Old Taoist Wuda couldn't help but reevaluate Jiang Qin. Tao accumulation power, Tao accumulation power. Old Taoist Wuda murmured. That was the power of Tao accumulation that only an Emperor Realm expert could display. How could Jiang Chen display such a technique? Although it was still far from being comparable to an Emperor Realm expert, that attack was still shocking, causing Old Taoist Wuda's heart to hang in the air. He silently looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help sighing in his heart. At this moment, Old Taoist Wuda was able to withstand it. Could this fella still have the strength to fight? Bastard, do you two still dare to act arrogantly in front of me? Jiang Chen followed Mo Xian's footsteps and slowly came to Mo Xian's side. He snatched the ocean heart lotus from Mo Xian's hand. At this moment, Mo Xian was already a dead man. He could only watch everything that was happening helplessly. If you kill me, the Dragon Clan will definitely not let you off. Long Yu clenched his teeth and said. Lang Lang looked at Jiang Qin. At this moment, he finally revealed his weak side. Killing you is indeed a great loss to the Dragon Clan. However, if I don't kill you, how can I explain to the experts of the Dragon Clan who died in your hands? Jiang Qin snorted coldly. The great Yu's soul-forming light in his hand spun and a terrifying suction force sucked Long Yu's soul power into the great Yu's soul-forming light. Jiang Chen, you will definitely die a horrible death. Long Yu was in extreme pain. At this moment, he was helpless. Even Long Yingyue was indifferent because she knew better than anyone that there was nothing she could do to turn the situation around. Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai also had no chance to escape. Their soul power was also sucked into the great Yu's soul-forming light. The pain of the soul being separated from the body wasn't something an ordinary person could experience. No, don't. Jiang Chen, what do you want? The Northern Dragon Clan will give it to you. Don't remove my soul, don't. Ao Impermanent said hopelessly. Mo Xian's scalp was numb and his face was pale. His body was trembling. He had failed miserably in this battle. The removal of one's soul in a battle of life and death was the most painful thing in the world. A living person's soul was removed and sent into the great soul-forming light. Mo Xian knew that his ending would be more miserable than anyone else's. However, what could he do? He had already lost to Jiang Qin. He couldn't fight anymore. He could only wait for the end of his life. This is the moment. But now, it seemed like there was more to it than meets the eye. But what Long Ying was most worried about was her brother Jiang Chen's safety. Facing such a terrifying expert, her brother Jiang Chen could not do anything alone. It was impossible for him to defeat Xianyuan Kanglin alone. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. I'm afraid that I'm going to lose today's battle. But now, I'm afraid that the battle between me and Xianyuan Kanglin will become more and more difficult. We can't be sure who the winner will be until the very last moment. At least, you've never won against me before. Jiang Chen said calmly as if he did not feel any sense of danger. You're quite conceited. But you won't be able to escape today. Early Divine Emperor realm is still not enough. Xianyuan Kanglin smiled faintly. He and Jiang Chen were considered as old friends. Although this battle looked easy to him, it was not to be underestimated. Facing Jiang Chen, he had never won once. But it did not mean that he would be defeated this time. Mo Xian squinted his eyes and seized the chance to escape. Because he knew that Jiang Chen could not care about him anymore. Old Taoist Wuda also had the thought of retreating. These two fellas were going to have another life and death battle. No matter who won, he would not be able to escape. He was still feeling suffocated after being kicked by Xianyuan Kanglin. Of the 36 stratagems, running away was the best strategy. This Xianyuan Kanglin was much more terrifying than Mo Xian and Long Yu. Old Taoist Wuda could feel the domineering aura from him. Even the genius of the dragon clan, Long Yu, could not compare to him. Is that the domineering aura of the Tao Tai? Jiang Chen raised his blade. It was impossible to escape from Xianyuan Kanglin. Because this battle had already determined their life and death. One of them would definitely lose. Then make your move. Allow me to experience just how much you've improved in this battle. Let me see just how strong you are in your complete form. Jiang Chen said. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. This battle was unavoidable. Although it's a bit despicable, it's nothing to you. Jiang Chen, today, I will take your life. I'll fight till the end. Jiang Chen said coldly. He took a deep breath. Even though he had recovered 20 to 30% of his strength, it was still not enough to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. However, he had no other choice. He could not retreat from this battle. Big brother Jiang Chen, this is all I can do for you. Long Ying smiled. She instantly flew up to the void and ignited the last of her true dragon bloodline. At that moment, her strength skyrocketed. She was even comparable to Xianyuan Kanglin now. She swept out with an imposing aura. Heavenly dragon vanishing shadow. Long Ying shouted as she soared into the sky. She waved her hand and looked at Jiang Chen. Big brother Jiang Chen, run. I can't hold on for long. Chapter 35-47. If they continued to fight, brother Jiang Chen would definitely die. Hence, Long Ying dragged her injured body and decided to fight with Xianyuan Kanglin to the death. Only by doing so, she would be able to release her final brilliance. Since her bloodline power could no longer be recovered, she was willing to risk her life for brother Jiang Qin. Qing Xian was completely stunned. He did not expect Long Ying-er to be so persistent. Even he felt inferior. At that moment, Qing Xian's heart was filled with self-blame. He did not expect such an outcome. It was a huge failure for him to not be able to watch over Qing Xian. "You silly girl." Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out as he roared in anger. His face was extremely gloomy as he desperately rushed towards Long Ying-er. At this moment, Long Ying-er's strength was much greater than Jiang Chen's. The heavenly dragon vanishing shadow's mightiness covered the sky, forcing Jiang Qin and Qing Xian to retreat. She was going against Xianyuan Kanglan alone. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You reckless girl," Xianyuan Kanglan said indifferently. His attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt and a storm swept across. He pushed Long Ying-er back with one palm strike. Long Ying-er's strength was already exhausted. Even though she had ignited the last of her bloodline power, it was still useless. Jiang Qin was heartbroken. He actually asked Long Ying-er to die for him. One could imagine how tormented he was. Jiang Qin took a step forward. His eyes were blazing with fire as he pulled Long Ying back. However, Long Ying-er's aura was extremely weak and exhausted. Her life and death was just a matter of a thought. "You're crazy, bastard!" Jiang Qin roared in anger as he hugged Long Ying-er tightly. He was incomparably angry and heartbroken. This delicate girl had to hold up the sky for him. How could Jiang Qin not worry about leaving her alone? Jiang Qin's body was filled with blood qi. Both of his eyes were red as he held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword's body buzzed and the sword's shadow trembled. At that moment, Jiang Qin suddenly turned his head and was filled with anger. "Protecting her. Don't let her do anything stupid again," Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Obviously, he was talking to Qing Xian. Long Ying-er wanted to use her final attack to save Jiang Qin's life. However, she did not know that Xianyuan Kanglan was this powerful. Now, she was in a dangerous situation. Jiang Qin looked at Xianyuan Kanglan. "You silly girl." Qing Xian couldn't hold back his bitterness and sorrow. Long Ying had already fainted and her aura was extremely weak. Compared to before, it wasn't even 1,000th of what it was. Jiang Qin's anger had been completely ignited. He clearly knew that he would most likely lose this battle. He clearly knew that it was a battle with his back against the wall and that he would most likely suffer a crushing defeat. However, he had no choice but to fight. Long Ying-er was simply a little fool. Jiang Qin sighed continuously in his heart. Even if he were to help her replenish the power of her bloodline, he reckoned that her life force would be exhausted and she would be in grave danger. The only thing Jiang Qin could do now was to eliminate Xianyuan Kanglan. This bastard, he must make him pay with his blood. "You will definitely pay for this." Jiang Qin clenched his fist and raised his sword. Xianyuan Kanglan's lips turned cold and he shouted, "This is what I like. My opponent should be like this. Unparalleled in all 8 directions, who else but me can do it? Today, let's fight to our heart's content." Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Kanglan immediately took out the profound heavy sword from his back and swung it out. He clashed with Jiang Qin continuously. Jiang Qin and Xianyuan Kanglan were evenly matched in this battle. However, Xianyuan Kanglan was constantly squeezing out his last bit of potential. Even Jiang Qin himself did not know how long he could last in this battle. However, he could not retreat, he would rather die standing. Sword shadows shot out in all directions. Afterimages pierced through the glacier. Both of them were fighting with their lives on the ocean core pillar. Xianyuan Kanglan's profound heavy sword was unstoppable. Jiang Chen had consumed a lot of his strength, he could not recover to his peak in a short period of time. He had to be careful with every step he took. After merging with his complete body, Xianyuan Kanglan's strength had reached the Great Circle Mid-Divine Emperor realm. Compared to Jiang Chen, he was a realm stronger. His strength was even stronger than Shangguan Hongyan. Jiang Chen knew that his situation was getting more and more difficult. However, he could not afford to lose, he could not fall. Otherwise, Qing Xian and Ying would die. He would definitely send them out of here, even if he had to pay with his life. Jiang Chen was already fighting with his life. The limitless sword rose from the sky and descended from the ground. The 19th sword kept breaking through and slashed out. Jiang Chen was looking for an opportunity to break through. Finally, the 20th sword made Jiang Chen comprehend it. It was the sword of life and death. It was even more fearless than the 19th sword. The 20th sword had reached the peak of Jiang Chen's sword Dao. Although it was not perfected yet, the sword intent of the 20th sword had made Xianyuan Kanglan unable to break through it. If he was at his peak, Jiang Chen was sure that no mid-divine emperor realm expert could withstand the 20th sword. Even so, the 20th sword was filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. The sword intent of life and death had completely sublimated at this moment. It had completely changed Jiang Chen's limitless sword. 20th sword. The cold-blooded sword Qi cut through life and death, the limitless sword cut through reincarnation. The 20th sword had almost exhausted all of Jiang Chen's divine origin Qi. However, that sword was still shocking. Xianyuan Kanglan retreated with fear. Even though Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he should not be underestimated. Half of the 20th sword could be attributed to Xianyuan Kanglan. If Jiang Chen did not push his strength to the limit, he would not be able to break through in such a short period of time. The sword intent of life and death, the 20th sword. Let's see how long you can last. Xianyuan Kanglan harumphed coldly. The sinister smile on his face became more obvious. Although Jiang Chen's 20th sword was powerful, it was not unbreakable. If it was Jiang Chen at his peak, Xianyuan Kanglan would definitely retreat. But now, Xianyuan Kanglan was not worried at all. As long as he managed to dodge Jiang Chen's attack, the following attacks would definitely weaken. By that time, he would be able to attack Jiang Chen again. Xianyuan Kanglan was very confident now. After fusing with the Tao Tai, he could change his form at will. Moreover, he was able to merge with the Tao Tai. Chapter 35-48. The Great Soul Derivation Technique and the Soul-Seizing Divine Technique both possessed supreme pressure. Currently, whether it was the Soul-Seizing Technique, the Soul-Seizing Technique, or the Soul-Seizing Technique, they had all undergone earth-shattering changes. The Great Soul Derivation Technique in the Soul Awakening realm combined with Jiang Chen's Soul-Seizing Divine Art was extremely powerful. This is the moment. The power of the 20th sword had yet to dissipate. Another wave of power rose. Jiang Chen's soul-seizing divine art was unleashed once again. Soul Annihilation Technique. In an instant, Xianyuan Kanglan was pushed back. His face was extremely pale. The soul energy of a peak Emperor realm expert combined with the Great Soul Derivation Technique was even more powerful. If the Great Soul Derivation Technique could reach the primordial origin realm, the effect would be even more terrifying. It might even be able to kill Xianyuan Kanglan. It might not be a legend, it could at least make him lose his ability to fight. But at this moment, Jiang Chen could only heavily injure Xianyuan Kanglan. He could not deal a fatal blow to him. Bastard! Xianyuan Kanglan retreated. He had a splitting headache. The soul annihilation technique had caused severe damage to his soul. Even though he had fused with the Tao Tai, his soul energy was only at the early Emperor realm. If his soul energy was not at the early Emperor realm, he might really die here. Xianyuan Kanglan did not expect Jiang Qin to be able to unleash such power when he was unprepared. This fella is really hard to deal with. I will kill you. I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. Ultimate dragon devouring technique, Xianyuan Kanglan turned into 100 zhang tall Tao Tai. At this moment, the Tao Tai opened its bloody mouth and started to devour everything in its path. The icicles, dust, and corpses were all devoured by the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen's face changed drastically. He quickly kept Qing Xian and Long Ying into the myriad qi cauldron. Otherwise, the two of them would not have been able to escape. Jiang Chen immediately raised his blade and plunged into the glacier with the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, his long hair fluttered in the wind, heaven and earth trembled. There was nothing around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood firmly on the ground, but the glacier beneath his feet started to crack. It might even be devoured by Xianyuan Kanglan at any moment. Proud sword of the firmament. Birth of heavenly dragon. Jiang Chen unleashed his final attack. The sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed at this moment. A terrifying dragon roar was heard, piercing through the sky. The sword turned into a berserk dragon and charged towards Xianyuan Kanglan. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the sword spirit soared 90,000 li away. Jiang Chen finally fell to the ground after unleashing his sword. Every single cell in his body seemed to have deteriorated as all of his life force and potential were exhausted. Jiang Chen was gasping for breath. This sword had completely defeated Xianyuan Kanglan. The sword pierced through his chest, but the Tao Tai was still hammering on his chest. He roared and roared, blood gushed out, but he was still able to fight. Jiang Chen, let's see what else you can do to defy the heavens this time. Xianyuan Kanglan turned into his human form and slashed the glacier with his profound heavy sword. Open heaven seal. Jiang Chen's pupil shrunk. He condensed the last of his Tao energy and unleashed an attack. The heavens and earth changed. Under the open heaven seal, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. As soon as the seal was unleashed, Xianyuan Kanglan's profound heavy sword started to crack. He was pushed back, blood gushed out from his body. The open heaven seal had defeated Xianyuan Kanglan in one strike. Jiang Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, even if Xianyuan Kanglan did not die, he did not have the strength to fight anymore. You failed again. Xianyuan Kanglan. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and smiled coldly. His white teeth were covered with blood. His arrogant smile was full of vigor at this moment. Xianyuan Kanglan slowly moved his fingers. His life was hanging by a thread. But at this moment, he could not fight back anymore. His injuries were more severe than Jiang Chen's. The sea heart lotus is mine. A muffled voice was heard from the void. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he staggered backwards. An incomparable giant hand covered the sky. It seemed like it was pressing Jiang Chen under it, as if it was going to crush him. The palm was extremely powerful, formed by endless divine origin energy. It even seemed like it had its own soul. It wanted to crush Jiang Chen and snatch the sea heart lotus. How dare you! After a shout, a purple golden giant dragon soared into the sky and charged towards the giant hand. It was the ancestral dragon emperor. Afterimages filled the void. Jiang Chen stared at this scene. It seemed like the ancestral dragon emperor's guess was right. This fella that came out of nowhere was going to fight for the sea heart lotus. He must be someone from the dragon clan, but he did not show himself. S3, Jiang Chen was shocked. The formless giant hand and the ancestral dragon emperor's 1,000 Zhang dragon body started clashing against each other. The battle was shocking. Bastard! The giant hand was getting weaker and its aura was constantly changing. The illusionary figure was getting weaker and weaker. However, the ancestral dragon emperor's purple gold dragon body was still extremely terrifying. Under the crazy attacks, the giant hand that was falling from the sky was finally destroyed. At that moment, Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestral dragon emperor was still standing proudly in the sky. Leave. The ancestral dragon emperor said as he stared at Xianyuan Kanglin. Since half of his bloodline belonged to him. The ancestral dragon emperor knew that Xianyuan Kanglin was not a good person. He had fought with Jiang Qin many times but he always managed to escape. At this moment, when Xianyuan Kanglin was in his hands, the ancestral dragon emperor did not have the courage to kill him. Jiang Qin did not say anything. Although he wanted to kill Xianyuan Kanglin, he understood the ancestral dragon emperor's difficulties. Tao Tai was his son and Xianyuan Kanglin was a half-human half-beast. It was hard for the ancestral dragon emperor to kill him. Xianyuan Kanglin harumphed coldly and left without looking back. Do you know who is the one that attacked us? Jiang Qin asked. I don't know. But it should be someone from the dragon clan. I can feel his aura but I can't find him. He should not know who I am. The ancestral dragon emperor said. Jiang Qin remained silent for a while and nodded. As long as the ancestral dragon emperor did not reveal his identity. The dragon soul energy in my body is extremely powerful. I will help you recover your strength now and you might even break through. The ancestral dragon emperor said. All right. Chapter 35-49. What did he do? You still look like you're unwilling. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. Brother Jiang Qin, hurry up. Otherwise, Lady Ying might be in danger. Qing Xian said with a red face. What do you mean hurry up? Jiang Chen's face turned red. This is too embarrassing. But then he thought, this is all to save Ying. I'll explain it to her when she wakes up. After all, this is the only way. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. At this moment, only the power of his bloodline could save her. Jiang Qin knew that he had to do it. Jiang Qin and Long Ying's silhouettes slowly weaved together and overlapped with each other. Both of their bodies were covered with a thick layer of cocoon. Finally, a 10-meter large egg was formed. In the pillar of the ocean's core, time seemed to have passed. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them finally woke up. The giant egg was also cracked. Jiang Qin was the first to wake up. He looked at the naked woman in his bosom. Her hair seemed to have grown longer, her figure seemed to have become better, and the smile on her face seemed to have become sweeter. At this moment, Long Ying in his bosom seemed to have completed the transformation of a teenage girl. She was now a woman who could bring disaster to a country. At this moment, Jiang Qin was stunned. Ah! A scream woke Jiang Qin up from his trance. At that moment, Ying tightly grabbed her clothes that obviously didn't fit her anymore. She bit her red lips and her eyes were filled with shyness and anger. However, after the anger, she seemed to feel a trace of melancholy and panic. Brother Jiang Qin, you actually, Long Ying turned her head away. Her face was filled with tears. She never thought that Brother Jiang Qin would actually do such a thing to her. Sigh, Ying, this matter isn't what you think it is. You were already on the verge of death. This is the only way for me to fuse with you. Only then can I completely transfer the power of my bloodline to you and complete your salvation. Otherwise, Jiang Qin said with a bitter face. At this moment, he wasn't going to turn his back on Long Ying after finishing his meal. He just felt a little awkward as he didn't know how to face Long Ying. He had treated her as a girl before this. However, at this moment, longing air seemed to have completely grown up. Whether it was her figure or her face, her temperament or her eyes, she was no longer that young woman. Instead, she had turned into a young woman. She was full of shyness and nervousness. "I'm sorry, Brother Jiangqin. I have wronged you," but longing air wanted to say something but stopped. She didn't know how to face Brother Jiangqin. From the bottom of her heart, she really liked Jiangqin. Imperceptibly, she had already turned into an AI. She had never cared so much about a man before. She knew that this was an AI from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, why would she sacrifice herself to block that fatal blow for Jiangqin and even think of letting him escape? "Don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility for you," Jiangqin said. He naturally wouldn't leave longing air like this. Although he was passive and did it to save someone, Jiangqin couldn't not take responsibility for ruining a girl's innocence. Moreover, longing air was lively and AI. She was kind and gentle, which was what Jiangqin liked. He couldn't help but think of that pure and considerate girl. Little you, where are you? Do you know how much I miss you?" Chapter 35-50. Brother Jiangqin, if you don't like me, you don't have to force it. Long Yinger's eyes were filled with tears as she said softly. She lowered her head with mixed feelings in her heart. Jiangqin hugged Long Yinger's frail body and they hugged each other tightly. "I like you so much that I can't wait to hold you in my arms forever," Jiangqin said with a smile. Long Yinger smiled through her tears, feeling extremely happy. When the two of them put on their clothes, not only Qing Xian, but even Jiangqin was dumbfounded. Is this the same Long Yinger from before? She had long black hair, a slender figure that was comparable to Jiangqin's. Her legs were slender, and she had bright eyes and white teeth. She was like a fairy in the mortal world. Her smile was graceful, gentle, and elegant. Her fiery red clothes could not conceal her peerless beauty. Jiangqin could not help but gasp in amazement. She was like a work of art that was given to him by the heavens. Jiangqin wanted to hug her and kiss her. Her blushing cheeks were like the setting sun, giving Jiangqin unlimited imagination. "I can't even recognize you after putting on your clothes," Jiangqin mumbled. "Brother Jiangqin, what nonsense are you talking about?" Long Yinger stomped her feet and her cheeks blushed. There was a hint of anger deep in her eyes, but she could not bear to scold him. "I'll have to call you sister-in-law in the future." He. Qing Xian joked. Long Yinger's cheeks blushed even more. Jiangqin brought Qing Xian and Long Yinger away from the pillar of the heart of the sea. At that moment, there were still hundreds of people on the evil spirit island. They were waiting to see who would be the final winner. When the green-robed old man saw only Jiangqin and the other two walking out, his eyes gradually narrowed and his expression changed slightly. "You really walked out alive," the green-robed old man mumbled. The shock in his heart was beyond words. "Those people, they're all dead. Only the three of us are left," Jiangqin said proudly as he looked at the green-clothed old man. At this moment, the green-clothed old man was speechless. The green-robed old man's heart was in a perilous state. Just what was this guy's background? Everyone died inside. Wasn't this too ridiculous? It was the Rising Dragon banquet of the Dragon Clan, yet not a single member of the Dragon Clan managed to leave the Sea Heart Pillar alive. This was definitely quite an ironic thing. The Dragon Clan was completely annihilated. Sigh. The green-robed elder shook his head with a stiff expression. "Elder, I'm Long Yinger, I'm not dead yet." Long Yinger rolled her eyes and smiled. The old man in green took a closer look. Although the peerless beauty in front of him had changed her appearance, she indeed had the outline of Long Inger when she was young. It was really her. Ha ha ha, at least we didn't all die. Girl, did you get the sea heart lotus? The green-clothed old man smiled as he looked at Long Inger solemnly. Long Inger looked at Jiang Qin, causing the green-clothed old man's face to turn even uglier. What he was afraid of had come. This fella without a single spiritual fish ointment actually became the final winner and became the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet. To the Dragon Clan, this was simply a terrible thing. This fella is so strong. Seems like we've all underestimated him. Everyone died. That's too scary. Luckily, I didn't go down. Otherwise, I'd probably die without knowing why. You're right. One should know when to stop being greedy. A wise man submits to circumstances. Not everyone will become the darling of the times and the lucky ones of the goddess of destiny. It's great to be alive. Isn't it so? But this is also a training experience. After all, we participated in the Rising Dragon Banquet of the Dragon Clan and we survived. Ha! The group of people felt like they had just survived a disaster. Because everyone who entered the Rising Dragon Banquet had died. It was a pity. The Eastern Dragon Clan, the Northern Dragon Clan, and even the genius disciple of the Dragon Clan, Long Yu, had died there. The Rising Dragon Banquet this time around was a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen brought Long Inger and Qing Xian along with him as they rode on the waves. At this moment, everyone followed closely behind them. Jiang Chen's elegance was something that they could never catch up to. However, at this moment, they would still follow him. After all, he was the final winner of the Rising Dragon Banquet. Looking at Jiang Chen's back view, the green-clothed old man couldn't hide the bitterness in his heart. As an elder of the Dragon Clan, he was filled with disappointment. This was the only time the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet wasn't from the Dragon Clan. At this moment, on the Dragon Clan Square, countless people were looking forward to the return of the true champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet to the Dragon Clan. This time around, I think Long Yu will definitely be the champion. There aren't many people who can match up to him. That's true. Long Yu will definitely be the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet. The champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet won't be taken away by others. You guys are so confident in Long Yu. What if the final winner isn't him? Suddenly, someone said in an extremely disappointing manner. The champion will definitely be Long Yu. Yeah, the strongest genius of our Dragon Clan, how can he be ordinary? You guys don't have to worry. It will definitely be Long Yu. Everyone was looking forward to it, their hearts full of hope. Long Jingza silently looked into the distance. He didn't have much ambition. He only hoped that his child could return safely. They're back. They're back. No one knew who shouted. In an instant, everyone looked into the distance and saw many figures flying through the air, returning from the endless western sea. Long Jing's pupils constricted. He looked for everyone, but there was no sign of his child. At that moment, Long Jing's body trembled, his face full of despair. Who will be the champion? Who will be the final winner? Countless people of the Dragon Clan were silently looking forward to it. However, Long Yu didn't return. Long Xiaoquan didn't return. Even Long Ing didn't return. Everyone who participated in the Rising Dragon Banquet didn't return. The entire dragon tribe was in an uproar. To the dragon tribe, this was a blatant humiliation. Not a single member of the dragon tribe returned from the Rising Dragon Banquet. Looking at the smug faces of the outsiders, the elders of the dragon tribe almost exploded in anger. Could it be that our Dragon Clan was completely annihilated this time? Someone sighed. At that moment, it was as if the people of the Dragon Clan had just woken up from a dream. This time, they had lost a lot of face. It was simply a hopeless situation. The sea heart lotus is in my hands. I am the champion of the rising dragon banquet. Jiang Chen looked down at the firmament. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Brother Long, you're here too. Jiang Chen looked at Long Jingzi, but Long Jingzi's face was filled with sorrow. He silently nodded, sorrow welling up from within. Brother Long, why are you so sad? Jiang Chen frowned and asked, ignoring everyone's gaze. My daughter didn't come back, Long Jingzi murmured, the despair in his eyes overflowing. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know which one was his daughter. Father, I'm back. Chapter 35-51. Father. Jiang Chen's head buzzed. No way. Long Jingzi is your father. Jiang Chen was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, his heart was filled with a bitter smile. The daughter that Long Jingzi has been waiting for is actually Long Ying. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I have saved your father before, and your father actually treats me as a brother. You are. Long Jingzi's head buzzed. How could I not recognize my own daughter? He just didn't notice her just now. After carefully looking at her, it was indeed so. It was really longing her. She was really his daughter. However, her appearance had changed so much that even he, as her father, couldn't recognize her. Come. Brother Jiang, let me introduce you. This is my daughter. Longing ha. Both of you returned from the endless West Sea together. You should know each other. Long Jingzi said with a laugh. Brother Long, Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. He couldn't continue to call Long Jingzi Brother Long. He had turned into an old Mount Tai. Father, we are already together. Long Ying said in a low voice with a blushing face. This, Long Jingzi couldn't accept it for a moment. You are my woman, and he is my savior. He calls me Brother Long, and you call me father. What kind of seniority is this? Brother Jiang, I treat you as a brother. You actually slept with my daughter. Long Jingzi stared at Jiang Chen with a serious face. Jiang Chen also felt extremely bitter in his heart. Brother Long, I really had no choice. However, Jiang Chen wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't recognize others. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and nod his head helplessly. Sigh, forget it. Children and grandchildren have their own happiness. From now on, you can call me Uncle Long. My daughter can't call me father while you call me brother, right? The corner of Long Jingzi's mouth slightly raised, and his expression returned to normal. Although his daughter was already with Jiang Chen, what was done could not be undone. Long Jingzi, who was used to big scenes, naturally quickly recovered his expression. At this time, not everyone could remain calm, but Long Jingzi perfectly showed his ability to adapt. For him, Brother Dragon becoming Uncle Dragon was not something unacceptable. Father, Long Ying said in a low voice as the redness on her face grew even more intense, causing many people from the dragon tribe to be dumbfounded. Long Ying was originally the most beautiful person in the dragon clan. Now, her figure and appearance had changed quite a bit, once again becoming the most beautiful person in the dragon clan, instantly captivating everyone. But now, Long Ying was with an outsider. This caused countless youths of the dragon clan to beat their chests and stamp their feet, feeling incomparably sad. It's really Ying, she's still alive. Long Yu and Long Xiaoquan are both dead, only Ying, is still alive. Yes, she has preserved the last shred of dignity of the dragon clan. But the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet has been taken away by an outsider. What a pity. Can't help it, who asked him to be so strong? Even Long Yu has failed, who else would dare to act rashly? Did you guys notice, whether it's AO impermanence of the Northern Dragon Tribe or AO Lie of the Eastern Dragon Tribe, none of them appeared among them. Many people from the Dragon Clan felt guilty, but they were still a little conflicted about Jiang Chen winning the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet. But so what if they were conflicted? Didn't he still get the Sea Heart Lotus? And he even got the beauty. At this moment, Jiang Chen was the center of attention. Countless people were envious of him. He wasn't a member of the Dragon Clan, but he became the son-in-law of the Dragon Clan. According to the saying of the Dragon Clan, good things should not flow to outsiders. After all, he didn't leave the hands of the Dragon Clan. But many people were extremely uncomfortable. After all, the one who won the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet wasn't Long Yu, so they didn't buy it. In their eyes, they could only accept it if someone from the Dragon Clan won the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet. Jiang Chen looked at them coldly. These people were all so arrogant, but now they were all dumbfounded, right? The genius disciple that you're so proud of is just a pile of dog shit in my hands. Long Jingzhou was also happy for Jiang Chen winning the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet. After all, Jiang Chen could be said to be his son-in-law. He was also very happy that Long Ying could find such an ideal husband. He didn't have high hopes for Long Yu, because that fellow was too arrogant and too cold. Although it was a pity that Long Yu couldn't return from the endless Western Sea, Long Jingzhou wasn't the slightest bit surprised. Jiang Chen winning the first place was truly well-deserved. Long Jingzhou had witnessed his strength. Although every single member of the Dragon Clan was unwilling in their hearts, they had ultimately failed. The Dragon Clan's face had hit rock bottom. They had failed in their own territory, which made others sigh in pity. Long Yinyue's death had also caused the entire Dragon Clan to become extremely gloomy. They had even observed a moment of silence for him. Long Yinyue was the strongest genius of the Dragon Clan in the past 1,000,000 years. But he had died in this Rising Dragon banquet. It was the greatest irony. How did Long Yu die? That's right, quickly tell us, did Jiang Chen kill him? What exactly happened? Why didn't Long Yu come out alive? Everyone looked at Long Ying aggressively. They were even filled with a threatening aura towards Long Ying. Enough. What's done cannot be undone. Do you still want to force my daughter into a dead end? All of you, step down. Long Jingzhou furiously roared, coldly looking at everyone present. Instantly, the members of the Dragon Clan didn't dare to say another word. After all, Long Jingzhou was the 9th elder, and his status and strength were extraordinary. Moreover, this matter wasn't caused by Long Ying. So what if I killed him? Life and death are up to fate, and success or failure is up to the heavens. If he wanted to kill me, should I wash my neck clean and wait? Jiang Chen coldly sneered, the corner of his mouth coldly sweeping across everyone of the Dragon Clan. At that moment, although Jiang Chen had become the champion of the Rising Dragon banquet, it made everyone of the Dragon Clan glare at him. Long Jingzhou's heart sank. He never imagined that Long Yu was killed by Jiang Chen. However, it was still a little inappropriate for him to boldly admit it in front of everyone. In a life and death battle, blades and spears naturally had no eyes. However, the final result made everyone incomparably furious. Everyone of the Dragon Clan looked at Jiang Chen with murderous gazes, wishing that they could eat his flesh and cut him into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in their hearts. The death of Long Yu and all the geniuses of the Dragon Clan caused the entire Dragon Clan to silently mourn. Chapter 3552. Being the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet might be considered lucky for many people, but for Jiang Qin at this moment, he was being condemned by everyone. All the people of the Dragon Clan, except for Long Jingze and Long Yinghe, were glaring at Jiang Qin. This was because Jiang Qin had killed a top genius of the Dragon Clan, which was equivalent to a disaster for them. Even if Jiang Qin didn't admit it, he couldn't avoid it. However, at this moment, what he was most worried about was that the people of the Dragon Clan wouldn't believe that Long Yingyue was a traitor of the Dragon Clan. At that time, he would really be unable to explain himself. Now it's time to go to the Dragon Clan Hall. As the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet, you have to receive your reward eventually. Long Jingze said with a dignified expression. It was quite difficult to face the people of the Dragon Clan. Although Long Jingze believed in Jiang Qin, it didn't mean that other people of the Dragon Clan believed in Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin had personally admitted that he had killed Long Yingyue. This was an indisputable fact. Jiang Qin nodded silently. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. After all, he was in the Dragon Clan, so he had to be as low-key as possible. However, the Dragon Clan was, after all, an ancient clan. At this time, even if Jiang Qin was the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet and obtained the Sea Heart Lotus, the result might not be a good thing. Long Yinghe held Jiang Qin's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly leave her. Don't worry, I don't think the Dragon Clan would be so overbearing. Jiang Qin smiled and stepped into the Dragon Clan's meeting hall with Long Jingze. Behind him, Long Yinghe, Qing Xian, and more than 10 people who held the spirit fish ointment in their hands. In Jiang Qin's eyes, these guys were the final victors. They didn't even go down the pillar of the ocean's heart. Jiang Qin killed everyone, which helped them instead. The atmosphere in the hall of the Dragon Clan was still cold and solemn. It was so much so that no one dared to breathe loudly. Long Jingze was seated at the end, with the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan standing in the middle. However, Jiang Qin saw an arrogant middle-aged man in a golden robe. His expression was calm, but it was filled with arrogance. It was as if every single action of his was filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. Jiang Qin understood in his heart. Needless to say, this person must be the current clan leader of the Dragon Clan. Are you Jiang Qin? The middle-aged man in the lead said calmly. However, he gave Jiang Qin quite a bit of pressure. No one dared to say a word. The clan leader's aura could look down on the entire 9 heavens. That's right. Jiang Qin nodded slightly and said in a low voice. Not bad. As expected, heroes come from the young. The 9th level bloodline power is also you. The one who killed Long Yingyue is also you. Aoji said calmly. However, Jiang Qin could feel the coldness and anger in Aoji's heart. It seemed that Aoji did not like him at all because he had killed a genius of the Dragon Clan, and not just one person. That's right. However, I only killed Long Yingyue. The others were all killed by Long Yingyue. Because he betrayed the Dragon Clan and joined hands with the Eastern Dragon Clan, the Northern Dragon Clan, and the Spectre Clan. Jiang Qin said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Facing Aoji's cold gaze, Jiang Qin did not show the slightest hint of fear. The Spectre Clan. It can't be, right? Why would the Spectre Clan come to our Dragon Clan? Could it be some kind of conspiracy? Long Yingyue rebelled. Betrayed the Dragon Clan. What a joke. This is the funniest joke I've heard in hundreds of years. Impossible. A bunch of nonsense. You killed a genius of our Dragon Clan, yet you want to push all the blame onto someone else. You're really shameless. Yes, I don't believe it either. What's done is done. What the Dragon Clan looks down on the most is people like you who distort the truth. He's already dead, yet you still want to accuse Long Yinue of betraying the Dragon Clan. I'll be the first to disagree. Instantly, as Jiang Chen's words fell, the entire hall was quickly filled with countless angry voices. No one believed Jiang Chen's nonsense. In their opinion, Jiang Chen was asking to be humiliated. Who would believe such words? He killed Long Yinue for the good of the Dragon Clan. To eliminate a traitor for the Dragon Clan. Long Xiaoquan and the genius of the Dragon Clan did not die in his hands, but in the hands of Long Yinue. This was simply absurd. Jiang Chen sneered. He knew that these people would not believe him. Other than Qing Xian and Long Yinghe, no one else would believe him. This was because he was already at the lowest point of morality. As a member of the Dragon Clan, how could Long Yinue betray the Dragon Clan? Even if he did betray them, Jiang Chen gradually understood that they would not admit to it because it would be a humiliation for the Dragon Clan. In short, it was a fact that he killed Long Yinue. That was enough. You can't slander me. Brother Jiang Chen definitely did not kill anyone else from the Dragon Clan. He only killed Long Yinue. We saved Long Yinue once, but not only was he not grateful, he repaid kindness with enmity and almost caused our deaths. In the end, he got involved with the Spectre Clan, the Eastern Dragon Clan, and the Northern Dragon Clan to kill us. In the end, he was killed by Brother Jiang Chen. If you didn't see all of this with your own eyes, how would you understand? Long Ying said with a serious face, and her voice was extremely low. He, it's easy for you to say. I don't think we need to elaborate on your relationship with him, right? You've already become someone else's woman and are no longer a member of the Dragon Clan. Now, you've learned to help an outsider. Do you think we'll believe your nonsense? Do you think you'll speak ill of your man? What a joke. The third elder's face was dark and full of disdain. The corner of his mouth carried a mocking smile. This angered Long Ying so much that her face turned green. However, there was nothing she could do. She could only clench her teeth, unable to defend herself. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Plus, you already predicted that Long Yinue would win in the end. However, the result made your jaws drop to the ground. Didn't you? No matter who it was, if it was someone else, I'm afraid you would say the same thing, right? I just want to know, is this how the Dragon Clan treats the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet? Could it be that all of you are so despicable? Where is the demeanor of a great clan? You've really opened my eyes. If the person who died today was me and the final winner was Long Yinue, would you still care? I don't think you even want to know who I am. Right now, I'm standing here with the attitude of the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet and not a prisoner. What right do you have to interrogate me? Jiang Chen took a step forward. He was calm and composed as he looked at the Dragon Clan leader, Aoji. His eyes were sharp and he did not take a step back. At that moment, the faces of everyone from the Dragon Clan became extremely ugly. Jiang Chen's words were equivalent to giving them a heavy blow. However, they did not seem to be able to refute it. Bastard! How can a child like you be allowed to act rashly in the Dragon Clan's hall? The fourth elder growled. His brows were completely knitted together as he glared at Jiang Chen. Chapter 35-53. The Rising Dragon Banquet is a cruel trial. Life and death are up to fate, success and failure are up to the heavens. If one loses, or dies, it only means that one's strength is insufficient and his skills are not as good as others. Is there any objection? Jiang Chen was not afraid of anyone. At that moment, he and Aoji's eyes intertwined. Aoji's lips curled into a faint smile and his eyes became extremely sharp. No matter what the truth is, you did kill Long Yu. The seventh elder pointed at Jiang Chen and said, "So what if I killed him? Since you're afraid of death, why did you enter the Rising Dragon Banquet to compete with me and fight for life and death?" Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Everyone fell silent again, speechless. Long Jing's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. What a good Jiang Chen. Life and death are up to fate, success and failure are up to the heavens. This guy had guts and vigor. Even in front of the Dragon Patriarch, he did not have the slightest bit of cowardice. Only such a person was qualified to protect his daughter. Enough. Aoj said faintly. Everyone stopped talking. The Patriarch's words carried enormous weight. Who dared to disobey him? Jiang Chen is right. Today, he is the winner of the Rising Dragon Banquet, but we're talking to him like interrogators. It's a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. Don't argue about this anymore. Everyone will die, but who can avoid it? Only the heavens can only blame themselves for not being as good as others. If a flower that grows in a greenhouse needs to be protected, then it's not the top genius of the Dragon Clan. Aoj's words made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. It seemed that this patriarch of the Dragon Clan was quite reasonable. However, Jiang Chen realized that the coldness in his eyes did not diminish at all. This person also had a grudge against him. However, he was in a high position. Jiang Chen knew that such a person would not easily lose his temper. Now that he was the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet, no one could refute him. As the final winner, Jiang Chen should get what he deserved. Thank you for your wise judgment, Patriarch. Jiang Chen said faintly. However, he knew that his crisis was definitely not over yet. Right now, he had already become the public enemy of the Dragon Tribe. It was so much so that everyone had the right to kill him. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dragon Tribe's clan chief had to consider the bigger picture, there might even be people who wanted to attack Jiang Chen right now. Long Yinger also heaved a sigh of relief. At least until now, Jiang Chen was no longer in danger. With the Patriarch's words, no one dared to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Since that's the case, you've won first place in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Bring me the Sea Heart Lotus. The Great Elder said coldly. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. You want my Sea Heart Lotus? Why should I give it to you? You want me to hand over something that I risked my life to obtain? Absolutely impossible. Unless I die. Yeah, hurry up and hand over the Sea Heart Lotus. That's the symbol of the Rising Dragon Banquet. You brat, don't tell me you're lying to the Patriarch and the elders. If you don't have the Sea Heart Lotus, then don't even think about leaving here alive. If you dare to lie to me, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen to hand over the Sea Heart Lotus, but at that moment, Jiang Chen fell into silence. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen said in an unquestionable tone, the Sea Heart Lotus is here. Holding the Sea Heart Lotus in his hand, Jiang Chen did not have the slightest intention of handing it over. When Aoj saw the Sea Heart Lotus in Jiang Chen's hand, his pupils shrank and his face turned extremely solemn. To him, the Dragon Tribe's clan leader, the Sea Heart Lotus was extremely important. I've painstakingly obtained the Sea Heart Lotus. It's my reward for the Rising Dragon Banquet. Why should I hand it over? I've exchanged my life for it. Sorry, Jiang Chen, can't do it. If you want it, you can fight for it yourself. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he said in a deep voice. At this moment, all the experts of the Dragon Tribe were infuriated. Dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts in the hall glared at Jiang Chen. Do you want to keep the Sea Heart Lotus for yourself? It's the treasure of our Dragon Tribe. The Great Elder shouted angrily, even his face was filled with anger, as if he was going to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. The mightiness of a late divine emperor was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and felt a great pressure. However, he did not back down at all and argued for what was right. I, Jiang Qin, risked my life to become the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet, and the Sea Heart Lotus is the symbol. If I give the Sea Heart Lotus to you, who will recognize me as the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet? Great Elder, you don't have to be so angry. Am I wrong? If you're capable, the Sea Heart Lotus is yours. If you're from the Dragon Tribe, you might give it to me without hesitation, but I, Jiang Qin, can't do it. This is the symbol of the Rising Dragon Banquet. Is the Great Elder going to deprive me of the title of champion? Jiang Qin asked back, making the Great Elder fall into silence. He was speechless and did not know what to say. Good, what a glib tongue. Not bad, the Sea Heart Lotus is yours, the best reward for being the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet. However, from now on, you'll be a member of the Dragon Tribe. Although you have the 9th layer dragon bloodline power, you haven't experienced the heavenly dragon baptism in the ancient land of the Dragon Tribe, so you're not a true member of the Dragon Tribe. That will be the final place of inheritance for you. Aoji stood up slowly and said calmly. The Great Elder and the others wanted to say something but stopped. Aoji's words carried enormous weight, no one in the Dragon Tribe dared to refute him. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Dragon Tribe. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. However, he could feel that countless powerful forces had locked onto him, as if they wanted to cut him into pieces. Obviously, these people were incomparably angry, but they were afraid of the dignity of the patriarch of the dragon family. That was why they restrained their anger. 3 days later, at the ancient land of the Dragon Tribe, you'll receive the inheritance baptism. At that time, you'll be a member of the Dragon Tribe. Jiang Qin, I hope you won't disappoint me. Aoji smiled calmly. He turned around and disappeared from the hole. Jiang Qin nodded heavily. At this moment, he was worried that the patriarch of the Dragon Tribe would discover his identity. Moreover, if the ancestral Dragon Emperor were to reveal his identity, they might not be able to deal with him easily. Ancient land of the Dragon Tribe. Jiang Qin could feel that the ancestral Dragon Emperor was getting excited in the Zulong Tower. The ancient land of the Dragon Tribe seemed to be a place that he cared a lot about. Chapter 35-54. However, Jiang Qin was also extremely cautious. Even Aoji was filled with greed when he looked at the Ocean Heart Lotus in his hand. This Ocean Heart Lotus was clearly something. 3 days quietly passed. However, at this moment, the Dragon Clan was already surging with undercurrents. Long Jingze had found Jiang Qin 3 times with the same goal. He wanted him to take this opportunity to leave the Dragon Clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he entered the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, he might not have the chance to leave anymore. Long Jingze was also thinking for Jiang Chen's sake. Otherwise, with his understanding of the Dragon Clan, this matter would definitely not be left at that. Even if the clan leader did not intervene, there would still be more people who would obstruct him. The danger was naturally not something that outsiders could understand. However, Jiang Chen's stubbornness also made Long Jingze speechless. This guy had eaten a heavy weight and was determined to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan to receive the inheritance. He said that it was too important to him, so he could not leave just like that. Then you must be more careful. Long Jingze could only helplessly sigh in the end. He was not worried about Long Ying. After all, she was a member of the Dragon Clan. No matter how despicable they were, they would not attack Long Ying. However, with Jiang Chen's current situation, he might be ambushed by the Dragon Clan at any time. This was not something that Long Jingze made up. He was all too clear about the dragon clan's character. Jiang Chen had killed Long Yingyue, so it was impossible for him to leave unscathed. Long Yingyue also hoped that Jiang Chen could leave as soon as possible. After all, where there was life, there was hope. However, Jiang Chen's stubbornness also made them completely speechless. 3 days had passed. The seventh elder, Long Fangji, appeared on the Dragon Clan's plaza. He faced Jiang Chen, Long Yingyue, Qing Xian, and the 7 final victors of the Rising Dragon Banquet, preparing to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. I am the 7th elder of the Dragon Clan, Long Fangji. Today, I will bring you into the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. Remember, you only have 3 months. How much you can obtain will depend on your own luck. The ancient land of the Dragon Clan has existed for tens of millions of years. It is the place where the Dragon Clan's spirit chi is the densest. To be able to cultivate in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan for 3 months is your good fortune. Even I don't have such an opportunity. The reason for that was because the spiritual aura of the Dragon Clan's ancient land would gradually dissipate after being absorbed. It would take a long time for it to gather again. It is called the Emperor Dragon Energy. Once you absorb the Emperor Dragon Energy, you will become a member of the Dragon Clan and possess the true Dragon Clan bloodline. Long Fangji glanced at Jiang Chen and the others with a cold expression. In his opinion, the only person who needed special treatment this time was Jiang Chen. Emperor Dragon Energy. This was also the first time Long Yingyue had heard of the Emperor Dragon Energy. Not bad. It is said that in the ancient times, 7 Emperor Realms super experts died in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. They were peerless experts that even Emperor Realm experts could not compare to. They were as famous as the heavens. The Emperor Dragon Energy that was brewed from their bodies and souls is the treasure of the Dragon Clan. As long as you go through the baptism of the Emperor Dragon Energy, your bloodline will improve to the next level. Emperor Realm experts. Are they even more terrifying than Emperor Realm experts? Long Yingyue's expression was extremely solemn. That's right. There are some things that you will understand when you become stronger in the future. The place where the 7 Emperor Realm experts died formed a dragon developing pond. There are inheritances and fortunes left by the 7 Emperor Realm experts there. The current leader of the Dragon Clan once received an inheritance from an Emperor Realm expert in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan and became the strongest expert of the Dragon Clan. Lad, it all depends on your luck. Humph, the dragon developing pond is the most precious place in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. How much you can get from it will depend on your ability. Finally, Long Fangji's gaze fell upon Jiang Chen and he harumphed coldly. He was quite angry with this bastard. Jiang Chen had killed a genius disciple of the Dragon Clan and still wanted to push the blame onto the Dragon Clan. Even if he became the son-in-law of the Dragon Clan, the people of the Dragon Clan would never be loyal to the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen looked cold and indifferent. He knew that even if he entered the ancient land of the Dragon Clan this time, it would not be easy for him to receive the inheritance. Could it be you, Shaoqi? The ancestral Dragon Emperor murmured. His low and sorrowful voice made Jiang Chen's heart sink. Does the ancestral Dragon Emperor know about the 7 Emperor Realm experts? If it really is them, then perhaps what happened to me back then can be explained. The final plot will also be easily solved. The ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. Although he was silent, Jiang Chen could feel his excitement and anger. He could not wait to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. I haven't shown myself all this while because I'm worried that there are experts in the Dragon Clan that I don't know about. Once my identity is exposed, I'll probably fall into eternal damnation. So I can only stay in the ancestral Dragon Pagoda. This time, it's all up to you, Jiang Chen. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said sincerely. Jiang Chen was his only hope. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He knew that the responsibility on his shoulders was very heavy. To the ancestral Dragon Emperor, the exploration of the ancient land of the Dragon Clan was very important. In the past, the ancestral Dragon Emperor had helped him to get to where he was today. His dragon transformation skill had almost reached the great accomplishment level. Although he and the ancestral Dragon Emperor relied on each other to achieve what they had today, without the ancestral Dragon Emperor, there would not be Jiang Qin today. When the ancestral Dragon Emperor needed him, he would not let the ancestral Dragon Emperor down. Let's go. The seal of the ancient land of the Dragon Clan has been activated. The celestial Crane Mountain is the illusion of the ancient land. Once you enter the celestial Crane Mountain, you will reach the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. This is the Monarch Dragon Token. Only the person with the Monarch Dragon Token can enter the developing dragon pond without being attacked by the Monarch Dragon Chi. Long Fangji passed the purple sovereign dragon token to Jiang Qin. At this moment, everyone was incomparably excited. To them, it was like being carried into the top 10 of the Rising Dragon Banquet. All of the experts had died, and they were the final winners. It was a great fortune. Jiang Qin and the others walked deeper into the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. Looking at Jiang Qin's back from afar, Long Fangji's lips curled into a meaningful smile and he murmured, "Boy, let's see if you can withstand the power of the developing dragon pond." The celestial Crane Mountain was surrounded by cranes and clouds. After entering the celestial Crane Mountain, one could see flowers all over the mountain. Between the two mountains, there was a natural moat with torrential river water pouring down from the sky. It was a magnificent sight. In front of them was a huge stone with inscriptions carved on it. Jiang Qin looked at the huge stone silently. It was like a huge stone as heavy as the sky and earth, pressing on his heart. What a terrifying deterrent force. This huge stone actually has such a domineering pressure. Jiang Qin's heart trembled. The words ancient land were written on the stone. It was calm and domineering, as if it carried a tremendous force that was hard to resist. What a magnificent ancient land of the Dragon Clan. Someone could not help but exclaim. Chapter 35-55. Boundless spiritual chi gathered from all directions. The spiritual chi here was different from the others. It contained the overbearing imperial dragon energy. No wonder it was called the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. The imperial dragon energy contained within was simply a transformation for them, a baptism of life and death. Jiang Qin also felt refreshed. The imperial dragon energy was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, it wasn't always there. It would only appear after a period of time. It seemed to be closely related to the evolving dragon pool. Big brother Jiang Qin, you must be careful when you enter the evolving dragon pool. Long Ying said worriedly. When they passed through the wilderness, they came to a canyon. The canyon was filled with dense spiritual chi. In the deepest part of the canyon, there was an existence similar to the heavenly gate with the words evolving dragon pool written on it. Alright, you and Qing Xian should be careful too. After Jiang Qin said that, he strode towards the evolving dragon pool. Standing in front of the evolving dragon pool, Jiang Qin felt an unparalleled pressure coming from all directions. The pressure was something he had never felt before. It's them. It's really them. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said in shock. The excitement in his heart was beyond words. At this moment, it was not easy for him to stay calm. It's Shao Qi. I will never forget the aura of the 7 of them. They followed me to battle all over the world. I never expected them to fall here. They are the same as the experts of the Dragon Clan that were sealed in the ocean core pillar. However, the 7 of them are stronger than those experts. They are the 7 Black Radiance generals under my command. They are also the true experts of the Dragon Clan. An Emperor realm expert is enough to change a lot of things. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a sigh. He was extremely curious about that unknown period of time. Why was he betrayed? What did that person do after betraying him? Ancestral Dragon Emperor had no idea about it. Back then, he had participated in the immemorial war. His strength was constantly weakened and his memory was scattered. That was why he was ambushed by the traitor of the Dragon Clan and left the divine world forever. Now that he had returned, Ancestral Dragon Emperor had to find out the truth, the outcome of the immemorial war and the changes of the Dragon Clan. He did not know if some things would be connected to the past. However, as long as he did not give up, he would definitely find the source. In this ancient land of the dragon tribe, there is a trace of their remaining dragon soul power. Masters at the venerable emperor level won't die so easily. Without experiencing a worldly calamity, if you want to destroy them, you'll need at least the strength of a heavenly king realm expert, but the dragon tribe didn't have any heavenly king realm experts at that time. A 9th grade emperor realm heavenly king could create a deity with a single thought. Jiang Chen knew that from this moment onwards, he might have to break through to the emperor realm expert with all his strength. As long as he could reach the emperor realm, he would be able to have his own choice in the battle of the divine world. Jiang Chen originally thought that the emperor realm was the peak. However, he knew that the emperor realm was just another starting point of the immemorial war. Jiang Chen held the emperor dragon token in his hand and stepped into the evolving dragon pond. The evolving dragon pond was 1,000 zhang wide. The milky white pond water was shrouded in mist. Jiang Chen could not see through it. However, he had to enter the evolving dragon pond at least to find out what was going on. The moment Jiang Chen's body submerged into the evolving dragon pond, 8 rays of cold light came from all directions. They were all dressed in black, completely enveloping Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't tell who they were. What a dragon clan! Jiang Chen had a lingering fear in his heart as he retreated. He stepped on the evolving dragon pond and walked on the waves. He squinted his eyes as he felt that these 8 silhouettes were extremely familiar to him. Jiang Chen did not need to explain who they were. Just 8 soul doppelgangers and you want to kill me? Aren't you a little too confident? Jiang Chen sneered. You don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Once I kill you, everything will be settled. A deep voice came from the mouth of the leader. Jiang Chen knew that the 8 soul doppelgangers, who refused to show themselves, must be the 8 great elders of the dragon clan. He reckoned that besides Long Jingze, the other 8 great elders of the dragon clan were all here. The dragon clan really has a good plan. They want to scheme against me in the ancient land of the dragon clan. This is really an eye-opener. I didn't think that the dragon clan, which is revered by the world, would be such a filthy place. How regretful. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully. If it was the 8 great elders, perhaps Jiang Chen would be afraid. However, these guys were just the soul doppelgangers of the 8 great elders. Their strength was much weaker. Only 3 of them had reached the mid-divine emperor realm. The rest of them were only at the early divine emperor realm. It would not be easy for them to kill him with such strength. Cut the crap. Everything will be over after I kill you. Someone let out a cold harumph. He didn't have time to think and immediately attacked Jiang Chen. The 8 of them advanced and retreated at the same time in perfect coordination. Their aura was like a rainbow, and they were showing off their sharpness. They were determined to kill Jiang Chen, neither advancing nor retreating. Their long spears were like frost, peerlessly bright. Jiang Chen's divine sense moved. In an instant, the soul-seizing divine art was unleashed. It had a great effect on the 8 divine emperor doppelgangers. Under the effect of the soul-seizing divine art, the 8 doppelgangers' facial expression drastically changed. They quickly retreated with an ugly expression. Soul-stealing technique. Jiang Qin used his peak Emperor realm's soul energy to attack them. Jiang Qin did not expect that. The 8 of them could not fight back at all. The soul-stealing divine art, the disdainful heavens and the great soul derivation technique had pushed Jiang Qin's soul energy to the peak. There's something strange about this guy. Retreat. The 8 soul doppelgangers did not expect that they could not withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. It was a great humiliation. However, Jiang Qin's soul attack was beyond their imagination. It was already too late for them to retreat. Coming and going as you please. Even if this is the territory of your dragon clan, it won't be that easy. Humph. Jiang Qin's heavenly lightning shot out from his palm. 4 bolts of heavenly lightning penetrated through the void. The heavenly lightning was a fatal blow to the soul doppelgangers that were heavily injured by Jiang Qin. The heavenly lightning struck down. The 8 soul doppelgangers were all killed. None of them could leave a trace of their soul energy behind. In a hidden place of the dragon clan, the 8 elders' faces turned pale as they spurted out a mouthful of blood. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. How could this guy be so strong? That's right. His spiritual strength makes me feel invincible. Chapter 35-56. Apart from Long Jingze, all of the 8 great elders had terrified expressions on their faces, their killing intent completely gone. Their avatars were not able to defeat Jiang Qin. Instead, they were completely annihilated by Jiang Qin. This was a serious injury to them. Their soul energy was severely depleted. They would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Jiang Qin looked at him. In the void of the spacetime, the 8 soul doppelgangers had been completely crushed by him and disappeared without a trace. It was quite a dangerous moment just now. But his Emperor Realm's soul played a crucial role at this moment. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Once he reached the Emperor Realm, his soul strength would be invincible. Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Qin. Looks like the dragon clan still won't give up. Jiang Qin's face turned gloomy. That's normal. You should have known that the Ocean Heart Lotus has unparalleled power. It's the power of endless Tao connotation and the essence of countless dragon clan ancestors in ancient times. Even the Emperor Realm experts are wary of it. Do you think they would be willing to give it to an outsider? Back then, the dragon clan's patriarch was just a temporary measure to stabilize you. Even he probably coveted it very much. You'd better protect your Sea Heart Lotus well. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll be killed again. Just like the fruit of fortune from before, they're all treasures that can raise one's Tao reserve. You must not let others know about them. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a smile, but he was emotionless. You're right. I don't know if the dragon clan's inheritance will be brought to me in the evolving dragon pool. After Jiang Qin got rid of his 8 doppelgangers, he looked at the evolving dragon pool and dove into it again. The terrifying imperial dragon energy gushed out and integrated into his body. Jiang Qin felt that his body was evolving continuously. The rich imperial dragon energy made him feel like he was reborn again. The dragon transformation skill made his body evolve continuously and he even became a human dragon. The 9 levels of bloodline power was not weaker than the real dragon clan. However, he was not a member of the dragon clan after all. So it was extremely difficult for him to integrate with the dragon clan perfectly. Jiang Qin could feel that the dragon transformation skill in his body was circulating crazily at this moment. The endless imperial dragon energy started to be devoured by Jiang Qin crazily. The water in the evolving dragon pool seemed to be boiling. The terrifying bloodline power shocked Jiang Qin. At this moment, he knew that the evolving dragon pool would definitely change his body again. It's a pity that my 7 brothers have already disappeared. It's extremely difficult to find their soul fragments. This evolving dragon pool should be their final resting place, but there's no news of them at all. Am I really going to make a wasted trip here? All the ancient people of the dragon clan have disappeared without a trace. Although I'm the ancestral dragon emperor, I don't seem to fit in with the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor murmured. However, you must grasp this opportunity well. Jiangchen, your human dragon body might undergo a transformation at this moment. By then, it's not impossible for you to absorb all the energy in the evolving dragon pool and transform into a real dragon. Your bloodline power of the dragon clan will be enhanced once again. How far you can evolve the dragon transformation skill will depend on your own luck. What this evolving dragon pool carries is their countless years of inheritance and thoughts. The ancestral dragon emperor said to Jiangchen solemnly. At this moment, there was no doubt that his body would undergo a drastic change after being transformed by the imperial dragon energy and the evolving dragon pool. To Jiangchen, it was a great opportunity. All right. Jiangchen said solemnly. He did not dare to be negligent and started to circulate the dragon transformation skill. He felt that his mental state had entered a mysterious realm and his soul was extremely calm. The imperial dragon energy in the evolving dragon pool and the energy in the pool made Jiangchen feel relieved. 1 month passed by quietly. Jiangchen's body had accumulated an endless amount of imperial dragon energy. After soaking in the evolving dragon pool, the energy melted. Jiangchen felt that the divine bones in his body seemed to be growing continuously. The human dragon body was revealed at this moment. The divine bones kept growing and intertwined with his flesh and blood. The excruciating pain made Jiangchen's face turn pale. Even a divine emperor expert could not withstand the pain. It was not the pain of his flesh and bones, it made Jiangchen's scalp numb. Your human dragon body is going to evolve. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice gave Jiangchen great motivation. The human and dragon body was about to complete the transformation. That meant that he might completely transform into the body of a dragon at this moment. Jiangchen's divine bones kept growing and his flesh was being stripped. He had never experienced such pain before. If he was not soaking in the energy in the evolving dragon pool, he might not be able to endure such pain. I must hold on. Jiangchen clenched his teeth and endured the pain. At this moment, the circulation of the dragon transformation skill became even more frenzied. His dragon marks had undergone a huge change, turning into a pure gold color. Compared to before, they were much finer and more organized, and the number of dragon marks kept increasing. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was still not something to be underestimated. 6,050,000, 6,060,000, 6,070,000, Jiangchen's body kept changing. Under the dragon transformation skill, the nourishment of the imperial dragon chi and the nurturing of the evolving dragon pool, his body underwent a great change. At this moment, Jiangchen had completely shed his half-human and half-dragon form. The ancestral dragon emperor did not expect that he did not transform into a dragon completely. Instead, he turned into a human that was a few feet tall. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 30 zhang, 50 zhang. In the end, it reached a height of 100 zhang. Jiangchen's muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were finally stabilized. He looked like a peerless god of war, standing tall. What's going on? Why is Jiangchen changing like this? He did not transform into a true dragon. The ancestral dragon emperor was completely dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation before. He thought that Jiangchen would definitely transform into a true dragon. However, the result was completely different from what he had expected. It was something that he had never expected. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.